Skedaddle, skedoodle, your sword is now a noodle.
Oh, we're live.
We are Live.
So live.
God, it was. I will never get over what a baller fucking move it was on Tig Notaro's part to name her special, the one where she talked about her breast cancer, live, because she knew everybody would mispronounce it forever as live.
I just came back to the live part.
Oh, I was talking about Tig Notaro.
Oh.
You know, yeah, her one special, live.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, because I knew everybody would assume it was live.
Let me grab one more.
Hold on, Senor Card Gauge. Hello, Chi Min.
Hello, everybody. Shout the Catacombs. It's the most romantic game I could think of. More shadows over Loathing, baby. Let's go.
Nothing spells romance like the maze maze.
Sure you can. Get the mazes. Give me more corn. Give me more corn. Can I just do this forever? I think I can. Well, I got things to do, so no.
Making sweet love with the deep-seated horrors in the back. The sleeping god's dream or behind a Denny's, whichever is closer. Look, you do not set out for Denny's. You end up at Denny's.
Everybody
That's just how it
wants that at
works.
Denny's. That's how life is.
It's like Des Moines.
Refried bread.
Sugar sandwich. Tastes like poverty. You want to know the dumbest fucking thing that is way better than it has any right to be? One time on QI, they had a panel guest who was like a very outspoken vegan, and partially to make fun of him in a segment where they had everybody, they made each of the guests some kind of unusual sandwich. They made the vegan, they called it a toast sandwich. It was a piece of toast, buttered on both sides, and hit with a little salt and pepper between two slices of untoasted bread. and it is actually delicious.
Fucking amazing.
Like, yeah, like you try it and you're angry at how okay it is.
Gmod, they for subscribe for 16 months. Happy Singles Day, technical version. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Happy Valentino's Day. I'm doing my part for Valentine's Day by working and doing my shows. We baked the books. We cooked the books. We baked the books at 400 degrees for 30 minutes. Mob books. These books have been cooked. If anybody tells you who did it, so is your goose. That's probably what they meant.
Yeah.
Forge the documents for Dante. Doctor the evidence for Dante. Wendell needs a counterclockwise main spring.
Son of a bitch.
What's that?
I've completely forgot that there was somebody named Wendelin in this game. I had after a long period of not making character sheets for characters that I'm likely never going to get to play just on a whim. Yeah. I fell back into it pretty hard recently and did two, one of whom is a dwarf who ended up being named Wendelin. I swear to God, I didn't consciously remember that was somebody from this game. While I was trying to come up with a name for him, I spent hours trawling, dwarven lore name resources from like Dragon Age and Tolkien and all kinds of different dwarf lores, and Wendelin was the name I saw somewhere on one of those.
Modern pains. A woman in surgical gloves, gaze lost in the depths of the maze. I do not know why you're out here.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah. Do you have an appointment?
I didn't know I needed one to be in a cornfield. What are you doing out here?
Oh, general dentistry, cleaning, implants, etc.
I mean, what are you doing in a cornfield?
Huh. Now that you mention it, I don't really remember.
Can you, doctor this for me?
I'm not really that kind of doctor.
Oh, okay.
I could dentist it for you, though, if it's all the same.
Dentist the evidence?
I've only practiced on models at school, but sure.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Well, the only thing is, I'm not so confident in my clinical skills these days, being as my clinic is basically a mysterious and lonely cornfield.
You don't look happy.
I've never been happy. I don't get to see many patients in this cornfield, I'm worried my wet finger is getting rusty.
You're what now?
That's a euphemism. Wet finger? Oh, sorry. That's what we dentists call the finger we poke around in your mouth because of how it gets wet.
Have you heard about the season finale event in Destiny 2? No, I have not heard about the season finale event in Destiny 2. Also, stay strong, Alpha. Stay strong. Stay strong for mother. Suddenly, I don't feel very well.
Do you need some dental work done? Would you mind if I did some? Only for practice?
Sure, okay.
Okay, picture your mouth as wide as it can go, and then multiply that by 10, and that's what I want.
You struggle with trying to accommodate her long rubber-gloved fingers as it make thorough, prodding investigations of your back molars.
You've got beautiful teeth. I'm just going to suggest a few changes. There we go. All finished.
Ow. Do you have a mirror?
A what?
I'm not happy with my teeth situation.
No, and if I'm candid, I know that's not my best work. Would you give me a chance to put it right?
Fine. Give it a try.
You won't be sorry at all. Oof, does that... Wait.
No teeth at all. I have no teeth in my mouth and I must scream.
This is awful.
This is awful.
Okay, well, never mind what I said a second ago.
What? I want my teeth back.
I want my teeth back.
I want my teeth.
I appreciate you bearing with me. I don't like to leave a job unfinished. I always say, if it were up to me, we wouldn't call it dentistry. We'd call it dentist do. Dentist try. God damn it. Be a dill do, not a dill don't. Will you give me one last chance to fix your teeth?
You mean put new stuff in my mouth where my teeth used to be?
Yes, is the answer to the question I think you're asking.
Yeah, bleep. Dr. Sarah used to say, which is about all you can. While your mouth is hanging open, you're always around for something in her purse.
Oh, thank goodness. Imagine if I'd just thrown them away.
Dude, when you said pearly whites, with enough bite to disembowel a leopard.
You know, let's say that's enough practice for today.
I agree 100%. Still don't seem very happy, Dr. Sarah.
There's a reason they call it a medical practice, not a medical perfect. I'm just thinking that your average patient is more at ease having treatment in a modern dental surgery than a labyrinthine cornfield.
Have a good night, Strangeless. Yeah, I can say that was a problem for me, for sure.
I'd like my little patch here to feel more like a dentist's office, and it's missing something. Something that says dentist.
A sign?
What?
A sign that says dentist.
I was speaking more metaphorically than that. I mean, if you happen to find one, sure, but no. Guess again.
Teeth?
Teeth! That's it, precisely. We'd all feel comfortable with a lot more teeth around. Would you mind looking around for an anatomical teeth model? Or anything else that looks like teeth? Besides corn. I have plenty of that.
I'll see what I can do. Christ alive. This is awful.
What do you mean you're bleeding internally? That's where your blood's supposed to be, bro.
A good-looking little girl stands here, listlessly pulling the petals off of a cornflower. Hello there.
What's so good about it?
What?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't really listening.
What's your name?
Cecilia.
It's a really pretty name.
Everyone calls me Sissy.
Oh, well, that's fine, too. What are you doing in this cornfield?
Nothing.
I mean, why are you here?
I got in a fight with my little brother Billy. I don't remember what we were fighting about.
I don't see the connection.
He sent me here. This is where he sends everything he doesn't like.
Huh. You like it here?
I don't know. I've been here so long. I don't even really remember how long. Everything here is just... It's just corn. What is there to like or not like? What would that even mean?
Wow, you are way too young for this level of ennui.
Eh.
You just missed a lot of things from before.
I miss the sun. Always so gray and cloudy here. Never even turns into nighttime. First it was fun to not have a bedtime. Now it's just confusing.
My favorite kind of chocolate is dark chocolate, Ninja.
Yeah. Oh, at first it was fun not to have a bedtime, now it's just confusing. Oh, honey, welcome to adulthood.
Welcome. Do you miss anything else?
I miss my cat. He was fluffy and black. He probably still is, I guess.
Anything else?
Miss my teddy. Might be too old for him now. I'm not sure how old I am, but I miss him anyway.
Anything else?
I miss ice cream. Nothing to eat here except corn. I used to like corn. Now it's just corn. Miss my friends. Mainly I miss my friend Darla. She was really good at jump rope. I probably missed her birthday. I might have missed a lot of her birthdays.
I brought you some ice cream. Be careful, it's super cold.
Oh, thank you. But ice cream's supposed to be cold, right?
She takes a bite and her eyes widen.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but this way you can eat a lot slower and it'll last longer.
Thanks, mister.
You're welcome.
Hello again, mister.
Let's see. Side quest, baby.
What?
Fuck. All right. we got a wire coat hanger.
Fantastic.
A wardrobe stands alone here, like the proverbial cheese. Sadly, it doesn't contain a portal to a magical world of fantasy. I guess you get a hole in the back, and at least it would contain a portal to a magical world of corn. What it does contain is an assortment of drab church clothes for a small boy. Nothing here is your size or denomination. Behold, corn.
My ringtone for my mom is the "No More Wire Hangers" sound clip from "Mommy Dearest."
Oh God.
Oh, she gets a kick out of it. Yeah, whenever me or my friend, who was her best friend's son, would bitch about some trivial, childhood inconvenience growing up, she would have us watch Mommy Dearest and be like, "Yeah, see, you guys are lucky." and there was a running gag. Our favorite retort to them became, "I'm going to write a book when I grow up."
She means a lock. We got a jewelry case. Look at this. An old diamond from a prior engagement. Bottle cap ring. There's ring has a bottle cap loader to it, capping the amount of damage you can sustain to that precise spot on your ring finger.
Can't take more than 5 damage at once. That's
kind of sick.
It's actually potentially amazing.
Cheese ringling. We're in the corn dimension. He belongs to the corn now, Jimmy.
I'm going to send you to the cornfield.
Well, we've done all we can do around here.
I hate this place nearly as bad as the swamp.
It's pretty desolate, but it seems like it used to be nice.
Nothing ever happens here. There's nothing for it to happen to or with. Just corn and wheat and pigs.
Don't shoot the piggies.
I ain't gonna shoot the piggies. What do you take me for? I got a mind to pop some corn, though.
Is this conversation just for that pun?
No.
The ancient Greeks postulated 5 elemental ducks. Third element is spookiness. Plato wrote of certain ducks who are haunted as the day is long. You'll know them by their otherworldly noises and songs. Here comes such a duck now. She stands down on her path and begins an eerie ballad that turns the day to night. Make war. If a duck had friends, all ducks do. You fight the one, you fight them all.
I didn't sign up for this. Too late. Oh god, that duck is so vascular.
That is a very built duck. Big haunted duck. Big veiny duck. Duck minion.
You know, just the hell what? Don't we have an accessory that it's some kind of haunted bird call? Is it a duck call specifically, or just a vague bird call? I don't think we can check in battle, but because we don't have it equipped. But when we get out, I would be curious if it is a duck call, and you get this encounter, if there's like a specific thing for that.
It's a great question, actually.
Hmm. You and your avian war crimes.
They'll never stop me. Well, the day has not come yet that you'll duck a fight with a duck. This pate, like all of us, is slowly turning into rotten liver. I never will. Put that on my tombstone. Don't make me a tombstone. I'm never going to die. There is an ominous crack in the sky, and in the space of a single church second, the wide farm road is drenched with a fast-falling rain that bites to the bone. It's farm rain, alright. Cold as ice and twice as nasty. The long and level plains of this country offer no shelter, except perhaps for a lone house that you spy off in the distance, perhaps half a mile to the east. Nostradamus.
Flora Fatida.
This book is a fantastical travelogue of poet Samuel Taylor. Samuel Taylor Coleridge's posthumous odyssey through the fiery ways of hell. In the process, he develops the school of Coleridge's armor. This book is mostly a catalog of minor slights thrown in Coleridge's way by real-life figures from Albion's Lake District. It all seems petty and irrelevant, but the writer insists on understanding this foundation of Coleridge's armor. In his journey through hell, Coleridge recounts the fiendish punishments given to those persons tormented him in life. Adam Smith, the newspaper tax collector, a person for poor luck, endeavors all her curses see water everywhere, but never be allowed to drink it. The same sanction does not afflict Coleridge because he has Coleridge's armor. You learn that hell is full of various beasts, both great and small. In one chapter, an albatross tries to take a bite out of Coleridge's haunches, but he is protected by his eponymous armor. Well, his journey continues some length, but he comes a digressive, rambling, and difficult to follow. Still, there's useful information in here. The inside of it also says Borge. It's quaint and well-maintained farmhouse. Appears to be the only settled farmstead in the area. It must be lonely with no neighbors to meet or sugar to borrow. Those of neighbors know that they can't go 5 minutes without asking each other for a cup of sugar. It's one of the main things they do, just trade the same sugar back and forth, never gaining anything. A voice, muffled and gruff, shouts back.
Who is that there?
It's Rabbit.
Ah! I can't hear you over the rain.
Going. The old farmer is tan and callous all over. Maybe a lifetime of farm work or fall into a vat at a leather factory.
Look at you. You are soaked to the bone from the rain. Quick, you must make yourself warm. There is hot spaghetti on the stove and towels in my wardrobe.
Thanks. I'm Rabbit, by the way.
Everyone calls me Borga. You are welcome under my roof, Rabbit, and to share in my food and warmth. But I have one rule by which you must abide.
Okay.
You must not look at my daughter.
Ah, you don't have to worry about me.
You must not look at my daughter.
All right, I heard you. Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Oh, she's scuffling behind me.
Oh, she's a skittering.
Oh! I just
You
want to
looked
walk back! Distinct lack of a house. Ah, well, now you see why the farmer would have that role. Huh.
God damn it.
No house.
Of all the...
What? What?
I'm sick of these people.
A farmer and picks up somebody wild, and the open doors of a nearby barn find a holy shelter. You dash inside. In the rafters hang a gang of gargoyles who drop and block the entrance.
Pay up. Shelter ain't free. Here's a B&B. Whether that stands for bed and breakfast or black and blue, that's up to you.
Doesn't make sense. This here's a black and blue. What does that mean? Probably mean this is the place where you beat me black and blue, right? This here is a PWY BMBMB. Oh, that made him mad.
Prices just went up.
What we got? Human bean liver. On the one hand, it's a human liver, so you shouldn't eat it. On the other hand, the human it came from didn't actually have an actual human brain, so is that really a difference between liver someone who's slightly dumber than usual? Alright, where's my breakfast?
Now eat up and go to bed.
Huh. The house on this corner abandoned its front garden to squalor. It's a disgraceful vision. Flowers get up and die. Tomatoes roll down the road into traffic. Carrots grow in reverse until they pop out of existence. You must do something. Tend the garden. You spend a hot afternoon fixing the garden until the owner comes home and chases you down the street with a saucepan. As you look back from far down the road, the carrots now grow as tall as the house. There's nothing familiar of a long-haired woman on the road who stands waist deep in a puddle of last night's rain. Ah, yes, it's the woman you saw standing waist deep in the swamp bog. This time she bears no sword. Doesn't look like she's brought you any gifts or treats at all.
For decades, the blade of your great-aunt was hidden with my family for safekeeping. Now the weapon is yours, but our business is not yet concluded.
Yeah, I remember. Haven't used a sword much lately, though.
It is your sword, to do with as you will. My family kept it for you in exchange for a boon. I call upon you now to perform it. With the fulfillment of your obligation shall come an end to your burdens. I speak, of course, of your swamp geese.
Yeah, she doesn't have to know I got rid of my geese. I was waiting for this day. What's the boon?
The month nears its end. At this time, the concerns of our family turn to our mortgage payments. We ask for your assistance with our next bill.
That's it.
We are a proud family, and do not ask for handouts. Only a little help in exchange for services rendered. 400 meat will suffice.
I thought you lived in the water.
Yay! But we have just purchased a brownstone for when we are in the city.
You got it.
You act with honor. You have earned our respect, and I am pleased to bring an end to your swamp geese.
She's ahead. He seems to work his way through your system like trap wind. It's escaped security crowd and pleasantly rude. You fear the noise will give offense. You have to do it for another geese or something, but the woman's already turned to the water. Goodbye. Just say everybody wants my money. Oh crap, look up behind you. Molly spins around and mows the figure down a hail of bullets.
Ha! Sneak up on me, will you? Take a dose of hot lead. It's just a scarecrow, Buck.
Hey, those things are dangerous. Someone tried to mug me on my way into town a few days ago. I had a gun and everything. Anyway. You find an abandoned truck parked on the side of the road with its hood open. Its old peeling bumper sticker says, "I'd rather be fishing." Underneath that, someone's written, "Screw it. I'm going fishing." Most of the engine's gone, plus the doors and the entire glove box. But there's somehow a toolbox in the back. A true value.
Ooh, an awl.
Even you, a good king, must nap from time to time. A burned-out truck cab at the ditch looks like an ideal spot, but you wake in the dirt, limbs stretched and tied by a bunch of nasty-leveling creatures. A trap! The elvish creatures so impressed by your show of strength, they proclaim you a new god, or they lose interest in the whole thing. Either way, they wander off. And don't come back now.
Goddamn puckwudgies.
See that bee? You didn't even see the person speaking to you at first. He'll be dead in 132 years. All bees will. I can make predictions that far out because I got a long telescope. As for the why are the bees going extinct? Well, I don't know that. Reckon nobody knows. Explain it, and also how to avert bee extinction. Very interesting, he says. Thank you.
It's a good fucking thing we were here.
You hear a sizzling sound coming from a nearby ditch and find a very angry rock stewing in about 6 inches of brackish water. You explain to the rock that whatever it's mad about, it won't last forever. It visibly calms down. You collect some of the excess heat it sloughs off as it does. Oh, what fresh hell is this? Yeah, dance, little man. Dance. Do the dance of life. Sorcery's very upset about something. Everything okay?
Not bloody yet. Great flock of giant ducks has only invaded my farm and all. They've all gotten into my outbuildings.
Oh, you want some help with that?
Well, standing here waving my arms and yelling isn't having much effect. So I could do it, I reckon. You great numpty.
Thank you for following. What was that? Beppis? I almost called you Bumpty.
Blepkin.
Okay, I'm on it.
Ducks everywhere, I'm telling you. The barrow, the dungstead, the gurnal, the icebrock, the slopping shailing, the steamy.
The dungstead.
For ripening the manure.
I find it started out pretty ripe as it is.
Could always be riper.
I see. So what's a steamy?
That's for doing the laundry and all. We take our baths there, too.
Ah, I see.
Nothing like a hot bath after a hard day.
Well, I thought I saw. Well, it's a barrow.
It's a pile of stones that we bury the barrows under. A barrow for the barrows, do you ken?
Alright, sure. It's a henway.
2 stone 8 pebble, give or take.
Interesting. It's a nice brock.
It's a brock we keep the ice in.
Well, what's a brock?
The thing we keep the ice in. How do you ain't listening?
Oh, okay. Wait, was that one up, dog?
Yes, henway.
What's up, dog?
Darts!
Of course, right. It's a sloppin' sheelin'.
It's a sheelin' we use for slog hopping. I mean, hog slopping. Crevens is Blitherins is doing me. I didn't.
Okay. I saw an anvil next to a roaring forge, not pictured. Forge the mob documents. You grab a nearby hammer and pound the documents for a while. The paper is smooth and strong and holds its edge. The facts printed on it are cold and hard. Stack that wood. This is Macmillan Cuddy's steamy hut. You hear a lot of splashing, loud duck noises coming inside. You open the door to a room full of tin baths and wash tubs. Let's couple large stoves of heating water on. Giant ducks splash around the tubs, boiling big buckets of water filled the room with steam, and just generally having a raucous sauna party. Blow your haunted duck call. You hear a questioning cork from inside, but otherwise the ducks don't seem interested. Alright, fuckers. All that steam, but ducks don't notice you enter right away. You throw more coal on the fires and stoke them extra hot. Soon will steam is boiling hot enough to run an industrial turbine. Ducks start fainting left and right, and the more resilient ones stagger outside and stumble away panting. You drag the fainted ones to the barn and lock them inside for safekeeping. Appearing as shielding a sort of hut or shed, this was only a place where pigs eat, which is an idea reinforced by the rows of feed and troughs full of ripening garbage, and several leftover barrels of leftover cooking oil. A gang of huge ducks seem to take particular interest in the oil and are gooshing it around the place, generally wrecking everything in wild abandon. These ducks are the real slippery characters, made all the more so by that cooking grease they're throwing around. Maybe it isn't big enough or haunted enough.
Damn it.
We'll have a storm of gross oil and verbal abuse and boot the ducks out of the shielding. It's pretty easy since they're lubed up. It only takes one boot to make them slide right out the door and into the barn. He's gonna be Bill and Cuddy's Gurnal, apparently. It's also a grain silo, not where you'd go to make funny faces? Who knows? Nobody's getting excited about it, or about what you expect to hear from several giant ducks who have found their way into an actual grain silo. You climb the ladder and peer in. A bunch of very large, not even larger ducks swimming around happily in max grain. Wait, much like I would if a silo was full of mini marshmallows. Physical armor. Alright, we need more physical armor.
4 now. The work pants give us +4, it looks like.
Oh, let's do that then. Work pants. Haul them out of there! Have you noticed down at Max Grain stores, the ducks are too sleepy to do much to you. The feeble blows bounce off your armor, you shove them out of the girdle and roll them to the barn for safekeeping.
Bleh.
There you go, give me that. Where are my steam pants? My pants! This building is, well, not so much a building as a huge pile of manure. For some reason, probably a horrible one, been excavated into a sort of cave. You hear a bunch of giant ducks quacking away happily in there. It seems unreal that anything could be happy anywhere near this. There I start to water your peek inside. A few large and extremely filthy ducks lined around in there. It's unclear if they're filthy to begin with, or if that's just a natural result of the situation. Even the sound waves from a haunted duck call don't want to go in there. Take a deep breath and hold as long as you can. We're sure that'll be just long enough to go inside and shoo all the ducks out. Leave out much fuss, probably because they're surprised by your fortitude, and wander over to the barn. The sheep is evidently taken up to smoking cigars and having a human face to smoke them out of.
Bah!
Nice try, but I aren't pulling the wool over my eyes.
Well, it was worth a shot. Hi, I'm Beatrice.
Hi, I'm Rabbit. Why are you disguised as a sheep?
Well, I was hoboing past this place and I saw a pie cooling on the windowsill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. No hobo can resist that. Just as I was sneaking up to grab it, I got attacked by a whole bunch of humongous ducks. And disguised myself as a sheep to get them to leave me alone.
That is a surprisingly sensible reason.
Thank you.
Any hobo code you can teach me?
Are those giant ducks still wandering around?
Yeah.
I feel like teaching you hobo code would blow my cover then. We really shouldn't even be talking like this.
I'll leave you to it.
Nah.
This old stone tower has been converted into a storage shed for storing ice, if Mephisto colleagues be believed. And why wouldn't it be? It's his farm. I find several huge ducks chilling inside. Literally chilling, sitting on big blocks of ice. These ducks really don't seem to mind the cold at all. Maybe they're sort to fly north for the winter. Since professional ice hockey's only been local to the area for about 4 years, it's no wonder these ducks weren't expecting to just charge in and body check them right out the door and into the barn. Not so mighty now. Pile rock's apparently a barrow. That is a sort of tomb made by piling up rocks. In the Millicuddy call it a barrow though, which is less clear. You'll need a barrow dictionary. You hear an ominous rhythmic quacking sound from within. There's several large ducks are chanting ancient cult rites. You peek inside the barrow and discover that, yes indeed, several very large ducks are in fact chanting ancient cult rites in there. Also the place is strewn with pig bones. And I don't know how you learned to identify pig bones specifically, but I guess a barrow is also a type of pig? The ducks seem pretty haunted already. It shouldn't surprise you if you don't take any notice of your little haunted duck call. Spooky. Forbidden vision so... Eh. Aha. Hey, idiots. Since you don't know any actual rituals of banished cultist dogs, she said, just wing it. Haha. Anyway, basically, knock over the candles, mess with the magic circle, and yell about blasphemy and stuff until the party is thoroughly ruined, they all leave, muttering gloomily. So there!
What do you have to say about this?
You might be excited about hunting for needles, but no such luck. The haystack is infested with barf weevils.
Yeesh.
Yuck. Yeesh. EI, go somewhere else. It's very hurting ducks into it. It won't cause much trouble in there, but you can still fight a few if you're feeling like it. Okay, I took care of those ducks for you.
Ah, you did, to be sure. I'm much beholden to you, laddie. Couldn't have dealt with them with ducks and me. That's for certain, please. Was there something you was wanting then?
All right. I met a lady named Xenia. She said she loaned you a paperweight. She needs it back.
A paperweight, she called it. Ah, well, no, I suppose it could be in a pinch. Here you are, then. And tell her how's it going for me.
Ah, it's that kind of paperweight. Thanks, bye.
Hey, I mean, bah.
I took care of the ducks. It's safe now.
Oh, that's a huge relief. Sure, I know some farm-related hobo code.
Teach you a few symbols. Most importantly, I pointed out the difference between symbols for grain and fertilizer. There's a hobo community forming outside Ocean City. Might be more fun for you than to be a sheep out of fear for your life.
The duck's still wandering around this place?
Nope. Took care of him. It's all good.
Oh, great. My back is killing me. Long walk upright like a normal human being sounds pretty good right about now.
She stands up haltingly and limps away without removing the costume. Well, shit. Yes. Mac of Hearts ain't describing with prime. And then you hear a deep moo sound that reverberates through your guts, all the way down to the colon end. Slowly you turn around. That field was empty before. Now you can see a higher herd of black moons in space, each one the shape of a cow. In the middle of them, a shadow cowbell hangs silently on a post.
Oh, fuck.
Ghost cows.
Cows aren't supposed to exist anymore.
Oh, we're gonna have to take care of you, something fierce. Let's see. There's you. There's you. Oh yeah, I could take that. Take that a lot. Whoopah!
Watch a kasha.
Icy cow gaze. Hey, thanks for that, Bubba. I appreciate that. Womp. Well done. I say you turned those cows into jerky, but they were jerks already. Oh, well, I gotta find out what you're all about.
You still got your scarecrow hat on.
Old insurance company letter. I know it's frustrating. There's a lot of keyholes rust so bad they'd be completely useless. You want to find some way to jimmy the lock if you want to get in there. I see. This old drill is taking a break from despoiling the earth. The door on the shirt is property of Helco Oil Conglomerate. Keep out. Helco. Is Destiny organized? There's a Helco logbook on it. The logbook is full of meticulous records written in meticulous handwriting. Holstein is so meticulous that meticulous doesn't even sound like a word anymore. Oh boy, it's my first day as a drilling site supervisor. I can't wait to prove myself. I'm going to work hard to establish myself as a real up-and-comer. And then once my career is secure, maybe I'll have the confidence to pop the question to Clara. You know, the marriage question. Anyway, the crew has the derrick set up and we're turning the drill on tomorrow morning. Seems like the 4 owners of the house have cleared already. We yelled a lot of angry-sounding foreign words yesterday, but they were gone when I got here this morning. I feel kind of bad, but that's progress. So we started drilling and hit a big air pocket near the surface. Is hit the right word? Can you hit air? Anyway, it's probably just a random little cave. We lowered a couple guys down with lamps to check it out. And every landed news, there was a big explosion just west of here. Checking the map, whoever's over there, it's not a Helco facility. I'll just have to read about it in the paper tomorrow. Turns out the cave we drilled to is an old gold mine. Go figure. I figure we strike oil will be a black gold mine. I should write that down. Oh wait, I just did. Anyway, we can't find any record of it in geological surveys. And we can't find the entrance either, so I guess it must have caved in years ago. I set the crew to digging a proper shaft down, starting the root cellar of the house because it's slightly lower than ground level and they get paid by the hour, not by the foot. One of the crewmen was trying to get a closer look at some magazines he found hidden in the attic of the house. The carbide lamp on his helmet started a fire that torched the whole place. Nobody was hurt, fortunately. What a mark on my record that would have been. After the fire went out, we cleared a path down to the shaft, put a trapdoor over it to keep the ashes and rubble out of the mine. New orders from above. Baron Hellstrom wants us to reconnoiter the mine. I guess that makes sense. If there's any gold left in there, then hey, free gold. But every time someone goes exploring away from the ladder, they come back all pale and sickly looking and freak out when they see the sun. You just can't find good help these days. Guess I'll have to do it myself. I can wait till Monday, though. Had a really nice weekend. Super relaxing. I really needed that. Well, I did with Clara. We had a great time. Maybe she was hinting about getting married, too. She's the only thing. There's a company logbook on my diary. And excited me to go see what's in the old mine. Back from the mine. It wasn't so bad down there. I don't get why the crewman acted so weird. It's nice and dark down there. Not all bright like it is up here all the time. It's gonna give me a headache, to be honest. I made some friends down there too. Great guys. They really understand me. I think I'll knock off early and go see if Clara's home. I just can't get a rosy pink cheeks out of my mind. Inside the locker is a blazer, and inside that, in the pocket of the blazer, there's a ring. I guess this gag doesn't go as deep as you hope it would. An all.
That leather is not going to know what hit it.
You see a pointy bit of metal with a wooden handle? That's an awl, folks. This house put a charcoal foundation. Look at that trapdoor. Get away some of the burned rubble and fallen masonry. Sure enough, it's a trapdoor what used to be the floor of a root cellar. You're open to reveal a ladder leading down in the darkness. It's a vein of dark meat ore, bright in its day. You reassure the meat that things are going to be okay. Let's leave its dark stuff behind, and you collect them. No way getting through here. You need a bunch of DNT plus a blasting cap and a detonation plunger. This card is empty, save for discarded pickaxe. You grab the pickaxe and put it in your indescribably large backpack. A cart of meat ore if you find some. You refine as much meat ore as you can if you're bare hands. That's a lot of meat.
Jesus.
Looks like someone was drunk mining. Uh-oh. And that's putting it mildly. Well, don't worry, because I'll put on my anti-vampire hat. Hi.
It has been many years since a human interloper has invaded our home. How novel.
Yeah, that's me. Novel, I mean, not the invader part.
Perhaps if you please us, we will permit you to join our family and live down here in luxury forever.
Luxury, living in an abandoned mine. The vampire just behind them, to the rear part of the tunnel. It's actually really nice back there. Oh, huh. The vampires guard you with interest, although an unsettling percentage of that interest is in your neck. Ask about life down here. Have you guys been trapped down here for 11 years?
Nearly, yes. We must thank you for clearing the debris that came to block the trap door as the foundation of the house further collapsed over time.
Gosh, that sounds terrible.
Oh, not at all. We are quite healthy. It is very comfortable down here.
Sure, but didn't you get bored? The vampires exchange glances. What?
Admittedly, things get a bit stale in the bedroom. We had to invent whole new categories of kink previously unexplored by sentient species. Yeah, we are real nasty freaks now.
Oh, changing the subject. What do you do now? Now that you aren't trapped anymore, what are you gonna do?
Well, we've definitely got to go find some proper food. I'm so totally sick of these ghouls. Yes, they are so dry. It's like sucking the blood out of a turnip. Ugh.
Haha. Improved vampire throw. Conjure an orb.
Oh god, she conjured an orb!
Oh no! There you go. Hematic orbulus.
What?
Oh, when it dies, it heals everybody.
Oh.
Wealthy but still unsophisticated vampire.
Dang new money vampires.
Dang new money vampires.
You know how all of Dracula's silverware when Van Helsing came to visit was gold because he didn't like silver. I imagine this guy having a pair of solid gold truck nuts.
Ow. Go flip.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
He bit you, drank your blood, and then Suck Bloodman drank his blood and injected it into you. So technically, you drank his blood. So aren't you a vampire now?
No, technically, I was gonna be a vampire, but he took my blood and gave it back to me, so now I'm fine.
Oh, thank God.
From the laws of vampires. Well, you won. Those vampires should have been living in an iron mine instead. You know, because iron's a lot stronger than gold, see? Wow, those air really class up as class mine. Must be nice to be rich. It's just a nightstand. Bottom drawer's full of meat. Actually, gold. We'll just go ahead and convert it for you for convenience. Better just not to even think about it. All these books have been thoroughly read. They're all dogged and practically falling apart. Oh, jeez. There's a copy of the Kama Sutra with a huge bite taken out of it. I think electricity down here.
That newfangled electric light.
This is a special kind of chest only rich people are allowed to know about. A dark sofa for dark naps. A fancy mail order catalog sits atop the fancy mahogany end table. Grab it. Fancy. Ooh la la. Expensive luxuries incorporated. There's treasure everywhere. Oh, sweet. For the modern gentleman, an engraved ivory toothpick that conceals a single-shot firearm in the handle. 7,000 meat. Wow, you should be on the lookout for things like that now. How do they even make a candle out of ham? Whale-scented ham candle. 1,000 meat per item, which sold separately. So that's where I left it. Personal x-ray. Suitable for farming. 5,000 meat per limb.
Suitable for framing.
On one page, a 6-bedroom house is advertised for 30 meat, and that's so upsetting you have to put the book down. There's a surprisingly undesanguinated guy back here. Hello?
Salutations. I'm Crocius Vanderbilt. You may have heard of me. I'm the richest hobo in the world.
That doesn't seem like a high bar to clear.
I'm claiming the title regardless. And you are?
Oh, I'm Rabbit Junkins. Nice to meet you.
I'm indebted to you for getting rid of those vampires, Rabbit. I've been hiding back here for weeks. I was obliged to eat my cravat for nourishment.
Oh, jeez. We're getting trapped in a vampire mine.
Oh, well, it isn't a vampire mine, you see. It's a gold mine. I found the other end of the ore vein in a small cave a short distance away and tunneled my way here. Fortunately, the point at which I broke into this occupied section was the same point at which my tunnel collapsed behind me.
Yikes.
Indeed. It was all I could do to remain hidden in these rocks, praying that those creatures of the night would leave at some point so I could make my escape. I've seen things that will haunt my dreams for the rest of my life.
Oh god, please don't elaborate.
They performed a reverse Romanian Wilkinson, you know.
Holy shit! Do you know any hobo code you can teach me?
Certainly.
Thank
Mostly
God.
financial jargon, but one never knows what might come in handy.
You know, there's a hobo camp just outside of Ocean City. But you sure you should help some help wealth-wise if you don't mind sharing.
Ah, wonderful. Crocius Vanderbilt, hobo philanthropist. That has an excellent ring to it. I shall head there directly.
He bows and heads out of the cave. Alright, goodbye. Holy shit. Climb back up.
What did you folks say your act was called again? The Aristocrats.
Make a scarier crow. You embellish the scarecrow with extra eyes and a demonic smile. The crows burst into tears. We're only children. Is that what will tell a horse what to eat? The Gilmore House. Oh,
Oh no!
Crank him, John.
Rattle him, boys!
Let's see. Sure. Enjoy.
Donk!
Take that. Punch it.
And they thought the days of cow punching were over.
Not for this sassy gentleman.
Not for this stout cheeseman.
Junkman. Nature's bounty is being violently extracted by this monstrous machine. As a page would appear to be a diary attached to this tree. Dorothy keeps giving me socks with holes in them. She can't possibly be trying to humiliate me deliberately, but it's far too consistent to be random chance. An old plowshare is leaning against this tree. But it's a plowshare, and you're keeping it all to yourself. The door, it says Belgrande Bomb-Proof Shelter Company. It has a serious combination look on it. No bomb's gonna guess this one.
What?
I love that this game just slaps me with Eldritch Horror at any second.
Yep.
There's a loose page from a diary on the table. Edith's violin is too loud for me to relax tonight, but if I take it away, she screeches horribly. I wonder if I can find her a smaller one. A doll-sized barbell.
Ah, the shake weight.
What a workout. You already worked out this year. An animate doll doing a workout routine? I'm sure it's fine and nothing to worry about. There's a book of children's horror stories on this childless man's table. Maybe it's for the dolls, or maybe it's for you. Scary story for spooky children. Nightmare armor. Stories in the grand tradition of traumatizing children with age-inappropriate horrors. This book was banned at school when you were a kid. I'm going to think stories about dentists eating patients' teeth were appropriate for children. It's just funny because that's what ended up happening to him, and then you did have to hear about it. Feel the fear and do it anyway. The first story is too gruesome for words. Literally, it's full-color illustration of Alligator squeezing into a school bus through the exhaust and eating all the passengers. Chilly. And all the more so because it could really happen. The second story concerns a group of children who trade baseball cards at school. It's all fun and games until the baseball players pictured in the cards come to kill the children. This one really happened. Oof, you remember hearing this one. A boy wakes up in a coffin 6 feet under. As terrified as your kid. Now you weren't sure by the part where the boy gets out of a coffin, spent the next 40 years self-medicating his trauma until he dies of alcoholism.
Awkward.
Ah, the old tale of Farmer Borgen's daughter. You'd hate to run across them on a rainy night. Wait a minute.
God damn it.
Well, the more you read, the gladder you are that you didn't have access to this book as a child. Then again, it might have prepared you for the nonsense you're dealing with now. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, give me the thing. I would like all of a ham.
I'm trying to remember if it was Tales from the Crypt or The Outer Limits or fucking Tales from the Dark Side. It was one of them damn shows.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember the one about the the guy who got the experimental surgery from the mad scientist that gave him the fucking gland of a cat that gives them 9 lives?
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, Ulrich the Undying.
Doll toys. A box of toys for other toys. Doll-sized chemistry set. This chemistry set is so small that its pipettes are more like pipettes. Oh my god, why do dolls even need hearts? This is just pointlessly creepy. A rubber plant. One of the dolls must be allergic to real rubber plants. It's a bunch of creepy glass eyes. If you're quick, you probably grab those socks while getting eaten by the creepy doll. A dresser. Address it. Hello, dresser. A leaf from diary is nestled among the dirty laundry. Let's correct Velma's mechanism so she'll squeeze the toothpaste from the end of the tube instead of the middle. I'm losing a fortune in wasted paste. And creative doll parts. Just doll arms. Dozen of little awful arms. Oh, hey, nestled among them is a spring Gwendolyn wanted. Counterclies mainspring. You don't see what's special about... Oh, wait, you're looking at it backwards. Yeah, this is a special spring, alright? Grab the socks. I feel like a real sock doggler for doing so. This pair of socks is nicer than anything else you own combined. All pants. For sure, supposed to be in a different closet. This doll is playing a violin in a way that makes sleep unimaginable. There, that's better. A dirty page peeks out under the pillow. Something's defective for her. She's twice as much of everything she ought to be. I must have gotten her gear ratios wrong. 8 pages. It's good progress. An entire crate full of horrible little mouths. Page of someone's diary pasted to the wall here. I'm stuck in a rut. Every day the same routine. Eat breakfast, get dressed, brush my teeth, exercise, work on my novel, go to bed, over and over. It's always the same. I thought the dolls would help, but they only made things worse. I feel like I might go crazy. In fact, it sounds like a pretty idea. I think we'll start going crazy right now.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. It's all scratching out gibberish on a tiny sheet of paper. This tiny radio produces the tinny sound. The talking doll is throwing eggs at you from atop these cabinets. There's one door you can reach without having to get too close to that doll. Comfy hat lining.
Oh, good, a match. We can set this place aflame on our way out.
Warm hands. I don't feel well. I think Gladys put something in my coffee. Not just eggs like he always does accidentally. I believe this is purposeful. Perhaps they shouldn't have based their mechanism on that strange old doll I found. Grace, I wonder where she went. Huh. Modern fridge. See if its contents are also modern. Fruity ice pop. The fridge is empty, but the freezer is full of fruity ice pops. A delightful frozen treat. Shipped here all the way from Frisco. Doll legs. Just the left ones. They must not be for dancing dolls. Simple covered. It's bare of everything except cereal. Now it is indeed bare. Box of wafered corn cereal. The name and composition of this breakfast hero are chosen specifically to avoid infringing Kellogg's trademarks, an effort to avoid litigious hauntings. Pretty sure a diary stapled to the wall. Abigail loosened the pins on my barbell. I nearly dropped it on my head. She's definitely trying to kill me. I think they all are. Hellstrom gonna have the house on the main property. I'm going into hiding. First, I'm going to attack these pages all over the house to make it clear that I'm insane. And then I'm going to go live in my bomb shelter. Scratch that. It's a doll shelter now. Huh. Regular human-sized toilet. Yay. Oh, his newfangled plastic-handled toilet brush you read about in all the papers. Newfangled toilet brush. You know, time. Science will always come up with a new way to clean a toilet. The sink is currently occupied by a creepy talking doll espousing the value of good hygiene. Fish. As long as you don't stand with your back to that doll, this seems safe to fish in. Soggy used bandage. Continue fishing. Where's my pen?
Ooh, a handful of clean water.
Ooh.
It's always handy.
Oh, that's always nice to have. You never know when you need some clean water, I'll tell you what. She's saying 3. And 8 and 9. Eight. 2. 4. Ow. All right. So 3, 8, 9, 8, 2, 4. All right. Well, how about 9 and 8? How about this is gonna take us a hot minute?
What about 6, 9, 6, 9, 6, 9?
Wonderful. Let's give it a try. Nice, 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 nice. All right. So our numbers are 3, 8, 9, 8, 2, and 4. So let's just try different combinations of these. Three, 2, 4, 8, 9, 8. Chat game. Type in That's boobies. That's not the combination at all.
We can't know for sure unless we science it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There might be a smarter way to do this. Eat breakfast. All right, so that's 4. Get dressed. That's 2. Brush my teeth. That's 3. Exercise. That's 9. Then work on the novel and go to bed. So that's 8 and 8. All right. Aha. Try this one. 4, 2, 3, 9, 8, 8. Oh, come on! I did the thing with the numbers and the thinking with my brain! Exercise is 3, so that's... I got them mixed up. Work on them. Billy Baxwell. We fucked this. Hold on. Eat breakfast. That's 4. Get dressed. That's 2. Brush my teeth. That's 3. Exercise. That's 9. Work on the novel. That's 8. And then go to bed for 8. Yep, 8. Let's see. Yeah, so 4, 2, 3, 9, 8, 8. 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 9, 8, 8. Huh. That one's about the violin. Maybe come back tomorrow. Oh, I won't. Oh, nay, nay.
8675309. Wait a minute. Why do I know that number? Damn, you can tell me two times.
I really had to look over at my number and go, no. 8, 6, 7, 5. It's not even enough numbers. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Alright. Oh. Socks have holes in them. Violin. Da-da-da. We could try to reverse. Hold on. 8, 8, 9, 3, 2, 4. Bitch. We could also try relative to Vidal's positions, which would be 9, 8, 2, and then 4, and 8, and 3. Nine, 8, 2. Well, I wasn't done yet, so hold on. 9, 8, 2, 4, 8, and 3. Well, I know I have the right numbers.
A lot of possible combinations.
G. D. All right. G. D. T. P. Say your creepy shit. P. T. All right, so E. 7. All right. That's 4. Oh, all the rest are way past 10, so okay. I don't know why I was doing that. All right. Dorothy keeps giving me socks with holes in them. Okay. Oh, clues. All right. 834-829. Let's try it. 834-829. All right, that ain't it either. All right. Good shot, though. Good shot. Good try. We're thinking. Our brains are working. Our brains are boiling.
Not quite there, but you're thinking. I like that.
What the hell? I want to try it again. Make sure I didn't slip. 4, 2, 9. 4, 2, 3, 9, 8. Oh, shit. I'm gonna look for more context clues. All right. Sunny's fed for she did twice as much of it as she ought to be. Must have gotten her gear ratios wrong. Twice as much work. So is one of these things divided by 2? Alright, well, let's try the novel one first. So if he's working on his novel, maybe that one does twice as much work. So that would be 4. Yes, I'm a genius.
Aha!
I'm a big thinky man. Look at my big wrinkly brain.
The big wrinkly fucking brain meats.
Oh God, look at my fucking brain. You hear it clear inside the mass steel door. Looks like you got it. I mean, it sounds like you got it. Well, the man cringes and backpedals frantically as you approach.
Stay back. How did you get in here? Did the dolls send you?
No, calm down. The dolls didn't send me.
Then who are you? What do you want?
My name's Rabby. You must be Gilmore. Wendelin sent me over to see if you had a counterclockwise mainspring you could use. I already found it, but I thought maybe I should check on you in here.
You've been in the house? You've seen the
Dolls?
Ah!
Look, they're a little creepy, I guess, but they're not that bad. They're just dolls.
They're trying to kill me.
Yeah, I saw your diary page. Honestly, I think you're overreacting.
Diary? Oh, you mean my novel?
Novel?
Yes, I've been writing an epistolary novel in diary form about a toy maker who goes crazy because he thinks his dolls are trying to kill him.
Huh. And he nails the pages of his diary around the house and hides in a bomb shelter in his yard?
Right, exactly.
Okay, so you aren't actually scared of your dolls. You're just acting it out like method writing?
No, the dolls are trying to kill me, just like in the novel.
Well, I'm not a psychologist, but I think you might be suffering from extreme confusion. You aren't the guy in the novel. You're the guy writing the novel. It's two different guys. The dolls aren't trying to kill you.
Are you sure?
You just freaked yourself out by writing a scary book with circumstances similar to your own, that's all.
Maybe you're right. Okay, I'll come out. Just as soon as I finish the last chapter.
Alright, good luck with that. The last diary entry is unfinished. It seems to be about protagonist huddling in his bomb tower waiting for the dolls to come and get him. Grim. Several pairs of Gilmore's undergarments turn about his bed. You were caught unawares by his caught underwears. This dude looks like Heisenberg. What did we get? We didn't get anything. We got closure. That's what we got.
We got a counterclockwise mainspring.
Yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, you. Alright. Yeah,
Jesse, we have to cook.
I'll deal with that in a minute. Wendell is still tweaking with his whatever that is.
I suppose you found a counterclockwise mainspring?
I did. Here you go.
Well, I'll be. Thank you kindly. Seeing as you've proven yourself the helpful sort, I'll have him let you in the store. Pretty much all of us around here got a thing or two we could use doing.
Swell.
If that was sarcasm, I hear you.
You get some inoxidol pattern on the door to the feed store, and you hear someone inside removing the bar. Thanks. Who's that Hellstrom guy you mentioned?
The fat cat oiled baron what's been going around buying up every patch of dirt big enough to drill a well into. I ain't want to talk about him. He'll get his soon enough.
What does that mean?
Don't mean nothing. Just an old man talking old man crap.
I met that Gilmore guy.
Oh, how's he doing?
He was hiding in his bomb shelter because he thought his dolls were trying to kill him.
That's a shame. Figures so. Don't ever put a face on a machine. People get confused too easy. Even just giving one a name is a bad idea.
I guess so. Well, I'll be seeing you. All right, we need to go ahead and get the milk. Get the milk.
He needs some milk.
He needs the milk. Milkman stand was last seen of a Drexelstead. Shit! All right, well, we gotta figure out what this is all about. The maze. Ah, there's more stuff. What the fuck? Alright, hold on.
Jesus.
I refuse to just have an entire cream corn thing. It's like the writer was just like, alright, everything corn right now, go. Corn forever.
Cheese! Cheese for everyone!
That's my war cry. This looks like an ice cream truck, but the lady makes a slightly different claim.
Hi there. I'm Ike Freeman, the cream corn man. Sure doesn't roll off the tongue the way it used to.
You're selling cream corn out of an ice cream truck?
Yeah, well, if I had some ice, I could sell you some ice cream. If I had some cream. Say, you seem like a guy who doesn't have an expensive truck to keep an eye on and is free to come and go as he pleases. If you can do me a couple favors, I'd appreciate it.
What kind of favors?
I need cream and a lot of it. Like a barrel of it. Plus a part to make my freezer unit work again.
What part?
I don't know, I'm not a real mechanically minded Guy, it's a thingy that makes the inside of a box cold.
I'll keep an eye out. So how'd you get in here?
Last thing I remember is telling a kid I was out of bomb pops. Feels like ages ago now.
You still out of bomb pops?
Even more than I was then.
Shut
Why the fuck are they always out of bomb pops? Seriously, that's the only thing I go there for is the white lemon bomb, and you're like, oh no, I'm out of. Well, fuck you then, man. Sorry, got off topic.
Remind me what you needed.
I needed a barrel of cream and a freezer, whatchamacallit. Crankshaft? Probably not a crankshaft.
Okay. I think this might be the part you're looking for.
Hey, yeah, that looks familiar. Thanks, buddy. Give me a second to hammer this in and change my sign.
Sure thing. Iced corn. You're selling iced corn now?
Yep. Had a big bin of leftover popsicle sticks, so I made... nuts. I should have called them cornsicles, huh? Well, too late to change the sign now.
When you say leftover popsicle sticks, you mean...
Leftover from eating the popsicles, yeah.
Right. Iced corn. A frozen ear corn makes a tasty treat if there's literally no other food available.
Sure thing. Here you go. Hope you don't have sensitive teeth.
Let's see. No,
Need a
wait.
barrel of cream. Yeah. Well, something like cream. Something that I can make ice cream out of. Not white paint. I tried that one.
No good?
Nope.
Okay. Is this talk of evil the corn that causes malevolent maze, or the other way around? Or is it all just coincidence? Perhaps we'll never know. Oh well, spear in ear. Cat. A seriously man in a military dress uniform is paced around this area of the maze. Excuse.
10 hot! Name, rank, and serial.
Rabbit Junkins, fair to middling, and 6.
A likely story. How do I know you aren't a spy?
Spy for who? Crows?
You know damn well who I mean. Those dirty blues.
Blues? Are you talking about the Blue Cola Army?
You're damn right I am, and I won't stand for any of their filthy espionage tactics.
Sir, the Cola Wars ended almost a full decade ago.
Oh. Oh yes, that's true. Rumph. Excuse me, something about this place makes it easy to forget. At ease then. You may address me as Colonel Benedetto.
Nice to meet you, Colonel. So, how are things?
By things, I presume you're referring to troop morale.
You have troops here?
Certainly. The milkman and the dentist and the ice cream man and the little girl.
Those people aren't...
Yes, I know they aren't soldiers. I know that. Harumph.
How's their morale?
Well, right now I'd rate it at a 3 out of 10. Terrible. Better than it has been, but not by much. We're in no shape to withstand a blue assault.
How'd you get here?
That information is strictly on the need-to-know basis, soldier. You don't have clearance.
Come on, Colonel. This isn't a military operation.
No, I suppose not. Nevertheless, I'm not at liberty to discuss it. Loose lips sink ships.
What ships?
Rumph.
Nah, whatever. Why don't you just leave?
You think we haven't tried? This maze twists upon itself and warps the senses in ways that make escape impossible.
Oh, I don't seem to have any trouble coming and going.
How did you get here in the first place?
Saw a weird house next to a cornfield and just sort of walked in.
Aha! You weren't banished here. Therefore, the maze has no motivation to keep you here.
Banished.
Rumph! I've said too much already.
Shucks. What about the hobo?
Who, Cornelius? What about him?
Well, it's not like he was banished. Well, it's not like he was banished here, but he didn't have any trouble leaving.
Of course not. The man's a hobo. Their freedom of travel is practically a paranormal ability. Wish we'd had a few during the war. They'd have made excellent scouts. Well, they could be trusted to come back.
Huh. Weird. What's all this weird spiky black corn?
We refer to that as maize.
Right, yeah, of course you do.
Our investigations into its nature have so far proven inconclusive.
You mean incornclusive?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay. Possible with disused, disregarded, and slowly disintegrating toys. How long has this been here? There's a lot of junk in this trunk. What are you looking for in particular? You dig around until you find a teddy bear arm, and then you dig a little deeper to reveal that the arm is attached to an entire bear. A teddy bear, that sweet spot where it's worn out enough to be charming, but not worn out enough to be super creepy. Teeth. After several false alarms, you find some false teeth. The kind with a little wind-up motor for when Grandpa was too tired to chew his food himself. Ew. A pair of dentures with a tight music box mechanism jammed to them. Give it 20 years or so, these will be all the rage.
When Grandpa wants to take him out and go,
Hi there, you a milkman?
Yeah, Milkman Stan, that's me.
How'd you end up in here?
I don't want to talk about that.
Why so glum?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. None of the others will listen to me complain anymore. For starters, it's extremely boring here, and I don't have anything to read except my sign.
Yeah, it does sound pretty bad.
Let me tell you, after a couple times, the twist at the end really loses its thrill.
What?
You know what's even worse than that?
I guess not.
I'm allergic to corn. If I eat even a single kernel, my face swells up like a frog on a bicycle pump.
What have you been eating?
Just the leaves and husks. On the bright side, I bet I've got the cleanest colon in the Tri-County area. And then there's the weather. Can you believe this weather?
Seems fine?
It never changes. Just this gray, slightly chilly nothing, always. I don't understand how the corn even grows here. It never rains.
Wouldn't that be worse if it was raining?
It would be novel, at least.
Well, I guess it's...
And then I have to deal with some cat running around. Got at my bow tie while I was sleeping and totally shredded it. I look like some kind of degenerate.
Gee, that's a shame.
I can't even try to catch it and eat it because I'm also allergic to cat meat. Oh, and there's a crazy dentist who hangs out on the other side of the cornfield who keeps trying to talk to me about calcium. I tried to tell her, lady, I just sell milk. I don't know anything about the chemical properties of calcium in relation to teeth and bones.
She's probably just trying to start a conversation because she's lonely.
Yeah, lonely like a fox. I've seen the way she looks at my teeth.
Well,
And the worst thing. You want to know what the worst thing is?
Sure.
I've got corns. Corns. Like the kind you get on your feet. Little painful wads of callus. Not only are they painful and annoying, I'm just constantly being taunted about how on the nose it is. Anyway, thanks for listening. I don't meet a lot of new people, as you can imagine.
Don't mention it. Will you sell me some milk?
Sure. Don't call me Milkman Stan on account of not selling milk. It's 3,000 meat per barrel.
Are you joking?
It's the only milk in the maze. Geographic monopoly. I have smaller quantities available if you're experiencing a cash shortfall at the moment. They're listed on the sign there.
No milk right now, thank you. A glass of milk. Hold on a minute. That's a very large crow.
Boy, howdy.
Crows are usually very wary around humans. Not because they're high-strung and cowardly, because they're very intelligent. They're also aware of the fact their bones are thin and hollow, and that humans are much bigger than they are. This crow knows what it means for the tables to be turned. It spreads its wings in intimidating display and makes it sound like a rusty garage door had a baby with a burst of radio static. Well, that's outside the realm of possibility. Lots of people will be friends with crows, probably by feeding them. Crows lives in an possibly infinite dimension warp cornfield, though. Looks of him, he's taking full advantage of the situation. There's probably a non-starter, unless you got something that's much better than ordinary corn. I guess not. back away slowly. You! I need milk. Give me a glass of the milk.
Enjoy.
It's supposed to be this beige?
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
What about the special corn?
Spearneer. Dire corn on the dire cob. You jam the evil corn on one of the most ears of evil corn, creating one of the most dangerous objects that has ever existed. Or at least the most dangerous vegetable.
It's like regular corn, but dire.
Oh, I really figured the corn was going to be the thing.
Yeah, me too.
Dire corn on the dire cob. You know, if we can go ahead and smoldering hefty disposable sharpened dire corn on the dire cob, that would be longer, maybe. Hello, cat.
We probably need a saucer of milk to catch the damn cat.
Yes. Saucer of old style milk. You got a small quantity of milk in a saucer in case you need for some kind of mixed up tea party or something.
Here you go, cheapskate.
Shit.
Sheesh.
Oh, barrel of... Yes. I can help you.
Thank you for your patronage. Specifically, the large quantity of meat your patronage involved.
Uh-huh. I found you a barrel of milk.
Milk, eh? Nice. That'll be the nearest thing to cream I've tried yet. Thanks. Let me just change my sign here, and I'll be right back with you.
Sure thing. Creamed ice. Hey, Ike.
Hey there. Want to buy some creamed ice?
Yeah, creamed ice.
Yeah. Turns out there's more to making ice cream than just ice and cream, and I don't have the equipment for it here. But I got pretty close, I think.
Okay.
Here you go. And thanks for all your help. I put it in one of the very few bowls I have left.
I can do a bowl of something that's not entirely dissimilar from ice cream. This is probably as close to his cornfield as going to get to regular ice cream. Found your
Hello
teddy
again,
bear.
mister.
Well, I found a teddy bear, which might be yours.
Oh, yes, that's Mr. Grizzles. Gee, he smells kind of musty. Poor Mr. Grizzles. How long has it been? Thank you so much. This makes me feel a lot better.
Oh, you're welcome. I also saw your cat, I think.
Really? I didn't know he was in here. Poor ghost. I bet he'd find me if I set out a saucer of milk for him.
I just happen to have one.
Oh, thank you. This milk seems a little...
Vintage?
Yeah, well, it's probably fine.
Shit the other down. After a little while, the corn stalks rustle, and the cat you saw before appears with an inquisitive meow.
Oh, Ghost, it is you. I missed you so much. Thanks, mister. I bet I never would have found him without your help.
Ah, you're welcome. New cat!
New cat!
Yes!
The Lord of the Cats.
Let's see.
I like it a lot better now that you helped me out. Hope I can figure out how to get home someday, but until then, this isn't such a bad place. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Woo!
Hello again. Is something the matter?
I have these.
Smart thinking. I always carry a few as backup myself.
Do you want these ones?
Oh no, what I'm looking for is like a whole set of teeth, not Lucy's.
Ah, okay. What do you make of these?
If I'm not mistaken, those teeth belong to a grandfather.
Do you want them? You asked for teeth.
Oh no, what I'm looking for is like a whole set of teeth, not Lucy's.
Oh. I found some teeth for you. Dr. Sarah winds up with teeth and lets him rip.
Clackety, clackety, clackety.
Clackety, 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 clackety.
Oh, look, they're fun. Thank you. That'll be a beautiful addition to my cornfield surgery.
I agree. Can you dentist this for me? Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You know what would really make this feel like a dentist's office? A popcorn machine. Popcorn always makes me think of the movie theater where my dentist used to operate. Plus, it'll make cleanings much more interesting.
I can look out for a popcorn machine, I guess.
Would you mind?
Sure. Let's go over here, I suppose.
Where there is definitely a popcorn machine.
Popcorn machine. You fold the machine up and put it in your pocket. It's one of the folding kinds. If you want to keep moviegoers fed without losing money, you'll have to make some concessions.
One of my favorite gags in Undertale is is Alphys's bed. It's one of those new beds that, when not in use, folds itself up into a very easy to draw cube.
I brought you a popcorn machine.
Well, I've never had a patient quite like you. You brought me a popcorn machine and decorative teeth, and you were so understanding about the accidents I made in your mouth. You've really put a smile on my face. Maybe you should be the dentist.
Ah, shucks.
Look how wet your fingers are already. You'd be a natural.
I'm blushing. Dentist this.
Of course, sure. You know I haven't done this kind of thing since college.
Taking a sterilized needle, one gloved hand. Dr. Sarah sews a couple of teeth into the evidence. Huh. Really clean teeth.
Whew, that was a rush. There you go.
Thanks to you, the evidence is gonna pull through. Thanks? Look for a bow tie.
Aha!
Fine silk bow tie. Oh yeah, there's indeed a bow tie here. Pretty sure bow ties are one size fits all, so the milkman would probably appreciate this. Found a new bow tie for you.
Well, hey, thanks. It's a sharp-looking piece of finery. Makes me feel a little better. In fact, I think I'll celebrate by lowering my prices a little.
God damn it! Well, it's not like I'm gonna go ahead and get it back anyway. Oh,
Run-at-nat-nat-nat-nat.
Don't look all that happy.
Well, now that I've got this nice bow tie, it just reminds me of how snappy I used to look before my hat got all dirty.
I see.
You seem to be able to move in and out of this nightmare labyrinth freely for some reason. Any chance you would want to take my hat to be laundered?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Here. Please don't show this to anyone else. It's very embarrassing to my professional sensibilities.
The secret is that it's a hat. Look, not every secret has to be some kind of earth-shattering revelation.
Is there a laundry machine in the pile of crap over there?
Yeah, let's take a look. There could be a big old pile of shit over here. There's a washing machine. There you go. Use the belt grease, remove the other kinds of grease from the hat. We've got a clean hat.
Ooh.
I know, right? So exotic. I cleaned your hat.
Oh, wow. Practically good as new. Thanks. This definitely calls for a celebration. Have some milk.
On the house?
No, but somewhat less off the house than it was before. The mo you know. What's 6,000 or like 5,000 meet between friends?
You're right. The lady at the store does indeed need a milks. Everyone in here is happy. That must piss off the eldritch entities through here. Yeah, it made people smile. Go fuck yourselves.
Did we already buy another glass of milk for what's her nuts at the store?
Yeah, we got that. Glass of old style milk.
Okay. Did we talk to the colonel again?
Yeah, let's talk to the colonel now. He'll probably be happy.
Well, that, and we gotta find out what the fuck the crow wants.
How's the morale among the troops?
Ooh. Achievement get.
Oh, damn.
Well, right now I'd rate it a 10 out of 10. And by gum, that's better than I've ever seen them. I've received field reports that this is your doing, soldier. I think you've earned yourself a promotion.
Gosh. The colonel pulls out a pair of fancy military epaulets and hands them to you with a snappy salute. Shit, you sit to your shoulder like a little angel, little devil. Each of you whispering, each of which is whispering that you should set stuff on fire. How about that, bird? Well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
All right.
Let's think about what crows want.
Yeah, they like shiny things, and said something other than regular corn, which turned out not to be the eldritch, the dire corn, but and it didn't look like we could get popcorn from the dentist's popcorn machine, which would have been my other guess. Or kettle corn, which no creature on Earth can resist. Seebs? That one is a noodle scratcher. No, we have iced corn, and it didn't seem to want that.
Hey, Mangrove. I'll tell you what, we got some... Why am I using my controller? That's so weird. Hey, you want to completely learn a new controller setup?
Yeah,
now?
right now.
I'll tell you what we can do. Let's go. Yes, hit me.
You go to Jardware's Hardware. That's what we can do.
Oh, we could go to Jardware's Hardware. All our Jardware hardware needs. I'll buy one of these to feel better.
Yes. If I ever met a man who knew what crows liked, it was old Jardware.
You hear a banging noise hissing coming from off a nearby alley, and hesitantly check it out. It's probably fine. It's probably just one of those times where a cat jumps at you and runs away, right? Unfortunately, when it jumps to you, it's two of a spooky shadow imp she saw at SIT before. They hiss and cackle at you and do an unpleasant little dance. I figured the least we can do is just go ahead and just talk to the new hobos we unlocked. So we unlocked like fucking 6 or something.
Yeah, we did find a few. Maybe his Nebs will have more to say to us now that we've bolstered his numbers a bit.
How much more must you need?
His army grows. His plan to take over Hoboken.
In the most ironic takeover anyone has ever seen.
Not to get too topical or anything, but I was pondering the irony that the present unpleasantness in Ohio made it somewhat tasteless to, joke about as much. So we can't even have the can't have shit in Ohio jokes now.
Hello, sheep. Still dressed as a sheep for some reason. Hi, Beatrice.
Oh, hey. Thanks for the tip. This place is great.
Why are you still dressed as a sheep?
Well, firstly, because I came to the realization that not only have I really gotten used to being a sheep, I've actually come to like it. Just feels right, you know?
Okay, what's the secondly?
Stock zipper.
Ah. Clyde Mossman. Cornelius.
Oh, hi. Thanks for the tip about this place. Everyone's been really appreciative about my corn and cooking skills. Guess I was being selfish before. It does feel good to share and help folks out.
Oh, that's great. You've been doing a lot of cooking?
Yep. Making a lot of cornmeals.
Out of...
Cornmeal.
Uh-huh.
Anything I can do for you?
So what's cooking?
I tried a few different things, but everyone liked my cornbread best, so mainly just cornbread. Here, let me cut you a piece. Thanks for helping me out.
Ooh, HP regen.
Ooh.
Cornbread is so delicious, I can't even make a joke about it. I just want some cornbread. Some more cornbread?
You bet. Although since you ain't strictly speaking a hobo, I need to charge you a little bit for the ingredients. We got plenty of corn, but the lard and salt and so are in short supply around here.
Oh, that's fair. 2 breads.
No. The reason we have the walking farts, Desi, is because we're wearing our steam pants.
Steam pants.
Ah.
Ah. Hi again.
Hi. Thanks for helping me before. Since Cornelius arrived, I finally have the ingredients to make proper drinkable moonshine. Well, I say drinkable, but honestly, you really shouldn't unless your liver is accustomed to this sort of stuff. Made a whole batch just for you. Pay you back for the hat. Maybe you could use it as engine fuel or a bomb or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. A big bar of Caladia's special corn hooch. Hooch being the sound it makes when you light it on fire and throw it at someone. Wow, thanks. What's more of that moonshine?
Sure. I'd love to give it to you for free, but you need to be careful about supplies around here. 20 meat for a glass, okay?
Yeah, shot of moonshine. extreme fire. It annoys me that it's still there, so I'm buying it. Yes, I know I have to, but I don't care. Let's see, it was you. It's Crucius Vanderbilt.
Ah, Rabbit. Good to see you again.
Hey, Crucius, how are things going here?
Quite well. I believe I'll be able to fund some important projects for letters here, and for His Majesty.
Nice.
Society may look down upon us hobos, but nobody turns their nose up at gold, except people who have a very rare and unusual allergy to the smell of gold.
That is true. So about those secret plans.
Rabbit, you have been extraordinarily helpful. With your aid, the population of this camp has grown enormously. I believe I can trust you enough to reveal my full plan to you.
Ooh, what is it?
I am reliably informed that there is a small, sparsely inhabited island in the Eastern Ocean that is somehow unaffected by the passage of time. My intention is to gather as many hobos as possible and sail there to establish a marvelous, sparkling city of total freedom, unimpeded by this country's laws and social mores. And I shall name that city Hobopolis.
That sounds fantastic.
And thanks to you, I believe I have enough people to make this fantasy a reality. I am in your debt, Rabbit. I cannot imagine there are many more hobos out there that would join our cause, but please locate them if you can.
Oh, I'm on it.
Glory to Hobopolis.
Glory to Hobopolis. Milk.
Just give him the milk, Josh.
Milk.
Oh, darling, I knew I could count on you. Let me give you your reward.
She stands and blinks a slow kiss on your cheek, then chuckles as you feel yourself start to blush.
Now I could really use a drink.
What about the milk?
Oh, I mean a real drink. The milk is for later. Thanks again, sweetheart.
Ah, it was nothing.
You get my paperweight back from McMilligan Cunningham yet?
Ah! Why'd you say it like that?
No reason.
Oh! I got it right here.
Ah, good.
Ah! She slides the paper right onto her right hand and smacks against her left palm a couple of times.
Miss that feeling. Thanks.
Oh my God. Yes.
Ah, McMilligan Cuddy and Sons.
Oh yeah, we can go to the feed store and see if there's something to feed the crow with.
Ah, Sneed's Feeding Seed, formerly Chuck's.
The sign says back in an hour. Somebody scrolled yeah right and a thick layer of dust on the counter. Judging by your driving gloves and driving goggles, you're looking into driving and or driving related fashion accessories.
Hey there, how's it going? Name's Farina.
Hi, I'm Rabbit. Nice goggles.
Thanks. Did you cop a gander at my sweet breezer out front?
The car? I was wondering why I was tied to a hitching post.
A lot of horsepower in that, baby. I gotta keep her under control.
Yeah, I get it.
Say, word is you're pretty handy in a problem-solving kind of way. Think you can help me out with a little something?
What kind of something?
See, my buggy's a real dynamo, but once you taste that kind of power, you're always yearning for more, am I right?
You want something to make it faster? I don't know a whole lot about cars. Lies.
No worries, I'm not looking for advice. I already got my peepers set on a particular goal. There's an old Ford factory compound not far from here. Before they shut down a while back, they was working on a new kind of engine, one made of beans.
Beans? Are you serious?
As the day is long, I wouldn't have believed it either, but I saw a test run of one of the prototypes. Man, it ran like lightning. Right up till it exploded, anyway. Word is they fixed that problem, though. Just had to switch to a different kind of beans. And that final pre-production engine should still be in the factory. Just need someone to go snaffle for me.
Now I'll do it.
Great. I knew you was the right guy. Let me mark the place on your map for you. As far as I know, the factory has been abandoned for months. So it ought to be a lead pipe cinch. Just grab the engine and go.
No problem. How's the chess game going?
Too easy, honestly. Grover's too cautious. You want to know the secret to chess?
Sure.
Control the middle, make everyone else get out of your way. Just like driving. And now I think about it, life. Wendell refused to ride with her till he invented the airbag.
Yeah, I see. Hi there, I'm Rabbit.
How do? Pixley's the name. Grover Pixley. Say, this might be a real fortuitous encounter. You got a minute to help an old man with something?
If it's a chess thing, I'm afraid I'm not your guy. What do you need help with?
I need a bag of fertilizer. I came in here a week ago or so to pick one up, but I completely forgot they don't sell it here. So I've been playing chess with Farina instead.
You've been playing chess for a week?
Well, you know how it goes with games. Just one more round, you say, and the next time you look at your clock, it seems like it must be lying to you. Does a slow head turn to the camera to just stare at the streamer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I've been meaning to go to Grode Valley Orchard and see if they've got any fertilizer to spare. You happen to find yourself out that way, you could do me a real favor.
I'll go.
Great. Much obliged. Here, let me write down some directions to the place for you.
Grode Valley Orchard.
One sack of fertilizer will be plenty for my purposes. Can't imagine that they couldn't spare that much.
I'm on my way.
What are you doing? Don't you know at this very minute Mars is at its closest, is the closest it's been in opposition to Earth for a century?
I studied at SIT under, actually never learned my teacher's name.
Almost every transmitter in the world has stopped broadcasting for 60 seconds in case any Martian signals squeak through the radio.
And have they?
I don't know, you changed the station.
Oh, sorry.
Don't sweat it. Mars was never my favorite planet anyway. Too much silica. The name's Oskaloosa. Oskaloosa Barnhill. Yes, that's right. My middle name is also Oskaloosa. Heard you helped out my friend Wendell. You looking for any more work by chance?
Seems I'm always looking for work.
That's so. How'd you like to go to outer space, kid?
Sure would.
Yeah, me too. The closest you and I are going to come to space, I think. There's a little piece of it inside Amon Mulross's place.
A little what, like a meteorite?
Exactly that. Genuine chunk of the cosmos. Landed right in Amon's lap, and between you and me, that's not right. Only thing emptier than outer space is that man's head. A meteorite. Even just a little piece of it. Ought to be in the hands of someone who will appreciate it. Take care of it. Understand me?
Yeah, you want me to steal a meteorite?
Which ought to be a piece of cake. Because just the other day, the whole Mulross family mysteriously disappeared.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so you'd be able to just waltz on in there.
Okay, was that you're playing with?
Puzzle box. And a real tricksy pig of a puzzle, too.
Maybe I could solve it for you.
But then I won't have solved it. And they'll know what type of lock to put on my cell. I'm gonna marry. Someday I'm gonna marry that girl.
Oh my god. You Come on, guys, created with a makeshift roadside stand and a hat 2 sizes too big.
Hi, mister. Want to buy a brownie hat?
Why did Brian need a hat? I guess we see a little beret and a croissant, but...
No, not the eating kind of brownies. I mean the little elf guys from fairy tales. You know, the ones that fix shoes and sleep with your wife.
What kind of fairy tales you reading?
Real old ones.
I'm very confused.
I mean, I'm just assuming they're brownies. Little elf-looking guys, anyway. They build little villages and hollow trees and stuff. Found an abandoned one the other day and looted a bunch of little hats from it. Want to buy one? Only 99 meat. And all the proceeds go to charity.
What charity?
Me.
Hell no, thank you for raiding. Burn off Von Faith 100 bits. Hey man, hope you're having fun. I am. Game was called off tonight, just so you know. I know now. Well, why don't you sit down? We can just go ahead and just hang out a little bit. Give me the green one. I want to be Link.
Aren't they? I was gonna say, aren't these already hats we have from raiding the fuck out of the Pukwudgie village?
Yes, but now we have more.
Now we have 2 green hats.
2 green hats. You can put them on a fine lady, be the finest nipple tassels you ever had in your life.
I don't rightly know what to say to that.
Ooh! Ooh!
Oh, of course it was cornbread. Who the fuck doesn't want cornbread?
Exactly. Even birds want cornbread. You toss a square of cornbread at a giant crow, who snaps out of the air and swallows a hole. His eyes go wide, does the static little dance for a moment. Then plucks a large feather from his wing, tosses it towards you, and flies away with a loud caw. Giant crow feather, as black as pitch, as shiny as gold, as big as a tennis racket, and as light as itself. A massive can of cocktail onions is a sole occupant of his old
Diverticulum. Now that's a $5 word.
Historians are baffled by what possible consequence of nonsense could have resulted in this being a thing. Well, okay.
You're back, baby. Great. Can't wait to start making martinis for people who are bad at choosing the good kind of martini.
Me too. Oh, but that does give HP regeneration. Hot damn.
Tequila and cola with a cocktail on you. Coming right up.
That sounds so fucking foul.
Ugh.
Oh.
Well, at least it wasn't tequila and motor oil. Which was also an option.
This stream is going A-okay, buddy. Thank you so much. You lurk along. Yeah, birds love cornbread, man.
Fuck, now I want cornbread too.
Fuck, no, I want cornbread too. Want to take a break and get cornbread?
I don't know if there's a cornbread delivery service near me.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I need to scratch my head. It's like a 5-minute drive. I could do that, right? I could do that for cornbread.
Just hang up a sign. Yeah, just hang up a sign. Stream called on account of cornbread.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
One of them, they're gone fishing signs, but just gone corning. We'll be right back, everybody.
I need my driving key. We'll be right back in 10 minutes.
I'm afraid there is no way out of the lodge.
Cornbread. We're back in it with the cornbread. Oh shit, there was a raid that happened 5 minutes ago. Hey, bro, man, what's up, buddy?
Did you successfully acquire cornbread?
Yeah, I did a Tokyo drift out of did a country alley.
Nice. I had to settle for sesame bread.
Oh, ain't bad. Ain't bad. I'll tell you what, that doesn't suck.
Cornbread. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that shit. Whew. Fancy feast. All right, there we go. And we're back. All right, we're going to the... What do you want to go to? The Mulross House, the Ford compound of a Great Valley Orchard.
We all know what's important in life. And it's cornbread.
Oh, absolutely. This stream is brought to you by cornbread.
This stream is sponsored by the letter C. For cornbread. I'm curious about that bean motor.
Let's go
to the Ford compound.
To the Ford compound we sally forth. Look out, a terrifying bull is sickly crude on coming down the hill at terrifyingly low speed. If you don't get out of the way in the next 3 or 4 hours, you're truck food.
Walk away slowly.
Ooh, you sidestepped a big dog and decided to watch it carry on its path for another several hours.
So stupid.
God, I love this game. With 100 bits, praise be the tentacle creator of the bread of the corn. Wesley Joyride and the half a piece of cornbread.
This place looks like it's been attacked. And it has, by the economy.
With some loving care, this place could look like a pile of shit. Oh my god, cornbread.
What?
Was that my hubris for taking 10 minutes on a break to get cornbread? Oh, hey, what's up, bro, man? How you doing, buddy?
That would be hilariously appropriate. You take a 15-minute break for fucking cornbread, you come back, and the game just smites you with lightning, like, we know what you did! You got the cornbread ending.
The cornbread. Bean storm. A tumultuous bean... oh, it actually is called a bean storm. Holy shit. It's preventing access to this bunkhouse. You should probably find somebody who knows more about beans than you and ask him how to deal with this. Rows and rows of soybeans. Festering pile of decomposing soybeans. This car smells unbelievably bad. Some kind of bean monstrosities are blocking your path. Breakthrough remote shot here. Frantic shushing sounds inside. Is someone there?
Oh, hey, a person.
Yep, that's me.
Please, you gotta let us out of here. We've been trapped for ages with nothing but beans.
Wow. Okay, where's the key?
Actually, we welded the lock shut, so the bean monsters couldn't get us. You'll need a Jenkins head screwdriver to take the hinges off.
Oh, what kind of screwdriver?
Jenkins. It's sort of an X shape. One of our mechanics invented it, and he just got the patent this year.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, some guy in Oregon named Philip was super mad. Anyway, there should be one in the bunkhouse.
So ends my cornbread shenanigans. Alright, I'll go look. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta go ahead and find someone who knows something about beans.
Still Beats coming back from a 5-minute break, only to realize Chad has pulled together money to mail you a ludicrous number of eggs.
Don't do that on eggs. Eggs are expensive anymore.
Yeah, I'd be looking at recipes these days like 4 eggs in this economy.
I hate it. I know somebody might know something about beans. Hey Rufus, you had a brother who was a bean wizard.
Sitting there making life-changing fucking decisions about how bad do I need this cake. Oh, hello again. I'm still working on refining the glue. This stuff is foul. Thanks again for all your assistance. I really appreciate it.
That would help. Good luck finding your brother. Do anything about bean magic?
Oh, sure. It was popular out north a few years back. Then they discovered that a certain frequency of sound made it stop working entirely. So nobody really uses it anymore.
I don't suppose you have some kind of weird science device that generates that frequency, do you?
Just so happens that a plastic whistle that they gave away in cereal boxes a few years ago generates exactly that tone. I think I might have one around here somewhere. Yeah, here you go.
5,700 hertz, the frequency at which beans stop working. Thanks. And that's why there's no bean slingers in this game.
Lore!
The dumbest lore.
Dumbest lore. Dumbest lore. Dumbest lore. Dumbest lore.
Unstoppable of terrifying demons.
Thou may think our countenance is quite devilish, sirrah, but be assured, our band are lovers, not fighters, lovers of the theater. Yea, we are an acting troupe, trying to make a name for ourselves in thy realm. An expensive endeavor, alas. We find ourselves in need of vulgar coin. Verily, so pay up before we pound thee.
You hand over the meat.
Sirrah, we thank thee. Yea, with this seed capital, we shall finally be able to stage the 11th night. It's a prequel!
Break a leg with on my money and die on it. And tumultuous bean storms vending access to this bunkhouse. Dispel the beans. You blow the bean storm goes in an instant. Maybe a screwdriver's hidden inside these disgusting, dirty boots. Nope. Nope.
Oh no, a pair of unattended boots. I'd better check if there's a screwdriver in them. No, nothing.
Like you just grab it by the middle of the boot and just full snuffleupagus in there. Just,
Yep.
Oh! Maybe the screwdriver's hidden inside this broken soda machine. Nope, zilch. Maybe somebody dropped the screwdriver in the sink. No luck. Maybe under the rug. Nope. Nope. Under the chair. Nope. In the sink again. Nope. Not on the table. Nope. Nope. No screwdriver here. Aha! Taped to the underside of the bunk.
We need a Blue's Clues or Dora the Explorer style mascot just staring blankly at us from the middle of the screen and be like, can you find the screwdriver?
Where is the screwdriver? Como está, screwdriver? Blackfoot Fair, thank you for the 1,337 bits! Okay, that made me smile. And it made me smile, too. There's some kind of bean monstrosity you're blocking your path. Yeah? No. How about this? That's a whole bean person. No. A crescent wand. A magical wrench made to twist the fabric of reality, or at least the parts of the fabric of reality of are 32 millimeters in diameter.
Yeah, that is an amazing whistle.
I love machines, it's a part of me. Yes. Oh, it is time. Where are you? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Fuck it.
And a whetstone.
Where's my whetstone? Yeah, there we go.
That fucking whistle. Just high pitched enough not to blend with my actual tinnitus.
Wow! Yeah, it's really hard to read the tiny writing. It says, "Declare from Henry, may your bond be thicker than blood," which is pretty creepy. Also has wood familial implications. Like, maybe Henry didn't think this out very carefully. Oh, yeah. Quilt square fuse. NFC directive.
Today, on Spaz's Pedantry Corner, we're going to be discussing the phrase blood is thicker than water and how it means the opposite of what everyone thinks it means because people get it wrong. It's actually lifted from the phrase the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which means, people usually say, blood is thicker than water to mean like stick by your family, when the original phrase means the opposite, that, your found family, the people that you choose to have in your life, are more meaningful than people who you were just fucking born related to.
You didn't think you were going to come out of this smarter than you were, huh?
Yeah, we're earning that educational tag.
If they still had tags.
They do.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh.
They have custom tags now.
Dude, I've been
Do you not have them?
I'm going to tell you what, I've been doing this for many a year, and I am still really bad at not knowing these things.
Yeah, you can have up to like 10 custom tags that you can make just whatever you want as long as they're within TOS. You could have your stream tag fucking Rabbitastic.
Oh, hot damn. Some kind of complicated Zilla might be an engine? Souped up engine. It's the only thing you've got seen around here. It's a reasonable gamble. This is what Farina's looking for. It's a Legalith. A column of petrified beans. You explore the nuances of what it means to be stone beans. Ford factory key. Small key.
Aha! The tackle box.
You unlock the vine cabinet with a little key you found on the desk. That must be the easiest puzzle in any adventure game ever. This plaque is for the factory's 1909 Employee of the Year. That's me. No, it isn't!
You were 6 years old!
He's just had it now. You unscrew the hinges and pull the door out of this frame. A truly unexpected number of employees fled out of the break and run away. One of them waves and gives you a thumbs up on his way out the building. The room smells about how do you expect after a bunch of people have been trapped for days with nothing to eat but beans. So you prop the door back up with the entryway as a sort of cork. Take deep breath as you break room as fast as you can. Loose fist bean. The fist of a bean man will get the best of a mean man. Phase bean. This is the average of a soybean and 0 soybeans. But along an axis, it doesn't make it just mean half a soybean. Rotting soybean. Hello, nastiness in the soybean is high enough that there must be some way to put it to productive use. God wouldn't make a bean so gross that even he couldn't smear it on something. Beamed up.
If God crafts a bean so foul even he cannot eat it, does that make him strong or weak?
Oh, that's a great question. None of us know the answer to this. Good night, strange Liz. Alright, so we're at the Ford compound. To the Grode Valley Orchard. Huh.
Hi, I'm Maggie. Welcome to Grode Valley Orchard, I guess.
Hi. I'm Rabbit. You seem to have kind of a worm problem.
Yeah, I'm pretty conflicted about it. On the one hand, I'm an anti-capitalist. On the other hand, those worms are really bad for business.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Can I buy some cherries?
It's not cherry season.
When's cherry season?
Who's to say? What season is it now, even?
I think it's canonically October.
Definitely not cherry season, then.
You said you're an anti-capitalist?
Yeah, I guess.
You don't sound particularly enthused.
Well, it's not a very good year for that field of counterculture. The Wobblies had a huge schism 4 years ago. Anarchism is super unpopular right now, and I'm almost 40 years too early to be a hippie. I guess if I hold out for 25 years or so, I can be a beatnik. I don't really like poetry that doesn't rhyme.
Gosh, that is rough. Can you spare fertilizer?
What do you need fertilizer for?
Well, it's not for me. It's for a guy, you know.
You don't have to be cagey about it. It's just fertilizer. It's not drugs or pornography or anything.
What? No, honestly, for someone else.
Uh-huh. Well, I do have plenty. Could give you some in exchange for helping out with those worms.
I figured that'd be the deal, yeah. I'll do it.
Great. I'll unlock the basement. Worms tunneled into it, so you should be able to follow the tunnels to their nest.
Your produce stand has a basement? It doesn't even have a roof.
The guy who built it was really into basements. Roofs, not so much. I didn't have the heart to insist.
Jesus Christ. Where is it?
Behind this pile of cinder blocks. Help me move them out of the way so you can see it.
The two of you shit the pile of cinder blocks, and Maggie unlocks the trapdoor.
There you go. By the way, watch out for Maraschino down there.
Where's Maraschino?
Our cat. Cat!
Cat!
She's our last line of defense against the worms. Kind of also our first line.
Not very effective.
It's hard to explain communal labor practices to a cat.
Let's get to worming.
Boy, is it ever.
Somebody attached a very small, very bad house to this truck. No, there's no way that house contains anything of any use to a non-hippie. Bunch of bags of fertilizer. More than anyone could use in a lifetime, assuming they only need a bag every 4 or 5 years. This worm tunnel looks big enough for you to crawl through. Do that. This tunnel is caught as a nasty smelling growed worm offal. We'll convince some growed worms to go somewhere else. You smell like the horrible things you've been touching. You should try touching some less horrible things. Ooh, more asbestos. Worm gear. A worm gear by the looks of things.
Yellowed. I am the worm.
Die. The worm. Alive enough Spelunker could squeeze through this opening. That's me. Some growed worms are in their way. Get away. Side caves. Little pile of worm egg casings. Mess with them. You fiddle with the egg bits, so your hands are coated in smelly worm fluids. Fragrant growed worm solutions. Get out of here. It would be the work of a moment to plunge through the whole lubricated with worm goo.
Do that, then.
You're not sure what this is, but it reeks of worm flesh. Emerges some nasty goo. Do the goo. Hooray! Goo for everyone!
Only the stank nastiest of goo.
Distressingly large bore wormhole. Oh jeez, this is a very large worm. Even I was making it to be this big.
What?
Hi, robot. Well, let's wrench it out. Yep. Looking like a big old wrenching.
Rabbit, you're making probate cry.
I have wrenched thee. He won, but giant worm shrieks and retreats to its burrow. Your rumbling sounds throughout the caverns, the rest of the worms follow its lead. Well, he's got enough loose skin for you to quickly make a pair of boots out of. Do you know that in each pair of these, one is female and the other is male? No. No, I didn't know that. A massive pile of cast-off worm skin. This is awful. A worm pellet. No way are you falling it down that hole. Riches below. You dig through the pile of rocks and save the aforementioned riches for yourself.
Hey, that'll be worth some portion of our 6,000 squandered meat.
Squandered, I say. Sneaky growed worm. Slimy growed worm. Rune Walker. Thank you very much for subscribing to Prime. Well. Gaze upon this awful thing.
Behold this thing I found.
Behold this. He turned into a wheel. A wheel. A wheel of worms.
A ringworm.
Yeah, that's what it is. Fuck it, I hate that's what it is. Worm squeezings. Worm oil. If nobody likes you, everyone hates you because they're using this instead of olive oil. Worm skin hat band. It's not really a hat band. It's a worm corpse that could see exactly the same size and shape as one. Hooray! Goo for everyone!
To the goo. Still ain't found that worm gear. Did we talk to Maraschino?
Oh. She must not like the horrible worm stench you acquired. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dang it.
Let me wash myself of this. Which is down here. Yes. Ah. Maraschino's disdain for bad smells is rubbed off on you. New cat unlocked.
That is an objectively good name for a cat.
The Worm Cave.
One of the most heinous things I've ever heard of is maraschino cherries on pizza.
No. A worm gear. It's a gear. A worm gear. How apropos. Apropos, yes, I know.
I was this close to... I was biting my tongue not to jump in and be like, actually...
I could feel it. I could feel it through the fucking Discord call. This is busily producing low-frequency thumps.
Ah, must be the machine what keeps the worms away.
I dealt with the worms.
I noticed. Help yourself to the fertilizer down there if you didn't already. Here, let me throw in a little bonus. We experimented with preserving our cherries in jars, but nobody bought them. Probably because nobody wanted 5 gallons of them all at once.
Slightly more maraschino cherries than were recently found in Lenin's colon. Wow. Huh. Maraschino cherries?
Yeah, we named them after the cat.
You should name everything after the cat. You know, it's a little weird. I got through this whole deal without ever referencing the Cherry Orchard by Anton Chekhov.
Well, I guess. I never read it, though.
Yeah, me neither. Give 240 pounds of fertilizer. Now, you might be asking yourself, why would anybody need 240 pounds of fertilizer? But don't worry your pretty little head, baby. Found some cherries.
Nice. These'll be the cherry on top.
Fancy. Yes. Ooh, yes.
Tequila and cola with a cherry. Coming right up.
Fancy.
Why, that almost sounds drinkable.
It nearly does.
So as I was saying about my pets, my birds are named after pastries, all because the neighbor came across the neighbor across the street Hey, my quail donut. Oh God, have I told you about the one crazy uncle I always talk about?
Yes.
He at one point had an obscene number of cockatiels. He got he started out with three of them. There were like two males and a female, and then they had a whole what the fuck do you call a collective? What's the collective noun for laying a bunch of eggs for cockatiels? Not litter, but
A clutch of eggs?
yeah, something something to that effect. And so, because they were Gen 2 of the cockatiels, he named them all after bridge officers from Star Trek: The Next Generation. And
All right.
in a far too perfect bit of poetic justice, the one that the cat ended up murdering was Worf.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Unless repossession from a bank. They apparently already taken the mail box. Strange looking telescope. A worried man. An astronomer perhaps? With hands inside a weird telescope.
Best not tarry here, civilian, if you care for your safety. Before you lies a horror house.
What's a horror house?
A surveyor's term. Forgive me. A horror house is like a haunted house, only real.
Haunted houses are real.
In all my life, I've never surveyed one.
You'll just have to trust me on this one. What makes this a horror house?
The house there belongs to a farming family, the Mulross clan. I should say belonged, because they've vanished. And I should have also said doesn't belong, because that house belongs to the bank. I speak of Jessup and Paddington Nash, who have commissioned me to assess the value of the house for its resale at auction.
You know who's close to Barnhill?
No, I don't believe I've surveyed her.
What's wrong with this house?
I'd say the problems with this house began when a meteor from outer space smashed through the roof.
You see how that might be an issue, sure?
3 months later, the Mulross clan fled by night and, I presume, by car. They ran off with no regard for their mortgage. Can you imagine? So heartless to care so little for the bank's bottom line like that.
Uh-huh.
I was thus sent to assess the value of the Mulross property for the bank, only I'm spooked.
You told me you're surveying the house.
Ugh. Listen, I entered the surveyor's seminary to avoid the horrors of war, and here they are right on my doorstep, which is that literal doorstep. I've surveyed every state of this great land, and never have I seen things so frightening and mixed up as the abnormalities in that house. I can make no sense of it.
What abnormalities?
Just, things. Mixed up things.
Can you be more specific?
No, I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, it sounds like color out of space. Why don't I take a look?
I don't think you have the eyes of a surveyor.
No, but on the other hand, I'm not too scared to go into a house.
I guess it wouldn't do any harm to me. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you the house key, and if, somehow, you can fix whatever's going on enough for me to carry out my work, you can have 10% of whatever my valuation happens to be. Fair?
Sure, I'll take a look at the house.
Grand stuff. Good luck. And for your own safety, don't look too closely at anything. You're not a trained surveyor.
How'd the Moros family vanish?
I can't say. Wasn't there to survey it.
Well, sounds like a fun time. Bye.
Survey you soon.
This bank has rightly repossessed the Wells rope and is probably working on the rest. Hey, a stack of something. A noodle. The proverbial noodle in a haystack. Curious to be the rest of the region? Sure, they not.
This stream is over.
As you enter the backyard, the surveyor speaks up from behind you.
Sorry, it's against surveyor code to enter a backyard without permission. You'll need to go through the front door.
That's ridiculous.
I don't make the rules. I'm just a stickler for them.
Fine, whatever. The boxes are empty, but the bank wants them just the same. I cute lingerie. It's adorable. Huh? 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 Okay.
No.
Okay. He left the door and then tossed the key back to the surveyor. What in the world? A bronze plaque on the table described Mail Ross. In the top drawer, we find a large stack of orders from More Ross Produce impaled on a spike and a collection of handwritten letters inquiring if a house is for sale, also impaled on a spike. A note from Nabby More Ross to order some more spikes for mail. I see.
Hmm. Is that a pot of spilled chili?
Spilled chowder.
Hmm.
Quite a fine piece of furniture. The firm has been doing quite well before its ruination by meteor and subsequent abandonment. That's an ear of corn. The full corn man must be enormous. Each of us is a chess piece on the board if you think about it. Yes. Which are you? Tall and pointy. The game near his end is not over, and the fate of a tall and pointy is yet to be written. An odd location and even auto rotation for a refrigerator. John Gug of bitters. I think it's your master jug of bitters. Bitters don't need to be kept cold, so it's a lucky thing this refrigerator is not working. Don't worry about the dimensional doorway in the middle of the room. It's a conversation piece. A lamp bulb working in the room. The overalls has been vanished with the mole rosses. Turn it off. Turn it on. Shit.
This is corn-fusing.
Whoop! Shit. Shit.
Maybe they work differently with the lights out? Nope. Well, at least that one doesn't.
The wormhole swallows all the light in the room. Will break the light. Farm home, sweet farm home. If it's the bank's house, the bank can do the dishes. A telegraph machine's upside down. Could be on a Australian model. There's a new telegram. Ammon, do not abandon house. Stop. Stay on the property ladder. Stop. This direct order from your papa. Stop. AKA the main Mole Ross. Shit. Curiously colossal cabbages, grotesquely giant garlic, and an enormous egg. These wormholes made a real dog dinner of a dog's dinner. Empty. Perhaps a dog has been sent to live at a bank upstate. A pot that we've had a pig's in. Say hello. Hello, sir.
Snarf.
Looking at the back of the house, the fourth wall, you might say, you can see that it's broken. You can see signs of where a big gap's been covered over with new siding. Paint the fences. The picket you painted.
Ah, got permission to enter the backyard, I see. Boy.
Oh, it might be convenient to have a shortcut to the kitchen. Taking it has ruined your appetite. Throw it a rock. Well, okay.
Made us feel better. That's the important thing.
Huh.
Welly, welly, well.
Little Honus Molros. It said to start out a balloon to enormous proportion. It's too large to extract from a knapsack. Huh. Where'd you go, Molros family? Despite the disarray, this really is magnificent foyer, designed, if you're not mistaken, the style of architect David S. Foyer. Someone has written the name and telephone of a local dog pound, but someone else has crossed that last part out and put dad pound. Dad pound. That's probably not a real place. It is, call it. The seer falls apart in your hand, and with it, your host seeking to do a dad pound. This probably isn't good for the value of the house. Nobody is speaking to a dog pound today.
I was expecting a joke about how dialing the dad pound got you the drunk tank at the local police station.
Quite unusual pet frame. Shut up. That door's locked. A ladder just out of reach. Any man's reach should exceed his grasp, but that's not helpful advice when it comes to ladders. Damn, the ladder's just too high up. Guys, you double jump, but no. No, it's never been done. It can't be done. Double jump. Terrific! The vibrations cause your double landing to loosen the ladder from its restraints.
God damn it.
Where does this go? Primary bedroom.
What?
All desk drawers disappeared along with the mole rosses. All the drawers but one. Place spirit made what appears to have been an unfinished letter to a men's magazine. Dear editor, I write to inquire what advice you possess on maintaining a healthy marriage when the dog is too big. The dog is becoming larger by the day, which may require us to relinquish some marital bedroom so that the hound might have a home appropriate to its size. My wife considers this suggestion very strange and bet it ends there. Yeah, the music box. And then he stops playing. Spooky. You got a spooky music box. A spooky music box from a spooky house. This is the meteorite. The source of all this wormhole trouble. That's not it too close. You don't have time to get caught in an infinite loop of falling between two wormholes. The sheer suction generated by this perpetual wormhole loop would rip your hand off in a second. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. I'm strong. Hand injury. You were right. Your hand is not literally ripped off, just maimed. Consider it a moral victory, although you still don't have a meteorite. Throw a rock at it. This must be the wormhole. There's a rock in there now, too. Shoot it with a gun. Grab the rock. You don't need a rock. Okay, but do it though. Another hand injury. You're into your other hand. It's making things even harder to handle. Well, it's worth a try. This is so fucking stupid.
If the dad pound number was the milk and cigarette store or the local night caller house.
We forgot their large collection of attic plates.
Here's a math problem for you, Chad. If the store is 5 miles away, my dad walks at an average speed of 2.4 miles an hour. Why didn't he fucking come back?
A notice pinned directly above the crate. Bringing attention to anyone using the crate. Gardner, after your chores today, lock the bathroom door and melt down the key in the kitchen. It's unconscionable to me that any man but a mole rock should call this glorious house his home. 3 months ago, a meteorite struck this farmhouse, at which resided Ammon and Nabby Mulroth, her sons Gardner and Lil Hannes, and the family dog Clifford. The Mulroths' business greatly prospered immediately following this episode. A rope has access to Armor's codable drawers. Untie the rope. It's off! You gotta length the rope. Now what kind of man could a farm boy have been hiding in the most secret places of an armoire? Once ubiquitous, the basic rope found a fashion this century in favor of more modern tools, like zips and electrocardiograms. Aha! The farm boy to whom the armoire belongs has used the top drawer to stash his most shameful possessions, magazines on urban planning. The magazines make fascinating reading. You will never plan a city the same way again. Search it. Ride of Cameron, agent. Best rates for house. Read another. Toby Goose, broker. Sell your property today. Herbert Hoop, no fancy real estate agent, just a common sense man. Abandon your house. Close the shutters. Looking for a key in the door? The key is not in the door, but at least now you know it for certain. The investigation continues. The dragnet is tightening.
If we need that 2 Moxie back at any point, I think we've got some handfuls of water. Wait a minute. Is there? No, you can't. You can't walk past that. I was gonna say, wasn't there a wormhole by the right door in the kitchen there, or the not the kitchen, whatever the other room is you get into from the.
What, this place?
Okay, I guess that's where that wormhole leads. Yeah, I noticed when you first drop in here, there's a wormhole by the door, but it looks like it disappears by the time you get up. Maybe that's an out only. Have we been in the middle one downstairs after we threw a rock through it?
Oh, have we? Let's find out.
The one, no, the one in there by the table. The one right in the middle of the room.
Oh, this one.
Oh, it just takes us to the kitchen. Okay. Now that we know we're looking for a key, do we check the doghouse and the pig again, maybe?
They said the key was going to be in the... Well, let me see. Melt down the key in the kitchen. Oh, okay. So let's look. Let's go to the kitchen real quick. Shit!
Hup. God damn it!
Give me a minute.
Rocket ship? I thought this was the train to Scranton. Dag nabbit.
Length There's gotta be something we can do in that kitchen, other than getting sucked into holes. Ah!
Abba babba.
Alright, Shit! This place mocks me.
House of portals and lies.
Yes?
Earl King, you're a genius. Possibly.
Spilled chowder. Nope, it's not in here.
Damn. Grandpappy's famous clam and key chowder.
Just like how we made it back in the war. He just opened them. Give him a rest for a second.
Voip.
Voip. take me. Right. This is where you take me.
Okay. Grab the music box.
All right.
And
And now what?
revisit the pig.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, let's give that a shot. Why not? Yeah, key in that pot. Cast your flashlight on the contour of the stuck pig. Your spice is shining in the sheer depths of the cast iron pot. Maybe that's the key? Now, how to remove a pig from the pot? Fry the pig? 2. Please say anything more. So it's gonna be like that. Just throw the pig out. The pig has to be solid. You hoist this pot above your head and tip it upside down. The pig drops in the pot but lands on all fours, as pigs will do after fall from any height. You know, take a key from the pot, which you pocket, but the pig is screaming in the cornfield. Well beyond pocketing range. Well, that'll do.
I was half right. I thought maybe the pig was a music lover.
You know what? So right you are. Live there. Burn to Morosky. No Moros ever got a chance to use it. Use it. Not so fast. New bathtubs are like store-bought clothes. They should be washed before used. We'll wash it then. With what? An even larger bathtub you have to get delivered new and itself unwashed? That's impossible. You need an even larger series of bathtubs. Oh, really? It's called Bass Paradox. Who? Roland Bass, the philosopher? He's only 13, but already had some interesting ideas about baths and tubs. But the paradox is the bathtub. Bass Paradox.
David Xanatos would be so disappointed in us.
What, David Xanatos? What is he? What is he? A brother of the man Douglas Xantham, the man who brought us Xanthon's gum?
No, the villain from Gargoyles.
Oh, I don't listen to hip hop. The bookcase contains 1 copy of Marcus Aurelius and 39 more copies of Marcus Aurelius. He's surprised the bookcase hasn't been pulled into a wormhole next to it. Where would it end up?
I ought to pop you.
From the desk of Little Hannes. If you're outer spaceman who bless his family with your meteor present, please know that we did not abandon it lightly. We're very grateful for the gift from your abundance, good spaceman, but as our crops have grown, so too has our dog Clifford. He is too large even for the house, and so we decided as a family to find a new and bigger home. I hope you understand. I also hope you can send a letter for me that I did not have time to take to the post office. I've left in my pillow. Thank you, Spaceman. Molros letter. Like if there's only one pillow to search, you'd be here all day. Dear Mary, as I warned might happen at our last cornfield rendezvous, Clifford has finally become too big for the house. Rather than sending him to the pound, we're going to live in the ocean. Therefore, we must pause our relationship. I know this is not the first time you've heard this excuse from a suitor, and I hope it does not damage your capacity for trust. I've asked an outer spaceman to deliver you this letter. If he gives you any trouble, I have left weapons in my Marcus Aurelius. Yours, Little Hannes. As well, Hannes implied in his letter, one of his copies of Marcus Aurelius is hollowed out and conceals a weapon. It's a huge brick. It appears that all the books are hollowed out and contain huge bricks. Clear out the bricks. Nice. Just a smaller than book-sized bricks. This bookcase contains 1 copy. Push it. Yeah, that's where you go.
I swear to God, Revan, if we go upstairs and a meteorite, a rock, and a bookcase are falling endlessly through a pair of wormholes,
I will lose it.
I will plot.
Well, the wormhole is just tugging at the bookcase, but if the furniture is just too large, or the wormhole is too small. And this made the remaining interior damage from the meteor strike. Yikes, my dude. Take me. Yes.
Have we gone out the left wormhole in the bedroom?
No, the left wormhole, I think, just takes us back to the bathroom.
Well then.
Bada bing.
Bold of you to assume that just because a wormhole took you in that way, that it would exit the same way, even if it did turn out to be right.
Well, you know me. I am bold. I'm like the zip of ginger.
You go through life looking for shit to make sense, you are going to be frequently disappointed.
That's what I say.
Throw the music box into the meteor hole.
We're just gonna throw everything into the meteor hole.
You just throw the villain of the game into the meteor hole. He's just like, stop! Stop!
Tie rope.
Just falling like Loki.
Another wormhole in the well. Oh, well, fuck you.
Ah!
Either Moros fan is scared of something outside. The curtains were just too expensive. Well. Ha-ha!
Take that, boards.
Tiny hallway.
What?
What? What? What? What? What? What? What? Shouldn't it be next to the primary bedroom? Strange indeed. I guess I fixed it!
Go you!
Turns out Vista's supply closet has been almost completely stripped of supplies. Almost completely? Mercury eye drops. Yay. I hate this.
Ah, the good old days. Mercury eye drops, laudanum toothpaste, cocaine suppositories.
Heroin NyQuil.
Yeah.
There's a little money set at the bottom of the pots. Okay. At rest, finally. Moros meteorite. A little chunk of space rock burns with paranormal potential. Opens a wormhole above an enemy and under an anvil somewhere, dealing twice your muscle and physical damage. Come to me.
Oh yeah, check the chessboard.
The fate of a tall and pointy is yet to be written. A flag to mark the spot would be customary if colonialist. Yeah.
What were we noting the oddity of?
I don't know. Hold on. How they roll around? Huh. These rooms didn't join before. Note the oddity. Certainly is a strange choice.
Hmm.
There's a bug on the lens. Appraise it. Who's to say the value of a bug? Me! I can say. What is the value of the bug? 500. 500 meat. The bug is thus surveyed and appraised. It's worth about 500 meat. Doesn't even know it.
Hello again. I hope you've surveyed reason and are here to accept my offer.
You know, it's not really horrible in there. Just a little disorganized.
But disorganization has born some of the world's greatest horrors. Werewolves, for instance.
Werewolves.
Exactly. Werewolves. If they were organized, we would know where the wolves were and have no reason to fear them. You see my point?
Yes.
We'll make a survey review yet.
That's a Swiss cheese of wormholes.
Say, speaking of werewolves, have you considered the fact that werewolves transform under the light of a full moon, but the moon merely reflects the light of the sun. So really, werewolves should just be wolves all the time.
I found your problem.
In seminary, we don't believe in problems, only opportunities. But go on.
I have the meteorite. The wormholes are gone.
Joyous news. Now the real work can begin. If you can spare the time, I'll be back in a mere moment with my evaluation.
I can already tell you the layout of the house is very bad.
Really, do you think so? Let me be the judge of that. I think I know a little something about surveying.
I'll wait. The sound of a whip, ski, herf. The sound of the surveying filled the air. And then?
My goodness. I was right about this being a horror house, but not in the way I first thought. A kitchen on the upper floor with a dining room downstairs, sandwiched between a bathroom and a bedroom. A living room adjacent to the primary bedroom, both connected only by a narrow hallway. It requires you to pass through a bedroom. Sir, this aesthetic is of the most extreme disorder. This house is rotten at its core. I would have valued it at 2,000 meat, but the telephone is inoperable. So let's knock that down to 1990. That means 199 meat for you, as per our deal.
Well, that's actually better with the wormholes.
How so?
All the bathrooms are upstairs, as you expect.
You're right. I remember that from my initial inspection. Look, with a sensible layout, the house could easily go for 5,000 meat. I think buyers will put up with nauseating holes in the fabric of reality but not having to walk through a bathroom to their dining room.
A house could sell for 5,500 maybe.
Let's say 5,700.
Okay.
Good. Of course, I'd need the meteorite to restore the house to order.
Tuscaloosa needs a meteorite. We'll go with your first offer.
Or, oh, there was another one about her only needing a chunk of the meteorite.
Nah, she's taking the whole thing.
Okay. That might be the
My
most
God,
money any...
300% gas in a 100% gas tank. This bitch asked for a chunk, she getting the whole thing.
Let no man gainsay it. That might be the most money any of us sees out of this house. I think the bank will flip it into a quarry. But it's been a pleasure to do business with you. I hope I'll survey you in the future.
I value the button on your telescope lens.
It's a Fedolite, not a telescope.
What's the difference?
One allows you to survey heavenly bodies. The other is heavenly for surveyors.
I don't think I...
A theodolite is used for measuring angles. Right now, for example, it's letting me know that you have something you're angling to tell me.
Right, I value the bug in your theodolite lens. Hey, Birch.
At what?
500 meat.
I hope you don't think I've given you 10% of that. That wasn't the deal.
Well, I'll see you later.
Hey there. You managed to bag that engine for me yet?
Got it right here.
Hey, fantastic. Thanks a million, kid. Can't wait to get this baby installed.
She walks out of the back room door and taps out a complicated pattern on it with her knuckles. You're someone inside unlocking it.
Hello again. Any luck with that sack of fertilizer?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. This'll be plenty. Thanks for your help.
Sure, no problem.
I probably ought to get back to my garden. But maybe just one more game first. Still plenty of time.
That's what I say when I play Civ. You had a darkened back room on your way to talk to Tuscaloosa. Man standing behind a desk, poring over measuring books and maps. It was in glaze you when you enter.
Who the devil are you?
Hi, I'm Rabbit Junkins.
Okay, but the implied second half of that question was, what the hell are you doing in my office?
I don't actually know, but the people outside let me in.
Well, if they vetted you, it must be okay. Name's Jasper. You signing on to help with our mission?
What mission's that?
We're blowing up Hellstrom's oil refinery, that's what.
Oh, wow. I'll be back in a minute.
Cat!
I'm trying to talk to the lady.
Cat!
Read!
Whatever, Mom. You're not even my real dad. Been to the Mulross place yet? I don't need the whole meteorite, by the way. I'm no space hog. Just asking for a little piece.
I got the meteorite.
Humbling, ain't it? To hold the soil of heaven in your hand. Now, you heard me say I wasn't a space hog, and I stick by that. Little piece is all I need.
Tuscaloosa tears off a chunk of meteorite with her teeth and hands it back to you. Can you teach me how to do that? Tuscaloosa spits out a tooth. Never mind.
Solve that, by the way. I reckon now there's not a jail on Earth that can hold me. Do yourself a favor and figure out how it works. My way of saying thanks.
I guess you're welcome.
Ooh. Looks like a mother box.
Okay. The ship is sinking. Okay.
Yep.
Whatever. Jasper's cat. Ask him. What's your cat's name?
Abby.
Why'd you name her twice?
Because I don't let society tell me what to do.
Gotcha. Peruse it. Anarchy through spirituality. You figure he'd want you to steal it. Gather cheese chi. Your next Miscatality attack does 2 times damage. Ooh.
Oh, God.
You read the book and read the data cultural references. List some newfangled hippie meditation techniques. There's the pen in the back contains additional mantras to get the patients to memorize them. Ooh, become one with them. You had hundreds of mantras, what you ironically refer to as your arsenal of peace. Fortunately, last made to memorize apparently took up the mind space using to keep track of the book, and you misplayed it. Ask about it. What does AARP stand for?
Association of Anarchists, Rebels, and Pirates.
I'm gonna tell it to my dad next time I see him.
I tell you that at like, God, I forget exactly how old, but I was at some point in my late 20s. I joined a bowling league as a favor to someone because they needed a fourth for their team to be able to play. And like the week after I joined a bowling league, I started getting AARP mailers.
Are you serious?
Yep.
That's funny.
I also, my brother was just reminding me yesterday of a time we were in a Whole Foods and we came out and there was something under the windshield, and it was when stuff has been Xeroxed way too many times and it's like crooked on the page. Yeah, it was a very badly photocopied recruitment flyer for the Ku Klux Klan.
Huh.
And my brother, we looked at each other in shock, kind of looked around, and my brother went, "How did they know we were white?" And I went, "Well, it's a Whole Foods." I can't fault their logic.
What's our mission status, Jasper?
Iola says she's ready to deal with the guard out front. Gwendolyn's all set to spring the gate. Xenia's armed and dangerous. Well, only a little more dangerous than usual, I guess. Oskaloosa's confident she can get us into the inner sanctum. Grover's got Big Betty ready to blow. Farina says the gateway car is good to go. I guess we're as ready as we're ever going to be.
Well, let's do this.
All right, then. Here goes nothing.
What do you mean, here goes everything?
You kids and your enthusiasm. Don't get so fired up you burn yourself out.
Whatever, let's go. Xenia ready for action.
Is she ever?
Oskaloosa is dutifully propping up this floodlight. Well, doing some last minute fiddling with his little machine. Old people anarchists, I love it. Iola is leaning against this. Oh, Iola's leaning against the truck of the limo, looking cool and sultry. In the sense of his words are opposite, but you probably get what I mean. Grover sits, waiting for his time to shine. I'm going to say next to her souped up limo, be her pride. Give her a thumbs up. Just keep an eye on the road. What's the next move, Jasper?
Do you mean our first move?
Yeah.
We need to deal with that guard at the front gate.
Ow.
Iola can handle him. Just head toward him and be ready to back her up if anything goes wrong.
Alright, got it. Let Iola handle him. Iola sachets up to the guard, holding a glass of milk.
Hello, handsome. Couldn't help but notice all the hard work you're doing, keeping this place safe from intruders. Well, that's my job. Yes, ma'am. And you're doing such a good job, too, darling. I was just saying to myself, there's a handsome young man who must be so thirsty after all that walking. I simply must bring him a little pick-me-up. Oh, that's very kind of you. I could use a glass of milk.
The guard drinks the milk and instantly passes out. Iola shoots you a wink. She strolls back to the car.
Go get him, Tiger.
Nice work, Iola. There he goes. My wheeled king. Well, I'm messing with the gate controls. Well, has removed a panel from the front of the control box. You know, massive gears and cogs packed with grease.
Give me a hand with this, would you?
He's gonna have all the fingers still in it afterwards?
Yeah, no worries, kid. This little gizmo I've been tinkering with is going to do all the heavy lifting. Just need you to hold the panel open for me.
Hold the panel open. Wendell slots the little guy in the control box. How do you fit the system back? Makes a little whirring sound. It becomes a loud whirring sound as it engages the control gears. The gate slides open. Gwendolyn looks extremely satisfied. Perverse, vulgar, crude, unrefined, and refined. Classy. Trailer. Oh shit. Weird leather pouch. Leather pouch pouch with a weird spiky glyph stamped onto it at the flap. You found it at a desk at the Helco of refinery. Moose glues to pulls out a meteor shard and carefully rotates into just the right position in space to create a small wormhole.
Okay, the other side of that wormhole should be inside the safe. I just need you to reach through and unlock it from the inside for me.
Is that safe? Can you do it yourself?
I have to hold the shard in just the right position, so the hole doesn't close and slice your arm off. So no, it isn't safe. But also no, I can't do it myself.
Fine. You reach here and jiggle bits of the safe mechanism until you hear the latch click open, then pull your out of the hole for relief. Whew! Whew! The safe opens with a single key inside, which makes the word keys on the outside a real exaggeration. Now you grab the key, it's just a lie. Nice, you got the key.
Right, that's my bit done. I'm heading back to the car. Good luck.
Bye, Oskaloosa. Grover's moment is approaching. This door has been welded shut. Grover's moment has finally arrived. Holy jeez, is this a bomb?
Yep. Ain't she a beaut?
She's big as heck.
Oh, don't worry. It's a shape charge. Pretty much all the blast force is going to go straight into that wall.
Pretty much?
Were you planning on standing right next to it? Can't recommend that in any case. Go ahead and light the fuse whenever you're ready.
Do it.
Attaboy, Grover.
Grover sits and admires his handiwork. He'll head back to the car soon. Oh man, after my own heart. We love blowing up shit in this house.
Oh. Oh no.
Jasper?
Oh, this is Silent Hill as fuck.
What should we do, Jasper?
I am forced to admit that this is as far as my plan goes. I think you might have to figure something out on your own here.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Wee ow.
It's that guy from your dream. He doesn't look like he wants to be interrupted. Interrupt him, nevertheless.
Who in tarnation are you? You got about to the end of this sentence before I kill you deader than most people are aware as possible, bucko.
ERC, Inspector, sir.
What? I ain't got one of those.
I mean the Energy Regulatory Commission.
We ain't got one of those neither. And if we did, I'd be in charge of it.
I'm referring to the actual federal government, sir, not whatever your inexplicable situation is.
Bah! Coolidge can go suck a rattlesnake.
Yeah, as a maester, I'm here to inspect your huge mad science contraption.
Get away from that console, varmint.
Commence to inspecting. Yeah, the main console will throw inspection while muttering a lot of made-up nonsense science words. Well, sir, it seems you got yourself a real problem here.
What in blazes are you talking about?
Someone yanked a bunch of wires and cables out of his thing and also pushed a lot of buttons at random.
You what?
I cannot confirm or deny it was me, sir. The machine starts to vibrate intensely. Smoke pours out of one of the vents. This is clearly not up to code.
Why, you damn fool, sidewinding!
The Baron looks about to beat you to death with his cane, but a nearby exhaust fan explodes, and the spinning fan blade slices off the top of his hat. He therefore chooses to turn and run away instead.
Come on, we gotta get out of here. This whole place is going up.
The front panel of the machine blows off, while it looks like an old farmer's sickle flies out of it and clatters onto the floor. You quickly pick it up. Time to go. Oh, I love breaking shit.
Yay, RP fucking rules! Guarding the floor. He's the Dragoon, then.
Yeah! That's what made me hate that class. Bring his hands to a souped-up little beam with pride.
Well, everybody, that went better than I could have ever expected. Just goes to show the old crew has some life in it after all.
Although clearly I gotta hand it to... Oh, that's it.
I think that's so. Yeah. Although clearly I gotta hand it to our new member, Rabbit. What? We couldn't have done it without you, kid.
Ah, shucks, it was nothing.
Nonsense. You deserve one hell of a reward for what you've done today. Fortunately, most of our money is tied up in savings bonds, so you'll have to settle for my cool shades.
Ooh, thanks.
Now it's time for us to get back to our retirement. I got a shuffleboard game in 20 minutes. See you all around.
Iola gives you a big hug, and everyone leaves with a wave. Bye, let's do it again sometime. These glasses are cool both because they are stylish and because of their association of cool crimes.
For legal purposes, Shadows over Loathing does not endorse the very cool crime of sabotaging oil refineries.
I'm so cool. Look how cool I am.
With your steam pants and your electro hat.
You drop everything and be great. You feel great doing it. Call the mob back.
Hey, Benny here.
Hey, Benny, it's Rabbit.
Oh, hey. Nice work. Stuff looks great. Pickup boys left your payment behind.
In the sewer?
Yep. Ah, geez. The thesaurus just walked in. I gotta make myself scarce. I got stuff to do today.
Swell. Uncurse vesicle. You submit the wretched writhing sickle into the machine. Handle first, as is customary and polite. The curve of the blade cups your palm, licks at your skin. You shudder. The shadow cast of this thing is long, and in a yelling shade, you feel the span of a universe. This one is different. This is a deep magic. There is something about this sickle. What was it used for, perhaps? With your eyes closed, you can almost see it. The long stalks of wheat drinking the blue moon. The corn folk in a burnt circle dancing and stripped up to the waist. Yep, the sickle is up in the air. Oh, you're going to see it. You're going to see the mystery.
It occurs to me that never before in my life have I had occasion to say the word thesaurus with the word "the" in front of it, and it completely threw me for a fucking loop trying to do it.
The machine snorts the curse up into a singular dome nostril. That's a good, clean sickle now, ready for reaping. And the chair, you figure you're chanting in the stomp of dancing feet. The curse sickle waits in the machine. It's preparing for something.
No.
Nick. Nick is supposed to stay with the car. The roadmaster left it, but Nick sure ain't. Yeah, for whatever good it's gonna do you. The field's so far away from anything. Not like Nick Televi's lying in the ignition. This thing ain't going anywhere on 4 flats. Engine fried too. Damn it.
Man door, hook hand, car door.
Just a spare tire, no jack, and a copy of the Terminator on tape. Watch for Terminator. Get real. Close the trunk without watching the Terminator.
Oh God, this one's to the future. That's new.
The future. Thank you for the bit. I have crackers, barrel, mac and cheese packed expiration date. Should be fine.
Third
Halloween.
October 2021.
Well, that's the only house on the road. Alright. We'll walk on the other side.
Ah, that ain't nothing. One time, at my friend's cheapskate dad's house, we were rummaging in the pantry and we found a box of corn pops that was about 7 years expired.
Jeez. Hey, anyone home? I need help.
No. No.
Better not be blood in the seat. Taste it. Get out of here. That's sick.
Ah!
Holy shit.
Do you know what this is?
Huh?
A certain forge-bound golem smithed this blade for me. I asked him to make a weapon that could kill even you.
Am I famously hard to kill?
I can find you now wherever you go, Rabbit. And I will cut you 1,000 times until you are dead.
That's not my name. You're looking for someone else.
Die now. When you wake, you will see me again.
I see. Whoa, what? What? Well, this
Ooh.
is meta. Is some sort of head massager? Hey, cat. I think I took a wrong turn here.
Quite the contrary. You and I were always fated to meet.
Who are you?
I am the end of time itself.
Oh, okay.
Do you know why we have met?
Because a scarecrow just killed me with a sickle?
It is not your scarecrow issue. You are pursued by a creature whose blade carves the flesh of reality itself. We must decide how you are to kill it.
Got it. Let's roll.
The sickle is a powerful blade, but I ask you, what is the one weapon that cannot be bested?
Time.
Quite so. I also would have accepted entropy.
Fair.
The sickle was a powerful blade for its time. Time. Like all tools, it was made obsolete in successive generations. While the scarecrow wields that sickle, it can only be defeated with a more advanced equivalent. Do you follow?
Basically.
What tool replaced the sickle?
The lawnmower?
Precisely so. You must build a lawnmower.
Well, how do I do that? Hey, buddy. Whoa, what?
Oh, fuck. Those words.
What?
Das Gutitska Rasta?
Oh, God, I don't know.
Nifrabia.
See Nick anywhere?
Nifrabia.
Okay, well, bye. Any idea where I can get a lawnmower?
A lawnmower? No, I regret I am unfamiliar with this man.
How about a thing that cuts grass?
A thing that cuts grass. No, I regret I am unfamiliar with this man.
You are useless. Goodbye. You don't know what a lawnmower is, do you?
Fair lady, forgive me, but I cannot answer the question. The first rule of warfare is that it must never admit to anything.
Okay, whatever.
I'm afraid
You are having
there
some
is
trouble
no
with our
way out
language, I
of
see.
the
Bro, thanks for the
law.
raid. Oh, hello.
Agni and Grimhild have but one tongue between them. Two, if you count their fists. But I like to make sure I am understood by all I meet. With words, not axes.
There's a scarecrow trying to kill me.
I do not pretend to have an answer for everything that happens in the world, my friend. Some things I believe happen for a reason.
Not me being murdered, though.
Ah, but is it murder or self-defense?
Wait, what do you know?
Oh, not so much. As I said, I do not pretend to have an answer for everything.
Well, I gotta go. Shit! The fuck is this?
Look, I'm a conservative gentleman. I like my ham plain and class divides entrenched in law. But when it comes to winning baseball games, I'll try anything. Even putting in someone who's wandered into the dugout during play. What do you say, rookie?
I'm in, coach.
And step up and take a bat. Because it's your first game, that's yours to keep.
Huh, what if this could do some damage to that scarecrow?
Whatever you do with that bat on your own time is your own business. Right now, I need you to get out there and win this damn game!
Yes, coach. This is bizarre. Can you help me?
Yeah, baby, yeah. Oh, behave.
Get away from me.
Honestly, baby, I wouldn't hurt a fly.
That's a super old phone. Looks like she's in charge.
I believe that's you.
Oh, hi there, stranger. Welcome to the store. Though I reckon ain't much here to interest a nice young gal like yourself. See, we only sell dusty books and sorts here. Ain't nothing more exciting like that going on in here. No, ma'am. Can you help me build a lawnmower? Heck, ain't much for building things, partner. Now, if you need anything lassoed or rustled, I got it. Okay, thanks. All right, Haas. You know, the scarecrow wants to kill me. Well, that's a tough one, sure enough. Can't really say I'd know what to do about that, man. See, you gotta understand, us cowboys, we're a dying breed. We ain't know one way, and that's the way of the West. All these new dodgy sciences coming in, well, I reckon the world's face put the old cowboy down to pasture. West is north now. Say that again? What's what now if it changed west to north decades ago? Ah, jeez, man, why ever go and say a thing like that? You okay? There really ain't no place for the old cowboy no more, huh? Guess not. Oh, God.
You just deleted her.
Ah! I'm here. Scare me. What is that guy's problem? Hey, Bird.
Ah. This is my hiding place. Find your own. You fool!
He looks serious. Some kid. Can you make me a lawnmower?
No!
No? Okay.
I can make anything with wheels.
So yes?
Oh, sure.
Will you make me a lawnmower?
I'd love to, miss. Wheel and axle machines are my bag. But I've got a problem. See that detective finger in his mustache at the end of the car?
Yeah?
That washed up gumshoe's got it in his head that I did something I didn't even do. A murder. Can you believe it? Murder's not my bag, miss. My bag is wheel and axle machines, as I've already told you. Pretty unlikely that someone would have both wheel and axle machines and murder in one bag, wouldn't you agree?
Please get to the point.
I'd love to make you a lawnmower, but I can't do anything while that man over there is investigating me for murder.
I'll see what I can do. Couldn't help over here you muttering vaguely about wheels.
Ah, that information is commercially sensitive. You must forget you heard it at once.
All I said was wheels.
Shh. Shh.
Oh, right, all right. Can you help me make a lawnmower?
You mistake me for a mechanic, madam. I'm an automotive executive. Oh, it is true, there was a time when you would find me in the garage, greased up and elbow deep in the guts of a jalopy like my father on the farm, when he helped the cows to give birth.
Okay, but lawnmower, can you help me or not?
No, my company doesn't make those.
All right, bye. How's this case going? I say as I have a sickle in my back.
Slowly but surely, I am pulling at the string that will lead me through this labyrinth of lies to the murdering Minotaur at the center. What the murderer does not realize is that with this string, I am making for him or her a noose.
So good?
There's nothing good about murder, madam.
Sometimes that boy didn't do it.
No doubt the young man himself will protest his innocence to anybody with ears, and even those without. But I suspect he knows more than he lets on.
Why?
Because, my dear, everyone knows more than they let on.
Maybe this wasn't even a murder.
What do you suggest? Natural causes? An accident? Or an act of God?
Yeah, like any of those. Whichever one do you think?
I think that is just what one of these passengers would like us to believe. The question is, which one?
None. I think none. You look tired. You want a break?
Be sensible, madam. The common criminal longs and lusts for what they call the distracted detective. The criminal moment in which I allow my God to slip. It must never happen. It cannot happen.
Boring! This case is boring!
Some respect for the dead, please. But I admit, this is a routine case. It certainly does not tax the gray cells as thoroughly as certain past adventures, such as last year's locked room mystery, in which a locked room was murdered. But there is nothing a murderer should fear more than a bored detective. For as certain as the sun sets in the morn, so shall he bring all truths to light.
I reckon there's more interesting murders you could solve.
Assuredly so. But one that could happen here, now, in this train car? An unlikely prospect, I think. Please, you have bothered me enough. Allow me to conclude this investigation, and then perhaps I shall turn my mind to your more interesting murders.
You're making a mistake. Ah! Sickle me already, you goon! Over here, pal. Thank you.
But that's not possible. I saw you die.
Yeah, weird, huh?
How can this happen? How can a person die and then return to life?
I'm pursued by a creature whose blade carves the flesh of reality itself.
I can make no sense of it. No, I must insist that you explain yourself. What is it, some sort of deception? Mystical illusion? I must know, I must. I swear I will not rest until I have the truth.
It's all above my pay grade, man. Later.
No, come on, that is not fair. At the 11th hour, a new suspect enters the picture. Where were you, madam, at the time of the professor's murder?
I got no idea. Probably being chased by a scarecrow with a sickle.
As an alibi, most preposterous. I must insist that you remain in this train car until the case is solved.
You're the boss.
When is a murderer not a murderer?
I'm gonna get sickled in like 2 seconds, so I don't think that intend to be bothering you for a little while anyway.
Great stuff. Really great stuff. That'll give me plenty of time to make my escape. From the wrongful conviction. Now let's talk about your lawnmower.
Yes.
I can make you one, but I'll need the parts. Lucky for you, a lawnmower is pretty simple. Just need 2 blades, 2 wheels, good sturdy handle, and some sort of metal rod or tube to serve as a roller.
So I go and get all the components of the lawnmower, and you do what exactly?
What do? From a few inert objects, I give the lawnmower its get up and go. That's pretty important, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I'll be right back at the parts. You don't wait up for me. Sturdy handle, 2 blades, 2 wheels. Okay. Ah, jeez.
Good coach will try anything once. Well, I tried it, and now I'm certain. I'm done fielding players who aren't on the team and don't have any baseball experience.
That's fair enough, yeah.
But you can keep the bat. Good luck with any and all non-baseball dreams.
Thanks, really inspired.
Gosh, don't look at me, man. I'm a numbers man. Team accountant. I don't know from baseball hardly at all.
Can you build me a lawnmower?
Gosh, ma'am, I don't think so. I'm an accountant, not an engineer. So unless you want to know how many wheels a lawnmower has, afraid I won't be much help.
Maybe it was a lawnmower has.
It depends.
Oh. Oh. We'll come and slash, little old me. This is exhausting. Hey, can you help me with something?
Naturally. Welcome, patron, for this establishment is indeed an antique store, and I, its proprietress. Being such, I can assure thee, the establishment and its personnel are put to no other purpose than safe and legal trade of antique goods.
Never mind. There's a scarecrow trying to kill me.
A scarecrow? Why, that would make an unwelcome assailant and a vexing predicament. But how can I be of any assistance, being, as I am, a antique store proprietress and not a farmer or agriculturalist?
Okay, never mind.
Apologies, and such. How else may I be of subject to thee this fine afternoon?
Okay. Hey, dinosaur. What is going on here? Open a door, eat cat, help.
Wheels.
Right, wheels. Take the wheel. Scarecrow slash his wheel now, it's important. Well, all the wheels in the car were important. I'm dead. Hey, if you get the other guy's axe,
An unexpected request. Why, for what purpose?
building a lawnmower to mow a scarecrow.
Is that necessary? As I told you before, I wonder if this sickle is only trying to protect itself.
Scarecrow. I didn't say sickle, I said scarecrow.
Yes, I spoke in error. Forgive me. You. Agi knows more than most think.
Who's Aggie?
I am Agi. I speak your tongue.
What do you want?
I hear you talk with old man. I give you axe if you help, Agi. Yes?
Yeah, sure.
Agi needs axe to fight Empire. If Agi have better weapon than Empire, he no need axe. Understand?
Yeah, it's the same thing I'm doing for Scarecrow. I'm gonna beat him by getting my hands on a lawnmower to beat a sickle. You just need some advanced technology, right?
Slow down. Agi does not understand all words, but advanced technology. This you get?
Those are the words you understand.
Advanced weapon. Advanced technology weapon for Agi. You get. I give axe.
In my world, we call this a slugger.
That is club. Club cruder than axe.
Yeah, but it's like varnish or something. I don't know.
Do not care about varnish.
Yeah, I'll be back or something.
Ave barbarian.
Barbarian. I'm in college.
From what tribe do you hail?
Alpha Omicron Pi.
And what brings you to these parts?
Getting chased by a skiller scarecrow.
Yes, this is a wild part of the world indeed. But do not fear. Civilization is coming.
And I'll get rid of a scarecrow?
It'll certainly civilize him.
Anything civilization can do for me now?
With respect to the scarecrow issue? No. I would recommend simply waiting. It is better if colonization is done as holistically as possible, and not in an ad hoc or piecemeal fashion.
You are no help. Goodbye.
There's a book.
Where's the book? Where?
And a bird.
Yeah, I can't move fast.
Oh. Damn it. Fucking Roman legionnaires.
Right? They won't let me have shit. Come here. Thanks.
Even in the future, nothing works.
Videotape. There you go.
Video killed the radio star.
It did. No,
No.
Alakablam!
I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not presently in operation.
Thank you for the bit. I talk about Spaceballs today? Fuck yeah. Who are you? Hello? I have a phone now. It's kind of a chase, huh? I need wheels, and you're a wheel guy.
It is true. I am, as you say in your country, a wheel guy. Furthermore, it is true that I am carrying on board many suitcases of exotic rubber to make new wheels at my factory. And it is true, with my automotive experience, I could probably roll some of that rubber into a little wheel for you, as my mother needed dough. But why would I?
Because you're a good guy, a good wheel guy.
Wrong. It is because you helped my young friend over there. He is coming to work with me, you know. Together we will do wonderful things with wheels.
So you'll need me a wheel or whatever it is?
My friend, I've already done it.
Thanks, pal.
Bueno.
2 wheels, 2 blades, sturdy handle. Okay. Fart face.
Hacha! Oh, no.
Hey, weird questions.
Mist and wonder are thick in the wood, and questions trouble me not.
Are any of your branches long enough to be a handle for a lawnmower? And if they are, can I have one of your branches? I guess it's 2 weird questions.
Naturally, I have no branches, girl. All that grows belongs to the wood.
Totally. So is it okay with the wood if I have one of its branches?
Branches.
Branches?
Questions may not trouble me, but Cutter does.
Dude with the axe?
I cannot give any of myself to any girls whilst in the wood. Cutter lurkins.
That's what all the boys say. I'll be right back. Sick axe. Can I have it?
There is no thing unwell in it. It is a healing blade.
Right on. But can I ask again? Can I have it?
'Tis only one cutter in the wood, girl, and 'tis he who is freest of sin.
I think it's time for a she who is freest of sin.
Ha! Thou wouldst be woodcutter. Any in the wood may stand in, but I bedition thee of careful girl. If the wood looks for sin in thee and finds it, there shall be no saving thee.
What are you trying to get me to do exactly?
Well,
Wrong. Thank you. Wrong. Thank you. Wrong again. Aim at a better reality, fart face.
Agi needs advanced weapon. Advanced technology weapon. You get, I give axe.
This is pretty advanced for you, no offense.
What this?
It's a telephonic communication device.
Very advanced. Agi kill Empire with this.
I think you do a lot of damage to history with that.
Very advanced. Good. You have axe. Agi do not need.
Try not to alter the timeline too much.
Call me sometime, Agi.
Haha, buddy. Fart face. Yeah! Come on. Yeah, check this out. No. Rise and shine, dingus.
Dog.
Quick, weird question for you. You got branches long enough to be a handle for a lawnmower, and if yes, then can I have one?
I will and not. It cannot be done. 'Tis a great sin to share the wood.
Yeah, I heard that before.
'Tis a perversion.
Okay, enough. I love that this woman is not having it.
Specken to me not, for I know no thing of murder.
Must be nice. Any idea how I stopped getting murdered by a scarecrow?
I do not wish to be troubled by thoughts of murder. I will specken on the subject no longer.
Come on, you gotta help me out. Well, thanks so much. ...
Dot.
Let's go over and get Fartface's axe. Am I good to get one of those branches now?
Ah, 'tis a sin, girl, but there is no cutter to punishing me for it, is there?
No, there ain't. Now, how about my branch? The tree, the monster, whatever it is, breaks off a whole dang limb. Today, the wood is given of itself to the girl. Yeah, that ought to work.
Now go, and specken not one word of what has happened here today, or there will be new murder in the wood.
Doesn't bother me, pal. I get mortared every 10 to 20 seconds. Fuck you.
Come on! I was almost in the axe.
Come on. Hey, Fartface. It's all in Latin or something. Taking the pole. Yeah, the pole. Tossing the eagle aside. Sorry, eagle. Totally eagle-less, this pole. Crows around here looking pretty comfy. Get on with it.
What about the bird?
Hey, bird.
Oh, God. The scarecrow got him.
Yeah, it checks out. Hey, I think I saw a crow. Thanks. What are you, sleeping? Rise and shine, dingus. I got places to be, pal. Time is meat, dork. Thank you. Walking this way.
Murder in the woods.
Rest be to a dead guy. Makes you feel safer of him. Yep, it's yours. Swing as you please.
Is that everything?
Yeah, I think that is. This is a blade, right?
No mistake about it. What is that? The train's fire axe?
More of a purifying blade carried by a woodsman against sitters.
Right. That was my next guess.
Looks pretty sharp to me.
Very much so. I must admit, you're making far more of a success of this than I expected.
You ain't humoring me, are you? You can make me a lawnmower?
Wouldn't say I could if I couldn't. I'm not a car dunce, contrary to what you might have heard.
I only know what you're talking about. I got you a wheel.
Wow, me. Should I say wow, wheel? That's a juicy rubber wheel worthy of Signor Andretti.
Well, that's the guy over on the table, was the one who made it, if that's what you mean.
That's a great man. Mind that you don't... I don't want you running him over with this lawnmower or anything. Don't get that idea.
Didn't have that idea. Until you put it in my head, but no, I won't do that. Take good care of this now.
That's a promise. Nothing dearer to me in the world than wheels and the machines that use them.
Nothing dear, no girlfriend, boyfriend?
Of course I love my mother, but romance? No, ma'am. I'm married to my work. If you're married to your work, you don't work a day in your life.
Is this roll enough for you?
Does it roll enough for you is the question. A vehicle's like a steak, miss. No right way to make it. It's got to be made the way you want.
Are you supposed to be the best cooked rare?
Yuck. Too wet.
Is this piece gonna make my lawnmower too wet?
No. Just right.
Is this a good handle?
Is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
I'm being rhetorical. Yes, that'll make a fine handle, all right? Just need to chop it up and put it back together in the right shape.
If the branch starts screaming, don't worry.
Never do. I got good news for you.
It's about my lawnmower?
You mean this lawnmower?
Wow, that was fast of you.
It's a simple machine, miss. Couldn't take anyone more than a few seconds to build a lawnmower. Only there's a problem.
An elegant weapon in the war of order against chaos. What's that?
It's the darndest thing. All the pieces are there. It should work. It's like, if I didn't know better, miss, I'd say the machine doesn't want to run.
How's that possible?
Can't say, miss. I'm a humble engineer. I can build the things, but this is getting into questions of whether machines have souls. I don't know how to get a machine to believe in itself. I don't know who could do a thing like that.
Well, thanks for everything.
Please, miss, return to your seat. There's no reason to be concerned here. All will be well as soon as our great detective realizes the power he has, his great powers of deduction and observation, and uses them.
When will that be?
Soon. Soon.
Can you help me with a scarecrow problem?
Detective can only attend one crime a day.
Oh, fuck.
Please do
Fart
not leave
face.
this train. The cat.
Hey, Cat.
The cat can get the lawnmower to believe in itself.
How do I
Good day,
inspire a
Leaf.
machine?
A machine, my goodness. Why, I would not know much of the subject, I am sure. For I traffic in antiquated mechanisms, clocks, and at a push, automata. I certainly would not know anything of advanced technology and inventions.
Can a machine have a soul?
Nay, for on this fine earth, all is exactly as it appears. Now, if you do not wish to make a purchase, I really must return to my thoroughly unrelated to curses and magic paperwork.
There's a scarecrow trying to kill me. Oh, yeah, you've had this. Alright, nah, fuck off. You gonna come get me or what? Any idea how to make a machine believe in itself?
I do not know what is machine.
The telephone I gave you is a machine.
Agi is bored of that machine already. Now Agi is learning to code on the computer.
Where did you get a computer?
From a man.
What man?
Man in cape.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Come on and get me. Oh, shit.
I think I know how this is going to work out, but I will keep it to myself.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Ill wind blows in the wood for little girls.
You mean me? I'm 19 years old.
And if thou were felled, we might count thy rings. But this is not a threat, I assure thee.
I don't even understand it. Oh, you silent bastard. Let's see. My lawnmower still doesn't work.
I really don't know why. Mechanically, it's what we call a piece of resistance. Like it doesn't have the spirit to work, and that's a very dangerous thing for me to be saying as an engineer. Raises lots of questions.
Okay, well.
Yeah, good luck with it.
Any idea how to make a lawnmower work when it doesn't want to?
Is your lawnmower in a union?
But for real, though. Okay, goodbye.
Capitalism.
Ah! Downtown. There you go. Hit me. Hit me again. Thank you. I have a lawnmower, doesn't work. Can you help with that?
Doesn't work. No such thing. Won't work. Maybe it's just like the rest of these boys. Maybe it's tired. Maybe it's had a hard day. Maybe it'd like to go back to bed. Well, I'm not standing here in the pouring rain so I can go to bed. I came out here to win a damn baseball game. Give that thing here.
The coach rips into the mower out of your hand and screams into the blades.
You're what? You're tired. I can't help you with that. We can't control that. We can only control one damn thing in our lives. You understand? One damn thing. So you tell me, yes or no, are you a baseball player?
Yes. Yes, coach. Oh my gosh.
Now you get out there and play.
Yes, coach.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. If anyone can get to believe in itself, it's the coach, god damn it.
This is the last damn time. Hey, it's over for you now, you goon. I would have made myself a lawnmower that beats your sickles.
You speak of sticks and stones. Tools only. There will always be shadow rabbit Junkins, and thus you will never be safe from me.
My name is Ashley Dingus. I need to know one thing. Where's Nick? Nick, what the hell?
It's nothing personal, Ash.
She's plenty personal.
It ain't you, it's this guy I gotta kill. Rabbit.
Why?
Don't have a choice. Something that goes way back. Got a debt to the shadow.
Turn on light and your shadow goes away.
Ain't that easy. Shadow's bigger than anything you and I can comprehend. You can't just get rid of it.
That right, huh? A long confusing vision of several words and concepts you did not understand. You leave the machine not a little less sure in yourself and the world, but please no less if the signal's curse has been destroyed.
Package came for you while you were in there, Rabbit.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's, is there a return address?
Just says I'll see you in 66 years. Never heard of it. Maybe it's in Utah?
Take the lawnmower. Your lawnmower. Yes. I am the lawnmower man. Now to fucking make you fancy.
Are we out of flamethrowers? Or
Oh,
blowtorches?
no, I'm gonna do something. It starts with an H now, so I'm gonna throw it in the hole.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I'm so damn good at this. I'm so good. Also. Oh, okay, huh. You know, you're demons, you know, so I figured.
The Flamen Mower.
The Flamen Mower! It's most Flamen.
By the time you finish getting this thing souped up, you take your first swing with it, and an enemy in the game just crashes.
Just...
Hans! Get me the Flamen Mower! The garden needs tending.
The garden will need tending today. Bring me these instruments of the night. Not so shiny marble, choppy feather, magnifying swampy.
Fustulent Grulch.
The Hematic Iker, Pocket Chemical Handwarmer, Glowing Ooze, Giant Belt Buckle, Sorted Grease, Sharp Hand. Doll size chemistry set. Noodle.
Wait. Go back into your inventory for a sec. Oh my god.
What?
You made the name so long that you pushed one line of it above the text for the helmet.
Oh, wow.
So it is now a comfy, taped up Eldritch prototype electro helmet, sharpened and flame and smolder and hefty long.
Yes! I knew I could do it if I believed hard enough.
Rabbit, you are the Cy Young of breaking video games.
Thank you!
Time to pick a tenant for that last vacant storefront.
No, of course.
First applicant is 10 Things I Had About You. A hat store, I presume. Terrible name. Second is Texas Instruments. Guy from Texas selling musical instruments, I suppose. The last applicant is Truncheons and Bludgeons. This fellow is really excited about weaponry.
Let's go with the hat store, despite the name.
Okay, I'll get him moved in. That's the last of the available spots.
Thanks, Charles. Consider that orb. Hello, you awful little creature.
What if we play the music box?
And gain the effect, haunted.
Aha.
This is a creepy music box. Really, here's a bar for things that freak you out.
What is the chemical set do? Does it just give us another crafting station?
Potions.
Huh. Well, I'll be dipped.
I'll be dippled. Let's go to the sewer and get our money.
Yeah. Well, I'll be dipped.
Woo! Fantastic.
You have a message.
I do.
A massage.
You dial a number.
Telephonic greetings. Don Toblerone is the personage speakinating to you currently.
Hey, Don, how's the throat?
Much improved. And furthermore, I appreciate the convalescatory inquiry, Rabbit.
You hear the sound of a cough drop being unwrapped?
Perchance, are you familiar with the stand of home, formerly populationed by the set of relations known as Popescu?
Yeah, I know the place. Old Helco site, right?
A factual assessmentation. Abandonized, presumably, because the crew ascertained the presence of vampires living in the mine tunnelology, to their detrimentification, either fatally or worse.
Right, I already cleared the vampires out of that place.
Oh, already? Truly, if the remainder of our operatives were as efficacious as you are, we would rule the eastern seaboard. Your payment has been delivered to the usual furniturial locale.
Thanks. Yeah, ain't no one better at fucking up shit with than me. Final. That sounds ominous. Yeah, more money, baby. That farm stuff is wild, huh?
What?
I think that's my bed. Good thing your bed isn't like this in the waking world. Hello, you foul little creature. Your grade school lunch gentleman is levitating behind this counter. He just glares at you like he did in real life. See this for lunch today? Sure. Gross! It's melted Sasquatch noses. Let's see what else it is. It's blended zombie stomachs. It's diced bat lungs. It's breaded demon hands. Skeleton guts.
Skeleton guts, indeed. This game is preposterous.
A clock whose time is running out. The symbolism here is anybody's guess.
Dawn of the final day.
Wow, Noelle is really freaking out about this dream. Dream, you must be more scared of chickens in real life, you. Oh.
Shumagorath.
Wow. He's from Marvel. Okay, this is pretty scary. Nice work, Brain.
You.
Me.
Get the hell out of here. I'm busy.
Wait, are you the real you talking to me in my dream, or am I making up a dream version of you?
I don't have time for this vaudeville act. Scram.
Sheesh, what a grouch. She's done talking. Yeah, you just keep floating by, triangle.
I'm on to you.
There you go.
You isosceles looking motherfucker.
Huh, a fantastic day. And my hand is healed up. Hooray!
Time to touch all the things in our room again.
I'm gonna tickle you out. Rub that. Consider that. Fantastic. Let's sit in that. There we go. Beat that. Go Badgers!
Damn it, they still haven't invented shows.
As you leave the room, you notice a letter opener stabbed into the door, pinning a sheet of paper to it. Jessica, what's this document knife to my door?
I didn't look. Figured it wasn't any of my business.
You didn't see anybody come in this room and try to murder my bedroom door with a letter opener?
I was busy.
Out of all the common household objects, the letter opener is the largest gulf between how sinister it looks and how mind-numbingly boring its intended use is.
I mean, fair.
You found this ominous document stabbed at the door of your room. Read it. Wizarding license renewal form. Dear Rabbit Junkins, we are unable to find any record of your wizarding license on file from the Municipal Records Office. Please use the enclosed form to update or renew your license accordingly at your earliest convenience. Monetary fine and or magical curses may be levied against you as penalty if this matter is not resolved. I'm supposed to have a license for magic spells?
Well, yeah. Can you imagine the chaos otherwise? How did you not know that?
I became a wizard in a dream, and none of the dream people explained the regulatory structure to me.
You better get it taken care of before they turn you into a trash bin for community service.
Take care of it where?
The DMV, it's in Government Valley.
Where's that?
Down the coast a ways. As it was the nexus for all things red tape related before things started getting weird. People don't go there much anymore, unless they absolutely have to, like you do.
Yeah, to fix this bureaucratic nonsense that is almost certainly a trap.
Definitely a trap. But you have to go anyway, and that isn't the only reason why.
You found another artifact, huh?
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
Well, it wasn't there yesterday, and it's too, I don't know, big, powerful, strange to just be a regular artifact. Peg the dial on the detectatron.
Oh boy. Oh jeez.
Yeah,
Well, how do I get there?
hang on. I got a map here somewhere.
Wait, what?
A map?
Is it a real map? Or just another one of these vast array of non-map things you keep referring to as maps? She glares at you and hands you an honest-to-goodness, according to Hoyle map into your hand. A map of the old state government district. A real map! Wow! Wow, Jessica, this is a real breakthrough for you.
Humph. They said I'd never own a map. Well, look at me now, Ma.
You dial of a number.
Don Toblerone. Loquationating.
Jesus Christ, hey Don, it's me.
Ah. Excellent indictment. Or no. Excellentement. I have one final assignment for you.
Final?
After this, your perspicacity and qualifications within our organization will have been proven to the ultimacious degree. If you succeed here, you will be herewith promoted to the rank of capo regime and no longer subject to my various requestations.
Wow. Okay then. What's the assignment?
To assassinify the leader of Ocean City's vampiric coterie.
Gosh.
At this moment, Baron Oric Kamuska is visiting his favorite leisure establishment, which is location-wise on the boardwalk of our very own Ocean City. Our information gathering experts have determined that the password is Masquerade. Deal with him via any methodology suitable to your preferences, provided that the creature is thoroughly destroyificated and you acquire his golden fang as evidence.
Okay, then what?
Once your mission has reached a successful conclusion, we will be in touch directly. May you be blessed with fortuitous happenstance, Rabbit.
Well, thanks. Cat. Good cat. That's a good cat. Oh, Xenia here chatting away.
You know who we haven't seen in ages? Wasco. Oh, geez, that guy.
Ah!
He was so good at distractions. Whatever happened to him? Join the other side. What, really? Didn't have much choice. Feds caught up with him and made him pick between spying for the Secret Service or prison. Last I heard, he's retired on a government pension. Acts in strange plays sometimes. Well.
You're pretty good gossip, even if you're not sure you know who we're talking about.
Science can tell us many things, but only the trees can nourish our minds.
It's fucking stupid. Fancy Dan.
Hey, baby, what's shaking?
You are, Dan.
Yes, I am. Here's your cut of the profits, baby.
Found some bitters.
Bitters? How sweet it is, baby.
Oh yeah, we got a fucking banging setup here. Give me this. Double mixture effect. Oh, bitch.
Tequila and cola with a dash of bitters. Yuck.
Fuck! That's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it gives me 2 AP, so I'm not complaining. Thank you. Oh, they got married. Good for them.
Aw.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh, isn't that nice they took the time?
Oh, that's raining. Advanced pants. 10 things I had about you. All hats certified louse free. Hi, my name is Rabbit.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Albert.
Why aren't you wearing a hat?
Have you ever heard the phrase, familiarity breeds contempt?
Gotcha. That's a nice hat. It's also a nice hat. I like that hat. I like that hat. It's a good hat. Cool hat. Take that hat. Take that hat. Nice hat.
Holy shit, is that a hat?
Give me those hats. It's so funny because it's like, do we even know what this hat is supposed to be anymore? What have we become? Jewel turban. You know what? That kind of makes it look like my bandana. Whatever. That's cool. I'll take that. Look at me. Fucking cool. Hats. Yeah, we could either wear the really cool turban or look like this fucking dip ass. I'd rather go ahead and pick this. Always this. Ah, yeah, that. Oh, Daddy needs that.
I forget which composer it was that had synesthesia and assumed that everyone else saw the world the same way he did. So he had baffling fucking instructions for the orchestra when he was conducting. You'd point at a section and be like, no, bluer.
Money. Let's see. When these die, they'll be late bloomers. I really do like when he takes the time to type haha.
Yeah.
Deckhand's pants. Huh. Blacklight.
Well, shit.
Well, there's a clue in there. I mean, I did just kind of just headbutt the wall until it gave in. I am noticed for that. I will punch it until it gets. No, I do not care.
Noted headbutologist.
I will make it happen. Ready to add 2 stats. The bottom half of you is a cow.
Oh,
We
yeah.
are freed. We are flowing. We are dancing. We are the wizard.
We are motivated. Our crops are watered. We are thriving. We are staying in our lane. We are an icon. We are the moment.
Laos free, huh?
Just so. This is not some back alley haberdashery. A louse has never made, and will never make, a home, or its home in one of my hats. I give you my word as a businessman.
Must have some Laos hats in the back, right?
Sir, you insult me. I do not traffic in loused hats. Really, that is quite offensive.
Oh, you can tell me.
I would lose my license for what you suggest. My goodness. I don't wish to discuss it any further.
Okay. Fair enough. It wasn't credited, but it played lascivious skeleton.
Hi, I'm Troy McClure's skeleton. You might remember me from such roles as Troy McClure.
Oh, actually. Yes. To the boardwalk with us.
We barred the walk, and
You look at me and you go, here comes a cool guy.
why, hello, Sir Hotbod Handsome Face.
You ever dimly lit tent of a teenage girl dressed in a wool and was a velvet trade tail. Okay.
The first card reveals the past events that led you here.
She slowly flips over a card.
This is the Princess of Serpents.
And what does the Princess of Serpents represent?
This suggests a piece of unfinished business in your family's past, involving a betrayal.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Second card is about your present, but not like a Crimbo present, like the present.
She goes apart from the bottom of the deck.
Ah, the plucky socialite.
Are you sure?
This one means that you're having your fortune told.
Can't argue with that, I suppose.
Last card tells the future. This one is the adventurous driver.
What deck are you using again?
In the future, you will get your shoes wet if you're not careful.
I'll look forward to it. You spent a few months thinking about this tarot reading. Skeptical. You're pretty sure that the mystical aspects of tarot are overstated. Take your leave.
We have so many new hats.
Oh, dude, we got a bitch bastard amount of hats. Hold on.
We're wearing one right now.
What an insane hat. I love it. We are going to be lousy in things. Look at this. More hats. Do not trust this man. Purple puck wudgie hat. It's different. Can't you see the color?
Yes. No, we turned colorblind mode on, remember?
Oh, that's right.
That and best font mode from West of Loathing. Please don't do this. Changes the entire game to Arial.
Oh, it's so awful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, give me the vodka.
Oh yeah, that's what Daddy likes. Give me the chocolate.
Give me all the chocolate. Hot damn. $13 to all stats. Oh. Oh, how would we ever?
Yes, how indeed.
Head through the door? Yes. I am trustworthy. Look at how trustworthy. You would trust a man like this.
I don't know, not as much as I'd trust a man wearing a terrifying electro hat.
This just proves how magical I am. Basement vampire bar. A vampire sits at the table alone, solemnly counting grains of salt. Showing these various items listed by various vampires. Find to keep some. Yes. There's ghastly vampires tooting in and out of all the pipes. These are dancing halfway between the floor and the ceiling. This window is closed, locked, glued shut, painted shut, and also has a sign on it that says, "Do not open." Loose body parts. Look inside. The trunk is mostly full of lips and tongues, but there are a few ears and fingers as well. Some of them even still had jewelry left on them. Scabrous ring. This ring makes you look like your finger got cut off and sloppily reattached. It gives you complete immunity to bleeding. These vampires having a conversation too terrifying to interrupt. Yeah, everybody's hovering above their chairs in a spooky way. The door says fiends. That's me.
You'll notice the door says the bathroom door says gentlemen, pay no heed, go right in. There's not a door that says scoundrels on it.
This place is hot and cold, running blood. How does this thing make you feel? Makes my blood boil. You're just so mad at them for wasting this much blood. Whatever you do, don't order the special. That's pretty ominous. So it's pristine. Looks like it's never been used. There's a gun down in there. Maybe you could put a fishing pole, you can snag it. Hooray!
Huh. Kilroy was here.
Oh, you noticed that too? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's see. Where is...
Sometimes I leave random Kilroys around places. If it's a place where the walls are too nice to deface, I just put a Kilroy on a sticky note.
Ah, the good old toilet pistol. Anybody's seen this old revolver spent time in more than one toilet over the years? It certainly has.
Yeah. Maybe the very same toilet pistol that your predecessor used.
This changes everything.
Kilroy is just Stickman Majima.
Shut the fuck up, whoever said that. Shut up! Step through. I am a bat now. It's me. A damnable mirror. A hateful mirror. Terrible mirror. Horrible mirror.
Oh yeah, the seven dwarves. Hateful, horrible, despicable.
Part of a nothingness is missing here.
God. Somebody should make a D&D party of seven dwarves, and they all have names like that. Hateful, revolting, horrible, despicable, idiots.
I had a group of 7 heroes deep in Warhammer 3 who were named pretty terrible things, so... My favorite one was Fleabo. He was unassailable. He had a rune he could hit to explode.
You know, studies have shown that 6 out of 7 dwarves are not happy.
God damn it. 42 years of bad luck. A throbbing ring of negative energy around a glass, darkly. Use players twist up different bits of the rift and it gets annoyed with you and slams itself shut. Exit realm? Yes, it sucks.
Won't have the special. How did you get it? You're no vampire.
No, I am. I'm just new. My fangs haven't grown in yet.
Well, since you got past auto, I suppose that's good enough for me.
I won't have the special.
Okay.
I'll have the special. You know, that makes you a cocktail. It appears to be made of equal parts blood and nothing. Man, one of those fun cocktails dry as it, except rum, it's made of blood. Instead of carbon dioxide fog bubbling out of it, it's black nothingness. It'll definitely get you wrecked, but maybe not in the sense you were hoping. Oh, it's super cursed. Alright, I get you. You serve wine? Haha, sorry. Cart information.
Yes?
I'm looking for the Baron Timushka. We have matters to discuss.
The Baron is a very important man and should not be pestered by a neophyte. It is not like I could stop you. He's sitting right over there. He is the one in the vintage collar.
Thanks. Ah, la 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 la. As the elaborately collared vampire sips languidly from his glass with an air of smug nobility. Baron Oryk Timushka, I presume?
Well, aren't you the presumptuous one? Indeed, I am Baron Timushka. And you are?
I'm a rabbit Junkinsovich. You know, graciously.
It is a pleasure to meet me. What is your business?
There are too many vampires in here. Just attack them. It's going to take a subtle touch. Ah, excuse me for a moment. You get a firm grip on the window. Take a deep breath, grit your teeth, and heave. The sash shows free various locks and adhesives and slams upward, allowing the room to fill with brilliant white, less sunlight. Let's ignore the fact that it's been gloomy and overcast all week. All the vampires inside the bar, Baron Oryk Timushka included, scream and burst into flame, quickly disintegrating little piles of gray ash. Heck yeah! So much nicer in here now. Wait, isn't this a basement? Huh.
You ever read any of the Vampire Hunter D novels?
Yeah.
Did you get far enough to meet, what the fuck was his name? I forget if he was, there's his fang. I forget if he was a baron or a duke, but Gaskell.
Oh, that's gonna be, this is so long ago. Let's just say I remember it.
Yeah, he's this, he was this, like, badass old noble that had basically a two-faced thing going on where half his body was scarred because he was, like, you know, facing, one half of him was facing to the east, and he remained locked in combat with a foe even as the sun rose and just scorched half of him.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fucking hardcore. You hear someone clapping, turn to see a man in an expensive suit leaning against a nearby lamppost, flanked by two burly goons. If you didn't recognize him from your bedroom 4 days ago, you'd know him as soon as he opened his mouth.
A marvelous outcome, Rabbit. Truly marvelous. You accomplishized the task at hand with finesse and aplomb in equal measurement.
Hey, Don. You hand Don Toblerone the Baron's gold fang, and he examines it briefly before tucking away in his jacket pocket. He snaps his fingers, and two of the goons pat their pockets, becoming more and more flustered, until finally one of them finds he's looking for. He hands to Don Toblerone with a relieved sigh. Don looks at them askance, and rolls his eyes and hands you the object, a small black velvet ring box, which contained a gold signet ring. The crest on it appears to be the silhouette of a penguin. A solid gold signet ring with a silhouette of a penguin engraved on it. A friendly mob guy awaited you in combat. What's this?
This, my newly promotionated comrade, is the seal of our boss. This ring identificates you as a capo regime within the organization, with all the privileges therein to which you are hereby entitled.
Wow, like what?
The details of your specific role, salary, and etc. are still to be determined. You will be contacted in a week or so with further information. In the meantime, howsoever, wearing this ring will guarantee you the aid of one of our operatives whenever you find yourself embroiled in an altercation, whether melee or gun-wise.
You shake his hands amiably.
Welcome to the family, Rabbit Junkins. It will be an honor, and a privilege both, to be working with you in the future.
Oh, gosh, I don't say. Thanks, Don. John Toblerone and two goons sing a spirited verse of "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow," and then tip their hats and saunter away. Ah, shucks. Oh, you.
Yes, how did that little brick shack on a fucking boardwalk have a basement?
I don't know. Huh. Huh.
Run it, net.
What a... Christ, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Fraternal Order of Traveling Salesmen. Let's see. The rope that thinks. Peril noodle.
Yes, everyone's favorite horror movie, Deathbed, the bed that kills. You think I'm fucking joking? That's a real movie.
No, I know!
Yeah, okay.
I am aware! Phoenix is a fucking game! Oh, fuck it. I'll come back to you soon. Let's see. Here you go, Rufus.
Bump it to bump.
Ah, not yet. Oh, soon.
Perhaps. Someday.
All right, to Government Valley. Sinister enough for government work. Look at this blown out hellhole. This bed to be covered in spikes, so no vagrants are tempted to sit on it.
Fucking hostile architecture.
Wander off into a desolation, rubble, and burned out buildings. For once, I have a map.
Wait, no. What is that in the road?
It's a rat.
Oh, okay. It was the three little dots on the brick looked like a face, and the rat popping up from behind it made it look like it had a little hat it was tipping.
All right. Telephoning facility, federal prison. IRS central office, Vista Hill, municipal amphitheater. Map GS2 area government valley. You are just straight up being attacked by a giant hovering wad of cancer. Considering that there's still going to be cigarette ads on the radio for another 43 years and they won't even start banning smoking on airplanes for 60, you think such a direct assault would be unnecessary. Guess it got impatient. Shadow tainted flesh polyp. Oh, I hated that.
Oof.
Oof.
The crawling shadow.
Let's see. Yeah, you're fucking dead.
Wait.
Hmm.
Double.
Does
Does-
the damage of your next missile.
Does that stack?
Wait a minute. No, I already got my chi gathered.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. It's the button for it that's grayed out, not the icon itself. It didn't look like it was grayed out, so I thought, can you just do that and keep doubling it?
Well, I can hit him for 86 now, so. I certainly do make that sound.
Lawnmower go burr.
That's fuck you damage right there.
Imagine how fucked that rock would have been if you had fought it this late.
Oh fuck, that would just be. Oh, that would just be so strong.
I mean, aside from your double damage thing you've got now, you also would have had the bottle cap ring at that point. It could only hit you for 5 damage at a time.
You take that. Cheesley, no! on, who said there's no cure for cancer? Nice.
You tell him, Molly.
As soon as you're hissing, the shadows of a nearby alley coalesce and forms a sheet of 3 shadow policemen. You better get ready for a fight.
Don't sweat it, Buck. I got this one.
Molly mows down the cop show as a burst from her Tommy gun. The burst of whiffs of black smoke and quickly disperse. So, never mind. A howl splits the air and reverberates through your guts. The entire length of your guts. A massive black dog, was once a dog, or rather that was never a dog, stuck out of an alleyway and opens its mouth for an entire Expo Center knife show worth of fangs. Hello, Shadow Dog.
Dogbird. Alright, well, while you fight Pucciarino here, I'm gonna go medicate the cat and grab something to drink.
Gotcha. Wapow! There we go. You won, bad dog. All right. Just some more water real quick. Moon catches the corner of your eye. You turn to see several tall, long-limbed figures gliding toward you. They twist and twirl as gracefully as ballerinas as they approach. This beauty is just contradicted by their heads, which are indescribable shadows. And I'm using indescribable as a horror cop-out. I'm a little uncertain about what's going on in their head area. They have like a winged collar or maybe side horns? I think that's a mouth on it. I don't know. Find them and see for yourself. It's weird. Mystical ballerina. Graceful ballerina. Oh, this is fucking weird. Gerlanda, the deranged nutcracker. Punch it. You won! As their pas de deux was a pas de don't. A horrifying buddy.
I saw zombies with like half a head for a second before the battle ended.
You definitely did. Yeah, that is, oh, Christ. Visit a tea that ballerinas drink to suppress their appetites and help them stay fit. You sure hope that within the next 100 years or so, society starts to broadly reject stuff like this. You're hooting and yelling nearby. Look, the game's getting over. It's not like you're going to learn not to investigate this kind of stuff now. Turned out to be a small band of roving and/or raving maniacs. Seems like maybe their minds got corrupted by the shadow and they aren't reacting very well to it. I guess I'm just assuming scream out all your teeth might just be like a fun thing they're into. A hobby. Bad maniac. Maniacal doll. Pyromaniac. Drooling maniac.
So just your average gathering of juggalos?
Just an average juggalo meeting. A meeting of the jugs, as it were. Well, let's cook some brains. So, my little guy. Yeah, that'll be enough. And... Cha! Take that. Sweet Trixie, the maniacal doll. Finally, a knife-wielding maniac on your side! Government cheese, a paper-wrapped slab of utilitarianism in dairy form. They must have made a lot of this stuff for it to still be around after all these years after the cows came home. Rebellious maniac. They reject all sorts of regulations, even the ones that make it possible for items like this to be mass-produced and sold at retail. Some prisoners discarded their hat here when they were released.
Used to date a homeless girl. It was great because after sex you could just drop her off anywhere.
Wherein it makes it statistically more likely that you are a robber.
Poor people love sex because it's free. He looks sad. Oh, he's not bothering anybody. But this isn't the one. I don't want to talk to him. I understand. I'll burn the telephone then.
Wait, what? The telephone is in use. This place is fucking weird. Someone really doesn't know how to park.
I'll just wait outside, Buck. Should not let guards lay peepers on me.
Would they recognize you?
They would if they'd been paying attention to the wanted posters.
You have a wanted poster? Neat. I'll see if we have one to have you autograph it for me. Small wonder they kicked this guy out of the cell blocks. Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Fuyog! I'm Crimsley. Jim Crimsley.
Nice. Sounds.
Thanks. Takes a lot of practice to get good at the honk monica. Of course, all I got is time.
Any chance you want to part with that honky horn?
Go back to playing just harmonica? Well, I'll swap you for a cracker.
Just a cracker? Are you that hungry?
Huh? Oh, you're new. Ain't my job to show fish the ropes. Well, ask Tetley in 1A.
You show ropes to fish? That's a weird job. Guess I can't think of anything to ask you. See you around.
Later.
Oh wait, I know she has a side quest. Maybe I have to be in Ocean City for it. That's not that. Nope.
I thought the prison was her side quest. We gotta break her girlfriend out, right?
Yeah, I think that is the thing. Alright, well, federal prison it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Charlestown State Pen. It's unclear how this guy could be cooking food himself, but that does seem to be what he's doing. Hi there, I'm Rabbit.
Hi, I'm Lumford.
Are you cooking?
Yeah, dude.
Want some of that spatula?
Not really. I do need a box of coffin nails.
Cigarettes?
Yeah, to help mask the flavor of whatever this is I've been cooking.
Yeah, here you go.
All right. Suppose I can always get another spatula. Here you go.
It used to be something else, but with patience and ingenuity, it was converted into a pretty bad spatula. Thanks. How's your food?
Thanks to these smokes, I have no idea.
I just can't think of anything to ask you. I'll see you around.
See you, Rabbit. Finally, a use for all these fucking cigarettes we've been collecting.
This cell just has bones in it. They must have committed a bone crime. This prisoner is, what is she doing? Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Donna.
What are you doing there?
Levitating an orange.
Oh, telekinesis? I can do a little of that.
What I'm doing is a bit different. More suspicious amount of space. General purpose.
Well, color me intrigued. Tell me more about your hovering orange.
Well, since it's so boring in here, I've been exercising my imagination. And it turns out if you get really good at imagining things, you can trick your brain into believing they're real. And if you get really good at that, you can make them actually real.
Wow, jeez. So, wait, so why are you still in a jail cell?
Well, these bars suddenly disappearing is a little harder to imagine than floating orange.
Oh, I see. Can you teach me your imagination thing?
I imagine so. This kind of power is potentially dangerous, and therefore valuable.
Oh, sure, of course.
Bet you seem okay. I'll teach you in exchange for a cracker.
A cracker, that's it? Not a whole box of crackers, even?
Oh, you must be new around here. Cracker is slang. Ask Tetley in 1A about it.
Ah, okay. 1A. Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Hi, I'm Tetley. You want to buy a cracker?
Selling crackers? How much?
300 meat.
For your crackers?
New around here, huh? Look, crackers are what we call gift certificates to the prison chiropractor. We use them as currency.
Oh, that makes more sense, I guess. Telly fans a handful of gift certificates and waves them at you.
So, want to buy a cracker?
Is it true you show ropes how to fish?
What? Where'd you hear that? Who's the dirty rattlebox that's been spreading filthy rumors about me?
I didn't catch his name.
Well, if I find out who it is, they won't be getting any more crackers from me. Except for the skull. It'll be a different kind of cracker.
Sure. Prison chiropractor gift certificate. This certificate entitles the bearer to 1 complimentary spine adjustment in the prison chiropractor's office. Yes, I will take these. I will take 3 of these. Hey there, I'm Rabbit.
I'm Rimmel. What do you want?
Nothing.
Whatever.
Somebody isn't meeting their crime quota. This guy's pretty buff. Well, in the arms at least. Name's Rabbit. Sup? Can you teach me to do that?
Teach you how to lift a dumbbell?
Yeah.
Sure. For a cracker.
It's a deal.
Okay, then.
Passes one of his dumbbells to the bars and shows you how to bend your elbow. Hot damn. You learned to exercise the way we do in prison, out of soul-crushing boredom and with a mean guy watching. This guy's apparently managed to smuggle in a full-length sword.
A real-ass goddamn sword.
Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Hey, Rabbit. I'm Clive.
Nice sword.
Thanks. Technically, it's a Japanese-style katana. Oh, God, he's a weeb.
How on earth did you get a katana in here?
I made it at the prison machine shop. Out of folded-up license plates.
Huh. Can I buy a katana?
Well, okay. I guess I can make another one. I'll swap it to you for a deck of Luckies.
Come again?
Pack of cigarettes.
Why do you get cigarettes in here?
You can't. You'd have to be able to leave and go to a real store.
Oh, I see. Hold on a minute. Just gonna... You're my best friend! Make me these things! That what I trade for things and services? What do you tell me smokes for? Convicts. You find yourself in a forbidding building. The crumbling room is an old government office. The bureaucrats now replace with regular rats. You poke around through the saddled offices and the hallways, lamenting on the fall of reliable structures we once depended on. Is this really the future? You sigh. A couple minutes later, you find an old safe full of meat. Your mood improves dramatically due to a short-term windfall. Don't call me out like this, video game. Don't do this shit to me. Here are your cigarettes.
I wasn't really expecting you to have them. Well, deal's a deal. Take good care of it.
This guy said he made it on license plates. And if you look real close, you can just faintly see where it says Capital District along the edge of the blade. Do you want your katana back? You seem regretful.
Thanks, but nah, it's okay. I'm already making plans for an even better one. Maybe even on Odachi or Nagamaki.
Ooh, neat. I know what the first one is. Teaching your imagination thing?
I imagine so, but this kind of power is potentially
Here you
dangerous. Yeah.
She put you through a variety of imagination training exercises, mentally rotating cubes and so on, until you finally got the hang of it. If you get bored enough, you can change reality just by being really bored at it. Wow, thanks. Nah, I just have to find an orange.
Works on other things too.
Apple?
Whoa, don't aim too high there.
Okay. How about you? I'm Rabbit. Okay, you got nothing. How about you? This guy's practicing the most dangerous and therefore best kind of juggling.
Yeah, I think the Nagamaki is like a glaive kind of thing, just long ass blade on a long ass handle. I think, if I'm thinking of the right thing, it's the one meant for cutting down a horse and rider as they're charging you with a single stroke.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hi. Hey, I'm Lewis.
You want some of that shiv?
Suppose I could. Swap you for a pack of cigs.
Sure.
Thanks. It's going to be much trickier to juggle.
Artisanal shiv. Not only just about stabbing a guy. Sometimes about vengefully stabbing a guy for making fun of the craftsmanship of all your previous shivs. A sharpened toothbrush in her fingers.
What are you looking at, Rubberneck? Amscray, your mama's calling for you.
I couldn't help noticing your tattoo. Is that a heart with an N and M in it?
Put this shiv in your notices. Go milk a duck, Peeper.
Okay, you are definitely Nancy. Nancy McGill, right?
What are you, a slap man? A gazer? Just a scissor, Bill.
None of those, probably. I'm a friend of Molly's.
Oh, huh. Well, if you know Molly and you ain't full of holes, you must be a right guy. What's the score, pal?
Now you should let Molly explain that.
She's here? What am I listening to your teeth rattle for?
I'll go get her. You head back outside and wave Molly over, then escort her back to cell block 3.
Molly, baby, Noodles. Oh, I'm so glad we weren't too late. I asked you not to call me that in public. What are you doing here? We agreed you wouldn't visit. So if the fuzz catches sight of you, we ain't seen a single hack. And anyway, I had to bring you this cake. Oh, you brought me a cake. Ain't you a sweet potato? Wait, is this an Alcatraz special? I don't get it. I only got about a year left. I mean, yeah, it hurts being apart, but
They didn't tell you? Oh, that's you.
yeah, they didn't tell you? They're transferring you to Bridgewater.
The color drains out of Nancy's face.
Bridgewater? Why? I only stabbed
She pauses to count on her fingers.
5, carrying the 2. 3 guards and 5 inmates. 6 if you count the guy whose face I peeled off. Okay, I guess I can see it. The transfer could be any day now. Gotta bust out of here tonight. Okay, yeah. Right after lights out. I'll have to go to ground and lie low for a few weeks, but I'll get in touch after that. Okay. You better make it. If you get caught or hurt, I'll... Hey now, come on, Button. You know me. Turn off the waterworks. I'll be fine as a frog here. You better.
Just loud.
You better scram before one of the few remaining guards comes by. Here, ain't your birthday yet, but I made you a little something.
Nancy has a fine chain necklace with a Tommy gun bullet hanging from it. She fastened her on Molly's neck, and he looked through away awkwardly as two of them share a kiss through the bars. Walked Molly back out. You gonna be okay?
Yeah, Nancy's right. I don't gotta worry. She's tough as nails. Tough as anything.
She's a little scary, frankly. She peeled a guy's face off?
Yeah, that's little Nancy McGill for you.
Ah, you were crazy. Maybe I was right.
Mark, if there's one thing you should understand about me by now, is that I don't like getting bored.
Ah, I guess not. Ha ha ha! Fucking yikes! Hi, Nancy.
Listen, keep an eye on Molly, get it? Anything happens to her, it's gonna have dire consequences for you.
No worry. Incidentally, you owe me about $1,000 meat for that cake. Oh.
Oh, is it?
Shit! My finger slipped. Damn it.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
We'll never know. Hi, I'm Rabbit. How's it going? What are you in for? Are you okay, bud? Because everyone has their own coping strategies. You know, I met a librarian I think you get along with. Guy named Ted. Real quiet. Got a single giant eyeball for a head.
It's coming for you, not her.
Okay, bye. Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Hi, I'm Mitch.
You're a pretty good whistler.
Thanks. Been practicing ever since I swapped my harmonica to Crimsley.
What do you get in return?
Can of stash wax. Hold it to some other guy, though.
Oh, okay. Can you teach me to whistle?
I can. Exchange for a cracker.
All right, here you go.
Great. Okay, it's pretty easy. Put your lips together. Murder a guy for sleeping with your car and get it sentenced to life in prison. And blow.
Can I skip that middle bit?
Sure, I guess. That's what worked for me.
Expert whistler. Yeah, whistling Dixie, and I'm not lying. A cork, what will be the exact shape and size of the mouth of the guy who gave it to you. Yuck. What's a cork for?
In case you want to stop.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, ask you. See you around.
Okay, see you later, Rabbit.
Jesus. What is happening?
We're gonna need more crackers.
We're gonna need more of these fucking crackers, I'll tell you what. Yeah. 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 Hi, I'm Rabbit.
Hey there, I'm Moppy.
We're going to say that your parents named you that, and here you are now mopping.
It's a nickname. Who call me that because I like to mop floors.
Oh, I assumed it was just going to be a comedic reversal. Should I have a nickname? I feel like a hip prison nickname like yours would help me fit in.
Well, I'm happy to suggest one if you want.
Sure, hit me.
Cummerbund.
Try again.
You look like a Bermuda to me.
I love it.
You got it. Welcome to the family, Bermuda.
I will never regret this.
If you need information, Bermuda, just ask me. I overhear all kind of stuff while I'm mopping.
It's good to know, thanks.
Hiya, Bermuda. Hey, Bermuda, what's up?
Any chance you want to part with that honky horn?
Go back to just playing harmonica? Swap you for a cracker.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right, deal's a deal.
Yes. Warden. The exercise yard. A generous chemical company has donated some toxic waste for the prisoners to enjoy.
How thoughtful.
Hey, there, I'm Bermuda.
Ah, damn it. Hang on. Fucking Windows alerts. Hiya, I'm Vinny.
I like your weird ball.
First time I ever heard that. Yeah, I had to invent this because we haven't got a basketball hoop.
I see. I just think I'll buy that nifty basketball string dealie from you.
All right. Sell it to you for a cracker.
Here you go.
Nice. And here you go.
Woo! Nice. Hi, I'm Bermuda.
Hey, I'm Bruno.
Hot damn. We are talking.
I pick heavy things up and then put them down again.
As well you should. As well you should. Hi there, I'm Bermuda.
Hi, I'm Nora.
Hey, spice jar.
I need this one so I can keep eating here without dying of boredom. I have a similar gadget I can sell you, though.
She shows you an elaborate mechanical pepper mill.
Made it in the prison machine shop. But I decided I prefer a traditional shaker. Give it to you for a cracker.
Oh, that sounds good.
Sweet. Maybe I can try this for some decent food.
Ooh. Never again will you get a sore elbow for spending hours cranking an old-fashioned pepper mill.
The Alton Brown model. I've done that a couple times, where you take the top off of a pepper mill and you hook the middle shaft into the chuck for a power drill.
That's so smart. Wow. I never thought of that. That's... Wow. You gotta stop carrying point sign at the end of a counter. 1 slot per customer. What's your dealio? Bones and things that can be wrong with them. This adds a very small amount of spa-like ambience to the room. I'm Bermuda.
Hello, I'm Dr. Dixley. How can I help you?
Are you the prison physician?
Close. I'm the prison chiropractor.
What's the difference?
Well, a physician treats ailments through specific medications and treatments tailored to that ailment. Chiropractor fixes everything by pushing on your spine.
Oh, interesting. Can I get an adjustment?
Certainly. In exchange for one of my gift certificates.
Yeah, here.
Great. Just lie down on the table here.
This is safe, right? I'm a little nervous that letting someone mess with the bones that contain the nerves that let my head communicate with all the rest of my body.
Look, just because this science was developed by a man who didn't believe in vaccines or even germs, and claimed that the techniques were given to him by a ghost during a seance, and also I don't have any kind of actual legal medical degree, that doesn't make me a quack, okay? I know what I'm doing. Plus, science and seance are basically the same word.
You twist your pine into a new configuration. Ah! Ooh, ow. Well, I do feel better. Your spine is exactly where it's supposed to be, for once. Guess that's all that matters.
Traitorous goddamn spine.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Always running off willy-nilly without leave. Oh, believe you me, bucko, I know plenty. You would not believe the twisted tales my spine can tell.
Scoliosis!
I used to sleep on my stomach and keep a wallet in my back pocket.
Look, I had to get a whole new chair because my other chair was just like, hey, my spine's dying. And I'm like, oh, great!
When I went in for to the chiropractor and they took an X-ray, he took like a ruler basically and drew a line with a blue marker down what was supposed to be the center of my spine, and the lower part was so far off to the left that the right side of my spine did not touch the line.
Wow. What the...
The frig?
Well, you stop in front of a wall that's been plastered with several broadsheet posters. Illustration of a sultry blonde woman making a kissy face to the viewer, with a battleship on fire in the background. Loose wind sink ships, no dancing, no short skirts, no obscene language. Wow. Molly, unexpectedly, says nothing. With gritted teeth, she ejects the drum from her Tommy gun, opens a cover, and does something inside with her knife. What are you doing?
Give me a minute, Buck. Carving the rudest words I know onto all of my bullets. I'll show them how to sink a damn ship.
Can you Inferno the horn? Oh. Oh. The two are terrified to the statue, right above a block of bombed out apartment building. Some mean looking wizard lady named Dark Noel. Can examine the statue and figure out that if you file just a millimeter of material off one of its toenails, it will topple. You grab an emery board up from the rubble and make short work of a tall statue. Move along. Son of a bitch. Now you gotta figure that out.
That reminds me of the stupidest. You remember when Two Stupid Dogs had Secret Squirrel cartoons as like back matter?
Yeah.
One of them, they were fighting a villain who was a sentient quark. And it was like fucking Secret Squirrel meets Ant-Man kind of shit. And, oh yeah, that might have helped earlier. If we'd had the cursed haunted duck call. But,
I think we have to uncurse this now.
But yeah, they were fighting the quark. And at one point, they like collapsed his, subatomic kingdom or whatever, and it was like, how'd you do that, Morocco? Oh, I just pulled out the bottom atom.
The machine gives one big sniff, and then you guess it's over. The cursed haunted duck call is not just a haunted duck call. If you want to get rid of the haunting, that's a different machine. But time has come. He's near your haunted duck call. It's still haunted, but it seems to be suffused by the power of that mysterious duck that quacked you right out of the cursed construct. The curse has been vanquished, but you've gained no love for duck kind. You hear a panty behind you. It sounds like you repeatedly scuff coarse sandpaper across the living room carpet, followed by a screech. It sounds like your mom catching you doing that. Another one of those massive black shadow dogs crouches, prepared to leap. It isn't gonna wait till your father gets home. Let's see. Take this. Yeah, 78 damage. Take that, you fucking jerk. You doink. Ow. You certainly do like your poison, don't you?
Yeah.
Hey, that, you jerk. Telephoning facility. That's an unusual structure. An ordinary phone booth. Ignore it. Done! It's made from the same kind of metal you've never seen before. It's opaque, but still somehow glowing from within, like a math book that swallowed a candle. It's cool to the touch, but yet it radiates a kind of warmth. It doesn't feel like a typical public art project. Why build an otherwise abandoned area? Amid the black marble rolled building, somebody has erected a granite statue of a mean-looking army guy named General Bruise. You punch the statue in the jaw, knocking out most of his teeth. Associated knocks himself over, an act of conscientious objection. Modern army soma. The father says this isn't your father's cola, which is a bold move considering how many of today's soda drinkers lost their fathers in the cola wars. Wander off into an nice expanse of abandoned cars, about a quarter of which are on fire. You're really selling this. This rock doesn't belong here. This rock doesn't belong anywhere!
God damn it.
There's that strange ring again.
Good. He's up. Do you like to play with matches, caller?
Yeah, we all do.
This is not the one. I understand. I will. No. I want this telephone. And I will get it for you.
Hey, wait. Uh. Okay. The door of an army crew office is square, olive drab, and menacing. Just like the army itself. Hey-oh! It won't budge. Probably just as well. You have zero interest in joining the military. The Shadow DMV. Looks like somebody failed their not abandoning your car test. The siren has multiple things wrong with it. There's some gross fungus on this column.
Ah, yes, the Shadow DMV. I believe they install those right next to Reverse Rite Aid.
Hello?
It's for you. That isn't him. I am there in his house now. I am there with him. This is not him. I'll burn the telephone then.
Stop doing that. These telephones are expensive. Good lord. Just me, not terrified of this at all. Just going, you're burning just expensive pieces of equipment. Stop.
Wait, don't we have to go in the DMV?
Oh, yeah. Oh, here it is. The obvious trap you're about to step into. You see her as you grab a door handle. The Shadow DMV. It's a wanted poster. Not of you, fortunately. Whew. The dreaded number dispenser. Bees. There's a Canadian.
Yeah.
There's a smoldering child.
Can't tell if he's vaping or he stinks.
It's either or. He's always bulleted about what to do in your car inevitably develops multiple flat tires, trips, flips over, or bursts into flame.
Usually both, am I right? Ah.
Nah. Got an item. DMV number 451. Okay, only 10 before you. That doesn't seem too bad. What? Did one of the Hex Rock monsters escape SIT Quarry? Why would it be at the DMV? Hi there. What brings you to DMV today? Not exactly enlightening. Do you mind if I cut in front of you? Come on, please. You're made of rocks. You operate on a geological scale. You literally have all the time in the world. Rock-splained to it. Look, you don't need to be here. You're made of hypercrystalline thermorphic... I'm gonna try this again. You're made of hypercrystalline thalmorphic diorites. You don't need a wizarding license just because you don't cast spells. You're just inherently magical. I'm sorry, but you're much too heavy to drive a car. It leaves sadly. Sorry. Bye. A kindly looking old lady. Hi, man. What brings you here today?
Oh, not much. I just need a staple removed from these old documents.
You can't pull it out yourself?
I tried to, but it's a titanium staple, and I'm not as spry as I used to be.
I see. Would you mind if I got in front of you, ma'am?
I certainly would. I've been waiting my turn patiently, and so can you.
My time is now! You're in luck, ma'am. I just happen to have a titanium staple remover here, and I was wondering if I was ever going to find a use for it.
Oh, how marvelous.
You effortlessly move the staple from her bundle of documents.
Thank you very much, dear. Now I can spend the rest of the afternoon knitting cozies for my collection of vintage machine guns.
You're welcome. Bye.
On our way out the door, Molly's like, Grandma?
Hey, There's a robot waiting in line. Does it need a license to drive itself? Hi, robot. Hello? Hey, robot. Nothing. It must not have a voice command interface. Hey, Rob, mind if I get in front of you? You move to step in front of the robot and points the laser gun at you. Oh. Well, heck, after completing the final exam for SIT's Robotectronics course, it should be a breeze. You punch a series of commands at a little console in the back of the robot, rolls out of the queue, navigates haltingly around the waiting room benches, and drives out the door. Hooray! There he goes. I control you!
Look at him go.
A hulking, ticked-off Minotaur. I guess I could have just said a Minotaur. Hey, buddy, what are you here for?
I don't know. So annoying.
Driver's license?
I can't drive. I don't fit in any cars. I have to ride the trolley to work.
That's so nad. Lots of people ride the...
Like a horse.
Oh, huh.
What do you want? Too mad to have a conversation right now.
I wonder if you might have went in front of you. I'm in kind of a hurry.
Hell no. Get back.
Maybe you need a magic license?
I don't know any spells. I just hang around in mazes and labyrinths and Swedish furniture stores.
Do you need a license being a magical creature?
That would be hugely racist. It would be like if I needed a license for being Greek.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Good point. Maybe you just don't need to be here?
What? What do you mean?
It doesn't seem like any of the stuff they do here applies to you.
So I came here for nothing? Been wasting my time?
Yeah, I feel your pain, but I think that is the case.
Damn it! You know how long it takes to get in and out of that labyrinth?
Sorry. Bye. He has a shotgun? This guy is dressed in a slick black suit. It has the impatient and nervous air of someone who's used to outranking everyone except the government. He's clearly a mob guy, probably a low-ranking capo. If he was higher rank, he'd have to wait in line, someone to wait in line for him. Hi there. What are you here for?
Taking a vacation to Rome soon. Gotta get a photo so as I can renew my friggin' passport. Look at all of this paperwork. Can you believe it? Outrageous. My pop's citizenship papers weren't this complicated.
Wow, geez.
What do you want? I ain't here to flap my gums.
What if I cut ahead of you in line?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd friggin' mind. Try it and I'll cut you.
See his signet ring?
Huh? Oh. You're one of the family. Gee, that's a swell ring. I ain't earned mine yet. You need something?
Yeah, sorry, but I need to take a hike and come back tomorrow. I'm on important business and I'm in a hurry.
Ah, geez. Well, business is business. Sick of standing here anyways. At least gives me the creeps.
He leaves grumbling. It's finally your turn.
Rabbit. Junkins.
That's me.
To the right and through the mouth.
Come again. The fluorescent lights flicker for a moment. The room is longer than it was before, and there's a giant demonic mouth hovering in the air.
To the right and through the mouth.
Okay. A gnashing maw of shadow seems to want to swallow you. Fuck it. The giant mouth hacks you up like a hairball into an office that can clearly only belong to Dark Noel. How she got it, just no one here is anyone's guess, but it's probably dark magic of some kind. All of these presents are labeled not rabbit. Oh. Story of my life. Dark Noel gives you a cheery little wave and cracks her knuckles.
Thanks for coming to my little Crimbo party, Rabbit. Not that there was much chance of you pulling a no-show. People say I'm obsessed, but all wizards are obsessives. All I had to do was make you jump, or all I had to do to make you jump was take away your license.
I didn't know I had one. I don't need to let you take it down, Noel. I consider it my civic duty. I'll do it again, just like I did in the swamp.
That was just a fluke. That swamp doesn't have any Crimbo spirit. But now you're on my turf.
You're gonna switch allegiance to join your Dark Crusade or whatever. You got another thing coming.
I wasn't going to ask. I hate your guts.
Fine, I hate yours too.
Fine.
Good. Enough talk, Noel. Let's know this like real magic users with your traditional wizard's duel.
How charming. Gladly. I'll even be magnanimous and let you go first. Give me your best, shortcake.
She thrusts her palms forward, launching a huge brick of buttery cookie straight at your head. Stiff breeze! A quick circular motion in your arm conjures a shield of semi-soft cheese, deflecting the short blade harmlessly. You throw the shield forward, but Noel dodges to the side. You decided to fight dirty.
Who's naughty and who's nice is decided by the winner, dear.
Monterey Jackhammer! Steam explodes from your palm. You're a massive pointed log of mild white semi-hard cheese at your opponent.
Meet me under the mistletoe.
You got change for 2 of these? Leafy green darts machine gun out of her hand, shredding your attack. You dive and roll to escape. She redirects the remainder of her spell at you. Ha! You wish, lady.
Oh, don't flatter yourself. Let it snow.
A blade of snow and ice gust toward you with gale force power. Defend! Mott's umbrella!
Mott's umbrella.
Your magical barrier protects you just long enough to outlast the storm, and you cast the ragged tatters of it away as you stand and pray your next attack.
You'll never defeat me without all your allies and familiars.
Maybe you got a point. Provolone wolf! A howl pierces the air as a pure white wolf dashes out from behind you and charges at Noel with its fangs bared.
Tenson tackle.
Gleaming silver vines rip from her hands, entangling and shredding the wolf. Tinsenticle?
Yeah. Oh, tinsel tentacle. Yeah. Tinsenticle.
Tinsenticle?
Clearly a portmanteau of tinsel and tentacle. Come on. You did Mott's umbrella for crying out loud.
Mott's umbrella makes perfect sense. Tinsenticle seems, I don't know, kind of dubious.
Your face seems kind of dubious. 6 Jesus slaying.
A whirlwind of white feathers, steel towels and honking fill the air, steaming directly at you. Defend! Rock Fortress!
Rogue Fortress.
A tower of blue-veined white marble surrounds you, protecting you from the honking, slashing assault. When the noise subsides, you dispel the tower and step forward. Dark Noel watches carefully. Preparing your next move, you twist your fingers around a complicated gesture. Asiago! To hell!
Roquefort, Olivec, Mossaluge.
You take off.
Blisbla, Cavitales.
Sprinting towards Noel, who is expecting a spell but does not exist. And saying it takes her to realize your bluff, you covered half of the distance to her. Furious, she whips her arms in the air. Black lightning core skates around her hand. She screams.
Feliz.
Power through. He's sprinting. Noelle's eyes are dead black. Her hair is whipping around her like snakes. The black lightning in her hands collects into the shape of a grinning skull.
Navidad.
String cheese theory!
I love this game so much.
You whip a thick, fibrous strand of string cheese to her wrist, tying together and interrupting her spell.
What?
And then you punch her in the face.
Ow! My nose! You jerk! That's a foul!
Your fist landed repeatedly, too fast to be followed by human eyes. Dark Noel collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated, and we have our JoJo reference!
Pew, 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 pew.
You're naughty. I'm nice.
Oh shit! Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference?
Oh shit!
Go ahead. Finish me off. Make it a red Crimbo.
I think I proved my point already. I'll let you out of here alive. You promise to leave the country and never return.
Huh. Maybe you are one of the nice one. Or maybe you are the nice one. Alright. I'll leave. If that's what you want. Or you can open your present.
My present?
Really, it's my present. My second form. I didn't get the chance to show it to you. It's really cool. But if you want to see it, you'll have to fight it in regular combat. No takebacks.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's do this. Wow, that is cool. Gotta hand it to her. Second form is pretty sweet. She ain't about having to actually fight the terrifying thing. Let's see. Bonk.
Brat.
Oh, you got 94 HP? You're gonna hate this.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't mind me. Oh, yeah.
I'll just be over here.
Yeah,
Yep.
just gotta. I'm just grabbing my leg and just doing the backward stretch, like, yep, hold on. Whatcha! Booyah!
Brat.
You won! Wow, maybe a holly jolly crimbo after all. Ho ho ho!
Now I have a lawnmower.
Noel's peppermint striped desk. Key to the Black House. This is less a desk and more of a gift wrapping station. You'll find information about Uncle Murray, but underneath the paper scraps of ribbons and blank messages, you do find an important looking key. Assuming this is a two-way horrible Shadow Maw, you want to go back to the DMV? The Shadow Team. More Shadow Ballerinas leap out of the darks and twirl into attack formation. And it just occurred to me that team ballet fights would be an incredible sport. I would watch that all the time. Do any of you know who I have to write to make that happen?
Oh, Ted Turner.
Look, I don't know either. Don't worry, let me just... There we go. I'm gonna bonk one of you. There we go.
Bridge.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Swan cake. Sparkly tutu. A garment meant to draw attention to your gams rather than leave them to the imagination. PDQ central offices. An ordinary phone booth. Can't get inside. Someone swiped the steps. Done. There's no unusual structure here. There's another nearly identical sculpture. You're not really sure what it is or what purpose it serves. It's made out of very same weird metal. Very strange. It's a shame that they shut down the Federal Bureau of Defenestration. Government Ballet Theater. This cold column is covered with cold bugs. Wanna hop on stage and join the terrible show? Bust some moves? Heads? They're calling again. Hello?
What will you do on a rainy day? When your house is on fire, how will you get out? When you are in the train, who will save you?
What question you want me to answer first?
This isn't him. I understand. Do you want this telephone or shall I burn it? Give it. Give it to me.
At least tell me who you are. Either of you? Alright, goodbye. Wait. No. Hey, creepy people. Stop being creepy.
Creepeople.
Creepeople. Up. There he goes. Ah,
He got the twinkle toes.
look at all Twinkle Toes here trying to make sense of what's what. Well, down she goes. Bada bing, bada bash! They told those dancers to go jump in a lake, perhaps a swan lake. Lovely.
How awkward.
Municipal amphitheater. You know, another group of those shadow maniacs around the corner. You know what they're like? They're a lot like zombies in one of those movies where zombies aren't actually undead. They're just people with really angry biting disease. So they can still run real fast. Sorry, I guess that comparison isn't germane to the setting. I don't know if zombies even exist as a concept in 1928. Not gonna look it up though. There we go. And you. Cheese missile. Bonk. Maybe a force nap will settle him down a bit. Government amphitheater. Popcorn. This is both a tragedy and an opportunity. Catch pieces one at a time until you have a whole handful.
A tragedy, as Grandma would say.
This is both a tragedy and an opportunity. You want to join this extremely violent dance? There's a lot going on here.
I like the massive tentacles that's playing 3 different cellos.
Yeah, no, he's the real hero here.
Does it bother you? What? Having to make all these telephone calls. Oh, listen, it's him.
Me?
He looks sad. Oh, he's not bothering anybody. Let's burn him and see what he does.
Wait, no. Okay. I am fine.
Ah, I see you took out your whistling cork.
I will never put it in. Ignore it. Another copy of a strange metal thing. One was rare enough, but 3 of them is an outright mystery. Some of those pay telescopes, but a better look at any of the scene around here is of no value at all. A shadow IRS. This wheel must have gotten tired of being attached to a car. It's amazing what people throw away if you oppress them enough. This tree is dead and cold, like a cold, dead hand. Little branch of IRS looking pretty run down. You need to have plenty of funds for upkeep. Maybe that isn't how it works. Ooh, this bit of rubble is sad. This brick is afraid that its best days are behind it. You allay and collect its fears.
You are out of questions. Will you make a guess now? I don't have any more questions or guesses.
What are we guessing?
It is me. I am your dream date. What? I have been your dream date the whole time. If I hang up, will you find me? Yes, I know where you are.
Congratulations, I think. Silence. Valine is dead. Maybe that's for the best. Ask not for whom the phone rings.
What?
This payphone technology is amazing. Well, Budge, it's probably just as well. You hate paying taxes. Well, before we go there, I want to go ahead and see. Shadow Pants.
Also, did we ever figure out what was up with the stone obelisk at the top of the one frat house?
No, we didn't. I probably have more enough stuff to figure out what that's all about. Take this, Shadow Bats. This here is the old cheese lawnmower. All right, it's over here. For once, I have a map.
Uh-huh.
What? The Black House. This gate is seriously locked. You said a key and lock and turn, but if key and lock suddenly disintegrate, leaving the gate unsecured.
You're too late.
Ow.
But, Rabbit,
It's Uncle Murray! Uncle Murray, you okay?
surprisingly fine, kiddo. Not sure why they didn't just murder me, but I'm glad they didn't.
Me too, we gotta stop the president from doing whatever a crazy plan is.
All right, we do, but wait a minute. What's that?
What's that?
You got something behind your ear.
Ah! Oh, jeez. Don't ever change, Uncle Murray. So what happened to you?
Well, Jessica told you how I've been hunting a series of cursed artifacts, right?
Yeah, that's how I found you. We've been using the detector trying to find more of them to try and follow your trail.
So Charles got that thing working finally. That sure would have saved me some trouble. Anyway, fella sold me a pen that could only write obscenities. Turned out with a little coaxing, you can also get it to write its real owner's current address, which was here. I wrote that letter to you before coming to stake out the place. They caught me while I was snooping around.
So who's this president woman?
Don't know much about her. Just her name's Margaret something. 11 years ago, her barn exploded. That's where all the artifacts came from, I think. They were stuff that was in the barn at the time.
One heck of an explosion.
No kidding. 5 years later, she's city comptroller. Now I guess she's shadow president? Whatever that is.
So what's she planning?
Wish I knew. Built some kind of crazy machine, but I don't know exactly what it's for. The amount of shadow energy she's collecting to power it can't be anything good.
So how do we stop her?
Well, she set up 3 big, weird pylons or obelisks or something. I think their function is to pull shadow energy directly out of wherever it comes from and pump it into her machine here in the Black House.
So we should destroy those.
Yep. Ideally, before her machine does whatever it's meant for doing.
Destroy 3 things. Good. They have a specific, straightforward goal for once. I'm pretty sure I've seen all 3 of them before. Not far from here, yeah?
Somewhere in Government Valley. Past that, I'm not sure.
I guess that was all your questions. Well, the immediately relevant ones.
Then we better get moving.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see. Telephone. That's not the more weird ballerinas approach. You start to ponder the fact that the true horror of the situation is simply physical violence. It's corruption of one of humanity's most beautiful forms of art, twisted into a tool of horror and brutality. Hey! Hey, stop pondering stuff! You're being attacked! Pay attention!
Stop that shit.
Drop acquaintance. Fry your brain. Bat. This payphone is ringing. Hello?
Oh, weird. Hey, is that Rabbit? This is Rufus.
Rufus, how do you know I was here?
I didn't. It's just a coincidence. My brother hunting device calculated that is best, or calculated that is the best spot to open a wormhole to his location. Since there's a payphone there, I figured I'd call ahead to check.
Wormhole? I thought it was a communications device?
Well, it turns out that the Pearl is crazy powerful, and wormholes are a form of communication, according to Quant.
There's a crazy shadow pillar thing here. I could use some help dealing with it.
That explains some of these readings. Hang on, I'll be right there.
There's a lot happening right now. Good luck, Rufus!
Well,
This twisted pylon has been destroyed.
I'm afraid there is
Ice
no
Boo,
way
thank you for the
out
raid.
of The lodge.
Created gibbering, a horrible half-animal, half-plant, half-alien, half-shadow creature, something out of darkness. It makes a high-pitched noise and starts slamming its way toward you. If it turns out this thing is actually from some ancient, hyper-intelligent progenitor race, I hope they're at least a little embarrassed about how gross they are. Bonk one of them. There you go. Bonk. Bonk. There we are. You win. Take that, whatever you are. Good grief, what are you? Hello?
Ah, Rabbit. On Toblerone. Vocalizing. I have become attenuated to the fact that you are a necessity of some assistination.
I didn't know where I was.
You're one of the family now. If you know something, we know something.
I hope this isn't how it works, but as it happens, I really could use some help here.
I will send assistance immediately, and their arrival will be forthwith.
Great, thanks. Whole damn mob came and just shot the shit out of it.
Eldritch sorcery, my ass.
Right says the jumble of statement, awe, fear. This may be unclear from the picture. Hello?
Rabbit, this is Johnny, the Hobo King. My secret Hobo King powers alerted me that you might be in need.
I know what number to call.
I just picked up my phone and it connected me to you. Is that not how phones work?
Well, anyway, yes, I do need some help. This big weird pillar thing here needs to be destroyed.
No problem. I'll send a crew of hobos immediately.
Away it goes.
They haul the scraps away and build it into a boxcar to sleep in. All right, that's the last one. Come on, we got to get back to the Black House and put a stop to whatever the president's plan is, which might be world domination or world destruction or maybe both. Honestly, with as much as I was able to learn before they caught me, there's a real glaring gap in my knowledge.
Let's go. There they go. Take that, you bunch of wacky crazies. Womp. There we go.
Bump, 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 bump.
Womp, 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 womp. He's gone to seek out his brother, wherever he may be.
Dark brother.
Let's beat her ass. Direction to the foyer of the Black House. Murray leads you up a corridor and down a flight of stairs to a huge basement laboratory. The room's dominated by a massive writhing tear in space, seemingly unconfined to an unpertaining frame. The president is typing furiously at a computer console nearby. When she turns around momentarily and enters, she glares at you practically hissing.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted that idiot Noel to deal with you. I noticed the shadow flow has dropped back to ambient levels. I assume that was your doing?
Yeah! I busted your weird pillars, now I'm busting you!
Oh no. I'd be real upset if you weren't too late.
Oh, nuts.
Yeah, nuts to you. The portal is open, and after I make these last few calibrations, the Emperor of all Shadows will be summoned to this plane to kneel before me. I will rule this universe, not as the President of Shadows, but the Empress.
Wow, that is a much bigger goal than I was expecting.
Well, yeah, well, go big or go home, right? Anyway, don't try to stop me. Got my attention at this console to keep the reaction steady. This thing could implode and turn the whole tri-state area into a smoking crater.
Jeez, okay, well, mind if I have a look around?
Sure, whatever. Just don't pester me unless you want everyone you've ever heard of to die.
Okay. Nah, we're good. This just has seen a lot, especially recently. Or he's holding a weird something. What's that?
An unbritanium bomb. Cobbled it together from parts I found lying around while you were distracting the president. Good job.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, that was intentional. But what's your plan exactly? Well, she said it sounded pretty bad to mess with this stuff.
She's trying to summon something, right? Figure by applying enough pressure at just the right time, we can reverse the flow and make it an out portal instead of an in portal.
Oh, I get it. So suck her out into space, no more problem.
Well, not exactly, or rather, yes, but that's not the end of it. We also have to take care of whatever's waiting on the other side of that portal.
Oh, you're saying I have to go through it and fight it, aren't you?
I don't know if it'll be a literal fight or what, but yeah, that's the long and short of it, kiddo. This is the end game, and there's no coming back from this. You ready?
Well,
Actually, let me be more explicit. This is literally the end game. Once I set off this bomb and you go through that portal, you can't come back, and the game ends one way or another. But nothing gets saved after you go, so you can reload back here and keep playing afterwards.
I don't really understand what you mean by that.
That's okay, kiddo. Wasn't really you I was talking to.
Boobs! Hey, what's up, Caitlin? How you doing? We're actually at the end of Shadows Over Loathing. It's a text-based RPG that's really funny.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. Time to go ahead and make some, just some really, really good stuff real quick.
Time to craft some war crimes.
Well, somebody's gonna make some war crimes in here! Oh! Burr, 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 burr. Hell yeah. Yeah. A sad little hot plate on a sad medium-sized room temperature crate. Fancy foods. Impregnable tack. You make some hardtack and then you just keep going with it. You try to chew up the tack, but then you just give up and swallow it whole. The tack is brave and damage to your stomach the same way a stove door would have stove door would if you had it hidden under your shirt.
Some hardtack. Clack, clack.
Engineering occult books. Especially has been slept in for weeks. Alright. Let's do it.
Beep, beep, fucking boop.
I'm ready. Let's do this thing.
Okay. It was good seeing you again, kiddo. I think I got this bomb wired so I can toss it and set it off from here by overloading this other who's it, which hopefully won't end up getting me killed. But whatever happens, you've got to jump through right away. I don't know how much time you live.
Jeez. Okay, be careful.
You too, kiddo. Ready?
Yeah.
No!
Here goes nothing.
Hell yeah! Fire in the hole!
Resolution. You, Molly, and the President and her machines on a sizable chunk of the floor appear in the middle of a pale void, lit by the just-arrived light of stars that burned out uncountable eons ago.
Ah! No! What did you do?
They're a little monkey wrenching your plans.
Don't try to act cool about this. You don't have the slightest idea what kind of power you're messing with.
Oh yeah? Like what? Hi, Azathoth. You're pretty cool. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome, playthings. You look over to the right, where you see a hovering swarm of giant mouths and eyes. You get the feeling that this is what your brain's best attempt to render what you're actually seeing in a way that will simply annihilate your mind. Oh,
In
thank
particular-
you for giving a sub to Dr. KP Sama, Azathoth.
Aw. In particular, that.
Oh.
Is this whole deal just a giant monkey's paw? Like, did I achieve ultimate power but also got cursed to be constantly surrounded by morons?
Hey.
Portal frame still looks intact. Maybe I can reopen it and fix this.
Oh, you can get it back?
I can get me back, then continue with my plan to summon the Emperor to our universe under controllable conditions, as intended, yes.
What if I don't want you to do that?
Do I look like someone who gives a hot crap what you want? Go away. Go die in the void.
Sheesh, someone's cranky.
Tappa, 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 tappa.
Hey, Molly, I don't suppose you got any ideas?
Well, Buck, usually my plan A is bullets and my plan B is more bullets.
What's plan C?
Never needed a plan C before. Never met anything that couldn't be shot with bullets before, but...
Show the necklace Nancy gave her. The single Tommy gun cartridge engraved Nancy and Molly forever. You think under those situations where the power of true love vanquishes evil and that kind of thing?
Well, I wasn't going to say it like that.
Shoot it!
The TV?
TV!
Yeah. Yes!
It says today, but love truly is the most powerful force in the universe. If it has a gun. As the metaphorical smoke cleared, you found yourself stuck in the weird extra-dimensional space where the final showdown happened. Unfortunately, the fact you created a temporal paradox before you left the universe meant that you could never come back to normal reality. You waited 1 billion years, and that was only the beginning. Actually, you may say it was the beginning. The first 1 billion years weren't any different than the next 1 billion. You're still there. You always had been. The universe ended, and you weren't in it. Murray's bomb blasted him past the borders of reality. He drifted outside of the world for a span of time that might have been 5 minutes or 5,000 years. The only way to be sure is to not press a key for 5,000 years. I don't know it was that long. After a few weeks later, Jessica has activated the failsafe interdimensional homing teleporter Murray left in one of his desk drawers. She was looking for it back. Murray was wrenched through with ether and then unceremoniously dumped on the floor of the antique store. It's been a while to figure out what happened to you, but didn't have any luck. Being outside the entirety of time and space makes you plenty hard to track down. Eventually, Murray gave up and started looking for another relative to help him with his future endeavors. At least he did a brisk trade until the end of Prohibition, at which point it did an even brisker one. When they started televising underground bare-knuckle boxing, Gabby got really excited and joined the league. Her combat style was a mixture of different martial arts that came to be known as super weird fighting. Molly and Nancy went on to become the most notorious bank-robbing duo in history. They were last seen somewhere in Bolivia. Thanks to your tireless crime fighting, the streets of Ocean City have never been safer. King Johnny got the camp loaded into the ocean, with Samuel and Agamemnon doing most of the heavy lifting. With the wind in their backs, they set sail for distant shores. Thanks to Ovid and Croesus, the expedition was comfortable and well-funded. Got a little boring at times, but Dusty brought a deck of cards. If anybody got scratched up or seasick, Doc was there to provide some medical attention. When nights were cold, but between Breach's wool and Calendula's moonshine, everyone kept pretty cozy. They ate cream fish, thanks to Walter and Creamy Steve. Cornelius and Bean provided cornbread and beans. Moss provided fine herbs and exotic spices. After a long, difficult journey, they arrived at the land they had promised themselves. They found a new nation. A nation of hobos, by hobos, for hobos, and laboring justice for hobos. Marvin went on to set the world record for mailbox sitting. He held the record for nearly a week. He recently became interested in flagpoles. The business inspection went swimmingly. The Vicar of St. Polycarp soon promoted to Vice Pope. With the whole crazy murder business behind her, Miss Brewster went on to win the Boarding House of the Decade award from the International Salesman League. Crystal Store was moderately successful, but she was confident that in about 40 years business would boom. 70 years from now, the historical village of Sandwich is still a popular tourist attraction. It's very popular among mixed-up hipsters who get it confused with Sandwich, Brooklyn. The city's astronomy program continued to be no less dumb than SIT's astrology program. To this day, we still refer to cardamom, feta, and chimichurri omelet as the rabbit. Clem and Jarvis Schlitz evaded capture by adopting the aliases Jarvis James and Clem Bartles, respectively. After Prohibition ended, they had a long and illustrious career in the getting people drunk industry. In 1981, Mudhenge was acquired by the Stonehenge Corporation, renamed Stonehenge Muds, and shut down. In 100 years, you are the only non-nudist to find its center. With your help, Rhonda Rasmussen became the first person in history to fly all the way around a swamp. Her fame lasted until nearly a month later, when Charles Lindbergh was seen buying a new set of shoelaces. The loss of Tom and Kathy plunged largemouth Baffin Sons into a succession crisis. In the cast, the bastard Reboner returned from exile and made his claim to the throne. Paul Leathers used his new tongue to preach nonviolence and counseled many a troubled youth away from a life of big game hunting. To appease his brother, John Levers agreed to read a book on pacifism. In time, the Rick of a Longer fellow was swallowed whole by the swamp. The boat may be long, not as longer than nature's mouth. The kid with the glasses spent a week bragging after he proved his theory about big hands. The plant kid will happily wear a Mossman's mustache for the rest of his life. The chemist kid is still reeling from the whiff of the smell of the wisp you brought her. The radio kid still proudly wears the feathers you brought him from the Barbara Yargara. The kid with the wrench still tells a story about the time he captured a Chupanandra. The flag girl is still grateful for the chest hair you brought her from Flemberg. Will Hunter moved to international waters to escape federal prosecution for marble fraud. The Moros place remained uninhabited until the 1990s, when it became a hotbed for swinging sexy singles. With no natural predators within their numbers, McMillan-Cuddy's sheep bred out of control. He went on to become the region's primary supplier of both mittens and mutton. Despite all your efforts, the Maze Maze stayed pretty much exactly the same, forever. Billy made sure of that. The workers at the Ford compound were unable to get the factory machinery back up and running. After months of research and hard work, they were finally able to make a car entirely out of beans. It smelled awful and nobody would buy it, so they ended up abandoning it on the streets of Ocean City. The old ham mill never spun again. When Hardy Hall was snubbed for another Pulitzer 3 weeks later, the mill burst into flames. Ruiz emerged from his portal somewhere deep underground. He didn't know where he was, but he knew he was one step closer to his brother. That was all that mattered. The end. Yay!
Vociferous thanks.
What an amazing game. We did it. We beat Markiplier from beating this game.
Hot damn.
We're one step ahead of him.
And we ended up outside of space and time. Take that, Mr. Eplier.
Well, Well, that's the end of the game. Or is it? What else can we do? That. Throw it. Bada bing. Bada boom. Yeah, let's do the right. The unpertaining alloy portal frame. But this knowledge is incomprehensible to you. You expect the portal frame, but can't think of anything to do if that would help. Which implies that you missed some optional stuff, but that's what replays are for. Nuts. Oh. Hi. Be not afraid. Hi.
Welcome to my realm.
What are you?
I am what the shadow is the shadow of.
Nice job if you can get it.
It's a living.
Reason with it. Look, let's just discuss.
Your words have no power here.
Listen, Buster, you better. You seem like a pretty hip cat.
Ridiculous.
Well, you tried.
Fight me. Very well. I will give you one chance. All or nothing.
Sure. Hey, try your weapon. Here's someone behind you. Hi, hello. Gabby is here to give the fight. You're not sure how the hell they made it in here, but you'll take all the help you can get. Presence of shadows being bathed in the shadow. Bite Twizzler has the lowest HP.
121 HP. Child's play.
Well. Well, ain't that fun. Hit it in the mouth.
Motherfucker.
Beat his ass, John. Ain't this fun. All right. Summon my friend. Looking good. Cool. How much armor do you have? None? Sweet. Idiot. Idiot. Alright, they're immune to bleeding, poison, on fire? Cool.
You stupid idiot.
You fucking loser. Yeah, check this out. Yep.
Are they immune to stat reductions?
Well, they're gonna not be immune to the back of my hand in a minute. Yeah, if you could just go ahead and just... Yeah, there we go. Give Daddy the medicine! There we go. There we go. Don't worry. I got this. Let me heal my sweet little boy. All right. Here's your eye out.
Say, well, I think the mouth has the most HP, but
Which one's looking to shoot me? That's the question. Give it a slap.
Bat.
There you go. Hip. 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 Oh, wait, let me just... What's wrong? Is your stats looking a little poopy there? Little poopy stats? Oh, don't worry. Let me just. No, ain't that fun. Oh, phenomenal cosmic power being used against you. Oh, I'm so strong. Yeah, anyway.
But
Bat! Punch. How you doing? Cha!
crap.
Hey, Stan. Well, it's not the best way to deal with a universe destroying threat. It's just hit it with something until it stops moving. That's right. That's the rabbit way, baby. Nice work. I have the metaphorical smoke cleared. You found yourself stuck in the weird extra-dimensional space where the final showdown happened. Unfortunately, we tapped you. Things happened. People floated. I hit on F4. Isn't it fun? And that's Shadows over Loathing, ladies and gentlemen. That is a beautiful, lovely, loverly game full of lovely, lovely, loverly people.
Amazing.
Thank you so much for joining me on this adventure.
10 out of 10. No notes.
10 out of 10. I have no notes. Great game. Great game. Woo, boy. Thank you so much for all your love and support and letting me entertain you for over 7 hours, because we're so strong. We're so strong in this house. Where shall we move the party? I know. Let's go ahead and move it to the house of Edward fucking Bosco.
God, everyone's online.
Yeah, 1 in the morning? Yeah, it's prime time, I guess.
1 in the morning on a Saturday. Wednesday. Why the fuck is everyone online?
Your raid message will be, I hit a mouth so hard time exploded. I'll type that for you. I hit a mouth so hard time exploded. There you go. Copy paste it. Oh yeah, hold on. I hit a mouth so hard with a lawn mower that time exploded. There you go. There's the longer one. Copy and paste that. I will look at his chat. I will know if you're not typing it. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the next one. Have yourself a great night, everybody. Goodbye.
Good evening.